1661. Chungdao's ambition. Becoming an immortal. Why become an immortal? If this old man's prediction is correct, if you truly complete this path, I fear you won't be far from the realm of the nameless. Chungdao stroked his beard, lightly praising with a smile. Is it really like that? Bai Suyu was somewhat puzzled. Although her talent was extraordinary, she currently knew nothing about how to ascend to immortality. This path of slaughtering immortals to prove the Tao was still a suggestion given by the immeasurable wall. However, since Chungdao appeared, the always arrogant and conceited immeasurable wall had been uncharacteristically quiet, not daring to make the slightest sound. Chungdao patiently explained to Bai Suyu, immortals are people climbing mountains, this mountain is the above. Obtaining the power of the above grants one the might of an immortal. However, that is not enough. One still needs to venture into the infinite sea, obtaining the marvels of the infinite. With both the power of the mountain and the sea, one can be a true immortal. Mountain above, infinite sea. Bai Suyu had naturally heard of the names of the mountain and sea, but it was the first time she clearly understood the relationship between the power of the mountain and sea and true immortals. Then what about climbing the mountain and wading through the sea? Bai Suyu asked again. Back then, it was precisely with this question in mind that the two sacred sovereigns, Lianshan and Guihai, were created. Chungdao said with emotion, slowly recounting the deeds of the two saints. Lianshan, the first immortal in the world. Guihai, who opened up the infinite spring. The supreme divine powers of the saints and the past events of creating the world filled Bai Suyu with longing. We mortals naturally do not have the abilities of the saints to directly draw power from the mountains and seas. Therefore, we need to borrow the great power of the two saints. In the past, after mortals ascended, they had to undergo the baptism of the ascension platform to truly become true immortals. Even beings in the immortal realm who attempted to obtain immortal status needed an imperial decree from the immortal emperor. Bai Suyu gradually understood. Whether it is the baptism of the ascension platform or the decree of the immortal emperor, they are merely manifestations of the power held by the two saints. Doesn't that mean that all the true immortals in the world are standing on the shoulders of the two saints, Lianshan and Guihai, to venture into the mountains and seas? If one day, the two saints fall. The word, fall, couldn't be uttered before Chungdao gently pointed a finger, silencing the sound. Only those like you, who have not entered the path of immortality, dare to say such things. With the sacred sovereigns above, it is best not to speak certain words carelessly. Although the saints may not necessarily care, but, Chungdao glanced at Bai Suyu. In an instant, as if bearing 1,000 pounds of weight, Bai Suyu's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Alarmed, she had a preliminary understanding of the strength of the old man before her. She nodded repeatedly, indicating that she had been taught. Chungdao's expression returned to ease, correcting Bai Suyu's previous understanding. The assistance of the two saints is not actually mandatory but merely provides an easier path. If you truly have unparalleled talent, you can of course climb the mountain and wade through the sea on your own. However, without the protection of the sacred sovereigns, ordinary people, even if they can touch the mountains and seas themselves, I am afraid they will not be able to last long and will be assimilated and swallowed by the mountains and seas. As for your worries, Chungdao chuckled, the saints will definitely consider things more thoroughly than we do. His words stopped abruptly, without specifying where the thoroughness lay. Bai Suyu was also very tactful and did not pursue the matter. Instead, she turned to ask about the specific method of ascending to immortality. May I ask Senior Chungdao, now that the immortal realm has long been overturned, the immortal emperor is gone, and the saints are nowhere to be seen, how should mortals like us seek immortality and ask about the Tao? The simplest method is for me to write an edict, Chungdao said calmly, in a faint tone. Such an answer was truly beyond Bai Suyu's expectations, and she couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Then, she looked at Chungdao with some disbelief. Even though she had already made a certain degree of estimate of the strength of the old man before her, Bai Suyu's heart was still shaken when the other party said these words so lightly. To be able to bestow the title of true immortal, could it be that the person before me was once the immortal emperor of the immortal realm? No wonder the immeasurable wall has become so docile, as if afraid of being discovered. Such thoughts couldn't help but emerge in Bai Suyu's mind. Immediately, a sense of hidden worry arose in her heart. His strength and status are both unimaginable, so why does he look at me with such special regard? Could it be just because of my talent? Or is it related to the secret of my ability to constantly reincarnate and be reborn? If Bai Suyu simply had extraordinary talent, she would naturally not have unfounded worries. But precisely because she possessed a great secret, her mind gradually became chaotic. Although Cheng Dao couldn't fully see through Bai Suyu's inner thoughts, he also noticed the other party's mental disarray. However, he only thought that Bai Suyu was shocked by his words of bestowing immortality, and he didn't think in other directions for the time being. This edict is for one use only. It can be regarded as opening a separate path to connect you to the mountains and seas. Your realm accumulation is already sufficient. The moment the edict is bestowed, you will be able to glimpse the image of the mountains and seas and become an immortal on the spot. However, I do not recommend that you choose this path. Bai Suyu composed herself and asked in a deep voice, "Why is that?" "I hope Senior can give me some guidance. Because with your talent, it would be a bit of a waste to take this path. You are different from those mediocre people. It is possible for you to walk out of a great path to the heavens." Cheng Dao did not explicitly state what realm it was, but used the 4 words, "great path to the heavens," instead. Climbing the mountain and wading through the sea contain great dangers, but they are also great opportunities. In the past, Lianshan and Guihai became saints because of this. The protection of others can certainly allow you to pass through this unscathed, but you will also lose the excellent opportunity to personally experience the mountains and seas. And the first time you witness the mountains and seas and thus gain enlightenment is the most important. When I became an immortal, I personally observed the mountains and seas, so my progress after becoming an immortal can be described as rapid. Cheng Dao looked pleased. Bai Suyu was slightly surprised, and then smiled bitterly. "Although I have some talent, I also know my limits. I will definitely not be able to do what Senior did and personally experience the mountains and seas." "Alas," Cheng Dao waved his hand, "you don't have to be modest. In fact, your talent is not much weaker than mine." Bai Suyu was stunned. "With the strength of the 2 of us before we became immortals, we would definitely not be able to face the mountains and seas directly. But well." Cheng Dao paused, and then slowly said, "If there is a teacher to protect you, you can ignore the risks." Bai Suyu was completely stunned now. "A teacher to protect me?" "That's right. Unlike the protection of the 2 saints, the protection of a teacher will not block all the mountain and sea intrusions. Instead, it will only filter out the parts that exceed your limit. In this way, you can personally experience the mountains and seas, but you don't have to worry about your own life. Moreover, at that time, the teacher can also give some guidance at critical moments. It will not affect your direction of enlightenment on the great Tao of the mountains and seas, but only clear the fog ahead for you. The efficiency of enlightenment is more than 100 times higher than that of single-person enlightenment." Involving his benefactor, Cheng Dao's expression was serious, and he slowly explained the benefits. Since embarking on the path of cultivation, Bai Suyu has always been exploring on her own and has not joined anyone's sect. Hearing Cheng Dao's words about the convenience of having a teacher, she couldn't help but yearn for it. At the same time, a thought stirred in her heart, vaguely guessing the reason why the other party looked at her differently. However, she didn't say it directly, but continued to pretend not to know, and said helplessly, "Having such a famous teacher is truly a blessing from heaven. However, Senior, you don't know, since I started cultivating, I have always been alone." Cheng Dao raised his eyebrows slightly, the joy in his eyes growing even more, finally getting to the main topic. "My teacher's name is Chukyu. I received his grace, and only then did I have my cultivation today. Since I have learned the way of the teacher, I should inherit it with my body and carry on with my will. But due to various reasons, I am still trapped here, failing my teacher's expectations." Cheng Dao stared at Bai Suyu. "In the past, in order to save the Shuo Xingxi, I weaved a Dao net to bear the Dao annihilation. This time, I am fulfilling the Dao passed down by my teacher, but it has been going on for a long time, and it has also become my shackles." As he spoke, Cheng Dao waved his hand, and the image of the Shuo Xingxi Dao net appeared in front of Bai Suyu. Strands of Dao strings, interwoven horizontally and vertically. Mysterious and unpredictable, grand and profound. And as Cheng Dao spoke, the Dao net image gradually enlarged, revealing its depths. There were 4 figures, like prisoners, suppressed within the Dao net. The aura emanating from each of them made Bai Suyu feel frightened. Nameless true immortals. While her expression was solemn, Bai Suyu focused her gaze on the figure in the very center of the Dao net. Gaunt and thin, if she was not mistaken, his appearance was exactly the same as the Cheng Dao in front of her. As if seeing the astonishment in Bai Shuyu's eyes, Cheng Dao frankly said, "That's right, that's me. In the beginning, in order to persuade the immortals to create the Dao net, I took the lead in entering the game. Although I have protected this star sea for 10,000 years, however, this Dao net has also trapped me. Chengdao's expression became a little strange. Bai Shuyu suddenly felt that her previous guess seemed to be a little wrong. Over the years, I have thought about it and realized the difference between what I have done and what my teacher has done. The key to the mountains and seas lies in the outside, not here. As the saying goes, it is irrelevant to the final outcome. That's why my teacher, who repeatedly saved the immortal realm in the past, resolutely left after figuring it out, leaving only the illusory Chengdao. My teacher used an illusion to help resist the Dao annihilation. And I am using my body as a pillar. This is the biggest difference. Chengdao sighed. Trapped here, how can I truly inherit my teacher's work and save the mountains and seas? At that time, I did not have the strength to transcend, but I forcibly transcended, a great mistake. If at that time, I had only focused on cultivating in seclusion and not asked about external affairs, maybe I would have already reached the realm of transcendence by now. Although my teacher didn't say it explicitly, I could also vaguely feel his disappointment in me from several communications. Chengdao finished speaking, his eyes burning, staring at Bai Shuyu. I have long had the idea of withdrawing, but the mistake has already been made. If I forcibly escape, causing the Dao net to collapse and this world to overturn, it would still be contrary to my Dao path. So, what do you mean, senior? Bai Shuyu asked cautiously. In the past, I searched the Star Sea, wanting to find someone qualified to replace me in guarding the Star Sea. However, I found that they were all vulgar people, useless, unable to inherit my foundation. Now, you are qualified, Chengdao said decisively. I wonder, are you willing to share my worries? Bai Shuyu hesitated, not yet answering, but the immeasurable wall, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly transmitted a voice, frantically reminding, promise him. Promise him. If you say half a no, we will all die. Seeming to have noticed the immeasurable wall's message, Chengdao glanced at the place where the immeasurable wall was hidden without showing any signs. Bai Shuyu's heart trembled. Although she had the ability to be reborn infinitely, she was unwilling to give up her life casually unless she was in a desperate situation. She could only bite the bullet and agree. How dare I not respond to what senior has entrusted to me? Good. Chengdao laughed loudly, extremely happy because of the shackles that were about to be removed. From the original image of a dying old man, he instantly turned into a strong and steady middle-aged man. Don't worry, you are not helping me with this errand for nothing. You should know that there are many people in this world who are willing to replace me, but they cannot get what they want. Chengdao was in a very good mood, explaining to Bai Shuyu. Using your body to become a pillar, supporting the Dao annihilation. The core of the Dao net's operation is the illusory Chengdao technique created by my teacher. It's just that my strength was limited at that time, and it was difficult to bear the weight of the Dao annihilation by dividing the illusion. Therefore, I could only replace it with my body. If you replace me, I will naturally teach you this illusory Chengdao technique. Although I am not qualified to accept disciples on behalf of my teacher. However, by obtaining this illusory Chengdao technique, you can barely be considered a disciple of Shukyu. When I report to my teacher in the future, you may not have the opportunity to truly enter my teacher's sect. Faced with Chengdao's pie in the sky, Bai Shuyu didn't have much hope. More importantly, Bai Shuyu didn't know much about who Shukyu Gong was and what his deeds were. She only knew that he had once resisted a devastating Dao annihilation disaster for the immortal realm. So she was not very excited. Presiding over the Dao net also has other benefits. Chengdao continued to wave his hand, and the images of thousands of Dao strings turned from illusion to reality. As if truly entering the core of the Dao net. Sitting deep in the Dao net, you can observe the Dao principles in the Dao net at close range. And you will not be affected in any way, and you can observe from a purely bystander perspective. This experience can be said to be extremely rare. You must know that in the ordinary state of enlightenment, the great Dao you see is chaotic and indistinguishable from each other. Unless it is the moment when the heaven and earth first opened, when the 10,000 Daos were first born. And thanks to the special nature of the Dao net, the great Dao within the Dao net is like this, categorized and arranged for display. The closer you are to the core of the Dao net, the closer the face of the Dao principles you see is to its essence. Bringing Bai Shuyu to Chengdao's main body. Chengdao pointed to the countless clearly visible Dao strings around him and said slowly. With Bai Shuyu's comprehension, she knew at a glance that Chengdao was telling the truth. The convenience of enlightenment here is more than 100 times better than the outside world. Although the Tao principles in the Tao net are somewhat lacking compared to the Star Sea. However, for Bai Shuyu, it was enough for her to comprehend for a long time. Not only that, the development of this Tao net also coincides with your immortal slaughtering Tao proving method. Please teach me, Senior. Bai Shuyu said solemnly. You must know that in this Shuoxing Sea, there are still some wandering true immortals. You can use the power of the Tao net to defeat and suppress them one by one. While expanding the Tao net, you can also increase your own foundation. When enough accumulation has been made, Chengdao bent slightly and actually invited out an illusion. I can borrow your teacher's protection to help you ascend to the immortal realm. 1662. Thousands of years have passed. Guardian of the Mound. Bai Shuyu gazed at the illusory figure standing quietly before Chengdao. Perhaps due to the vast difference in their power, Bai Shuyu didn't perceive the extraordinary nature of the Guardian of the Mound's figure before her. But since Chengdao was so solemn about it, it must possess extraordinary effects. Chengdao began to share his feelings from the moment he ascended to immortality. The sea is deep, the mountains boundless. But both mountains and seas are inviolable and difficult to approach closely. Those who enter the mountains and seas will inevitably be submerged, losing their minds, souls, and selves. However, if one can obtain the protection of a mentor, they can glimpse the secrets of the mountains and seas. The grand Tao of mountains and seas, which others would need to ponder and comprehend in every possible way in the future, you will have fully seen at the moment of your ascension. From now until the Transcendence realm, it will be smooth sailing. In Chengdao's narration, Bai Shuyu seemed to truly see the continuous mountains and seas, a majestic scene where all the principles of the world converged. You use the Tao net to slaughter immortals and prove your Tao, which has already accumulated a wealth of experience. If you thoroughly comprehend the changes of the mountains and seas during your ascension, perhaps the moment you become an immortal will be the moment of transcendence. Although Bai Shuyu didn't know how much of Chengdao's words were credible, the other party had patiently said so much to her, and Chengdao didn't seem like a simple person. If she didn't agree, she might not be able to leave this core of the Tao net. However, Bai Shuyu came outside the high wall precisely to find a suitable cultivation method. She could feel that using the Tao net to assist in cultivation within this Shuo Star Sea might have great benefits for her. So she agreed. I am willing to inherit the legacy of my predecessor and guard the Tao net. Bai Shuyu agreed readily, and Chengdao's mood became even better. However, your current body is still too weak. It needs some modification. Come out. Chengdao glanced at the immeasurable wall hidden on Bai Shuyu's body and said faintly. The immeasurable wall, which always had a big tone, was very honest at this moment. It didn't pretend not to hear but immediately jumped out. You and I can be considered of the same origin. Since we have met today, it is a karmic connection. My master once enlightened me, and today, I will bestow upon you a fortune. As he said this, Chengdao suddenly disappeared inexplicably before the two of them. It was as if a breeze was blowing, and the crisscrossing Tao net suddenly rippled. The Tao strings twisted and bent, forming a hollow, directly exposing its core's deepest part. Bai Shuyu and the immeasurable wall fell straight into the empty circle. The surroundings were pitch black, and nothing could be seen. Even the Tao strings in the Tao net, glowing with a faint blue light, seemed to hang high in the sky, extremely far away from here. But as the wind grew stronger, the darkness was gradually illuminated by blossoming light. Bai Shuyu looked at the flashing lights around her and discovered that they seemed to be the images of mountains and seas. Moreover, they were not just illusory images, she could even truly comprehend the various Tao principles of the mountains and seas from them. Jade must be cut and polished to become a useful object. Although you once served before the Saint Monarch's gate, you are ultimately just a thing. If you want to go further in this mountain and sea, you must ultimately transform from a thing into a person. Chengdao said with emotion. At the same time, the continuous mountain shadows pressed down on the immeasurable wall. Senior, spare me, don't be noisy. If you can't bear this little bit of suffering, how can you truly transform? The immeasurable wall couldn't even utter a cry before it was rudely interrupted by Chengdao's cold snort. Mountains, come! Chengdao let out a low shout, and the mountain shadows here, like continuous dark clouds, quickly converged and compressed, eventually forming a black mountain peak like a solid entity, which fiercely suppressed the immeasurable wall. The immeasurable wall couldn't even make the slightest wail. Water, come! Under Chengdao's guidance, the boundless sea above also gradually converged. It turned into a white silk ribbon, which ran from the top of the Black Mountain. The mountains and water expanded, but unexpectedly, there wasn't much of a roar. Instead, it was like a mountain stream, tinkling and ringing, refreshing the heart and spleen. The mountains and water formed a whole, self-circulating. The water flowed to the bottom of the mountain and suddenly disappeared. The next moment, it reappeared hundreds of feet above the top of the mountain, continuing to surge down. The mountains and water flowed, endlessly. One day, when the water dries up and the mountains collapse, that will be the time when you transform from a thing into a person. Saying these words, Chengdao slowly revealed his figure. Creating this mountain and water fortune seemed to be a considerable consumption for Chengdao. He returned to his previous appearance as an old man. He pointed to the black mountain and white water in front of him and said to Bai Shuyu, "You only need to sit cross-legged between this mountain and water to borrow its power and resist the pressure of the Dao Net core. This mountain and water fortune contains many of my insights over the years, which not only has the effect of enlightening it but is also of great benefit to you. When you guard the Dao Net, you may as well comprehend it together. The stronger you are, the less pressure the Dao Net will exert on you. You will also be able to call upon the increasingly powerful Dao Net power. Guarding the Dao Net can be said to be beneficial to you in every way. If it weren't for your extraordinary aptitude, I wouldn't entrust such a heavy responsibility to you. However, before you prove the Dao and transcend, and can differentiate a Chengdao illusory figure to bear the Dao Net in your place, you will never be able to leave this place." Bai Shuyu saw that the originally twisted thousands of Dao strings above her head were slowly returning to normal. The circular gap gradually disappeared. In the endless darkness, only the black mountain and white water stood here. Next, I will pass on to you the illusory figure Chengdao method. Chengdao's illusory figure also disappeared, and only a series of sounds continued to echo. Bai Shuyu concentrated and listened. This method of the illusory figure Chengdao was indeed extraordinary. Bai Shuyu seemed to see the guardian of the mound, facing away from the common people, sitting on the mountain and watching the sea, a shocking scene of one person propping up the collapsing sky. When she woke up from the comprehension of this profound divine power, Chengdao had completely disappeared. He was neither in the depths of the Dao Net core nor in the Dao Net. His whereabouts were unknown. He seemed to have escaped from a cage, leaving so quickly and decisively. Fortunately, there were still several messages left behind. There are still many star seas remaining in the lower realm, but they are isolated by Dao annihilation, like scattered islands in the sea. The only thing you need to pay attention to is Guangwu Star Sea, which is closest to Shuo Star Sea. Within Shuo Star Sea, although there are still true immortals opposing each other, there are only 2 or 3 of them, not to be feared. Bai Shuyu carefully read Chengdao's instructions and then fell into a long silence. She tried it, and it was densely covered in darkness, like shackles. Being in the core of the Dao Net was almost like bearing the weight of the entire Dao Net. If she hadn't been sitting on the white water and black mountain at this moment, she would have been crushed to pieces on the spot. In addition to the shackles of the Dao Net itself, there are also some restrictions left by Chengdao. It seems that I can't leave this place until I reach a certain realm. Bai Shuyu shook her head slightly, but she didn't care much in her heart. Although this place was no different from a prison, as far as she was concerned, as long as she committed suicide and started the next life, she could leave at any time. It is indeed a good place to comprehend the Dao and cultivate. Without the restrictions of rules, one can fully observe the Dao principles collected in the Dao Net with a single thought. She could also chat with the other imprisoned nameless beings, Fugi and Yanjian, from time to time, listening to the secret stories of the immortal realm in the past. Moreover, there was Chengdao's mountain and sea insights available for comprehension. Compared to the Zanhuang realm, this place is truly a rare cultivation paradise. Bai Shuyu immersed herself in it, cultivating with a focused mind. In fact, the Dao network has its own operating system. Even if she doesn't show up, the Dao network can expand and develop on its own. Organizations called the Shuo Xingxi Governance Council and the Immortal Hunters hunt down the remaining true immortals in the Star Sea to strengthen themselves. Only when encountering nameless true immortals that they cannot defeat will they mobilize the power of the Dao network on a large scale. This is when Bai Shuyu needs to exert her strength. Fortunately, such opportunities are not frequent, and for Bai Shuyu, they are not difficult. Although there are many mortals among the immortal hunters, their cultivation of special methods and their research and utilization of the Dao network have reached almost the pinnacle. Bai Shuyu, as the coordinator, engraves the power of the Tao network into their bodies. Wherever the Tao network covers, their power is almost the same as that of nameless true immortals. Bai Shuyu has been sitting in the core of the Tao network for 300 years, and there have only been 3 situations involving nameless true immortals. Without exception, they all ended with the victory of the Tao network. Bai Shuyu finally understood why Cheng Dao would say that the true immortals were not to be feared. The immortal path in the world has been cut off, and the number of remaining true immortals is limited. Each time one is captured by the Shuo Xingxi, their own living strength is reduced by 1 point. On the other hand, the Tao network can transform the captured true immortals into a source of power to increase the Tao network's strength every time. As for the losses in the battle with the true immortals, mortals are endless, and the Shuo Xingxi Governance Council also has perfect means of selecting talents. With this ebb and flow, the defeat of the true immortal side has long been a foregone conclusion. As for the Guangwu Star Sea outside the Shuo Xingxi, taking Cheng Dao's warning extremely seriously, although the other party has repeatedly expressed interest in communication, Bai Shuyu ultimately decided to ignore it. The latest novels are first published on 69shu.com. Controlling the core power of the Tao network, although some forces in the Shuo Xingxi hold different opinions, they cannot disobey. Another 700 years passed, and the Shuo Xingxi had no immortals to replenish. Several nameless ones have been captured and suppressed. The Shuo Xingxi has been calm ever since. On this day. Damn it, I've been cheated. Bai Shuyu stood above the black mountain and white water, unable to help but utter a curse. Nearly 1,000 years of time seemed to pass in an instant for her. The scene of Cheng Dao drawing a big cake in the past is still vivid in her mind. But after experiencing 1,000 years of world affairs, Bai Shuyu already knew why Cheng Dao was in such a hurry to leave. The Shuo Xingxi is a closed isolated island, and all the resources that can be observed and collected are not enough to supply the birth of a transcendent. This is the conclusion Bai Shuyu reached after sitting and comprehending the Tao for 1,000 years. The superposition of 30 reincarnations has made her true nature extraordinary. In addition to the unique cultivation conditions deep in the core of the Tao network, it can be said that as long as there is a 1% chance, she can achieve it step by step with difficulty. But in reality, at a certain moment, her cultivation fell into a bottleneck. If the harvest gained from comprehending 10 Tao paths is 10, then the harvest gained from comprehending 100 Tao paths is only 20. And no matter how much more you comprehend afterwards, it will not exceed the limit of 30. This is also why the vast majority of true immortals in the world first prove themselves nameless, and then seek transcendence. The path of slaughtering immortals to prove the Tao mentioned by the immeasurable wall is certainly correct. But Bai Shuyu shook her head slightly. It is based on having enough immortals to slaughter. If the immortal realm is still there, perhaps it can be easily achieved. Now, true immortals are still too rare. Bai Shuyu lowered her head and looked at the immeasurable wall suppressed under the Black Mountain. If Cheng Dao had deceived her in some aspects, then Cheng Dao was surprisingly good to the immeasurable wall. In the 1,000 years, the Black Mountain and White Water have benefited her immensely. It is not even inferior to the gains in the Tao network. However, compared to the changes in the immeasurable wall, it is a small matter. At the beginning of the suppression, the immeasurable wall could not say a word. But after 500 years, it could already hum a few words in a low voice. After 1,000 years, it can already say 1 or 2 complete sentences from time to time. Don't worry, if there are no true immortals in the Shuo Xingxi, aren't there other star seas? When I get out, I will take you to kill in all directions. In the 1,000 years, Bai Shuyu has heard this kind of promise from the immeasurable wall no less than 100 times. At this moment, she asked helplessly, last time I asked you when you would be able to escape. You said it would be soon. But after such a long time, why don't I see any change in you? Her vision could vaguely penetrate the Black Mountain and White Water, seeing the immeasurable wall suppressed within. Compared to 1,000 years ago, the changes are indeed huge. The flowing water is gurgling, like a carving knife. Under the non-stop carving day and night, a human embryo is being conceived within. But after so many years, it has only formed a rough model. Not to mention the facial features, even the limbs have not yet taken shape. Facing Bai Shuyu's questioning, the immeasurable wall took a long time before finally squeezing out a sentence. Only 1,000 years have passed, and it is already shocking to the world that I can have such changes. Do you know how long it took Senior Cheng Dao to transform from a stubborn stone? Tens of thousands of years. In comparison, I am already a genius among geniuses. Ignoring the immeasurable wall's defense, Bai Shuyu lightly stepped on the black mountain under her feet. The flow rate of the white water seemed to be a bit faster because of this. Ah! I can't stand it anymore, I can't stand it anymore. Ignoring the wailing of the immeasurable wall, Bai Shuyu continued to urge the operation of the black mountain and white water. After comprehending here for 1,000 years, even if she has not fully grasped the true meaning of the mountains and seas here, she can at least manipulate them. Only when the immeasurable wall was completely silent and honestly undergoing transformation did Bai Shuyu sigh. Sitting idly for 1,000 years, she can only do this to comfort herself. To be honest, she was a little restless after being trapped in the Tao network for 1,000 years. You must know that even the time of the previous 30 reincarnations combined was not as long as this retreat. Moreover, in the reincarnation, she could still see all kinds of scenery, people, and things. But within this Tao network, there is only endless darkness. And the seemingly unchanging blue Tao string. The sentient beings in the Shuoxing Sea also seem to have nothing to do with her. There is no sense of belonging at all. Most importantly, she missed her nephew. Venerable, I'm afraid he has long since turned into dust. Even after 1,000 years, Li Fan's appearance has not become blurred. Instead, it has become more and more vivid, constantly appearing in front of Bai Shuyu. If I didn't still want to see what the immeasurable wall would look like after transforming into a human, I would have ended this reincarnation long ago. Bai Shuyu thought helplessly, but the matter has only just begun, and it is not her style to give up halfway. Moreover, we still need to find a way to break through. Could it be that we really have to advance into the Guangwu Star Sea? But with the Tao annihilation obstruction, what should we do? 1663. Tao ends everything. However, Bai Shuyu didn't need to make a decision. Soon after, an event occurred, causing the peaceful Shuoxing Sea, which had been calm for thousands of years, to gradually become turbulent. Initially, Bai Shuyu felt that the entire Shuoxing Sea seemed to be shaken violently, constantly vibrating. The Tao net trembled slightly, and the Star River boiled. If the Shuoxing Sea's Tao net hadn't been continuously supplemented over thousands of years, increasing its strength considerably, this level of vibration would definitely have been a terrifying calamity. Not to mention complete overturning, the Tao net being torn apart, and 1/3 of the living beings instantly perishing, it certainly couldn't escape that fate. The direction this vibration is coming from. Guangwu Star Sea, what exactly happened? Bai Shuyu's gaze leapt over the Shuoxing Sea, standing tall on the Tao net, gazing into the void and darkness in the distance. A strong sense of unease suddenly surged in her heart. This feeling was exactly the same as when she was swallowed by the grand Tao annihilation in her previous life. Not good, the Tao annihilation tide is coming. Bai Shuyu instantly understood. Immediately, her divine sense contacted the various organizations of the Shuoxing Sea Governance Council, warning them to be careful and vigilant. In fact, without Bai Shuyu's reminder, the various parts of the Tao net were already busy. One group of 1,000 people collectively used the Great Tao Embodiment technique, connecting the pressure received by the Tao net to themselves. 4 nameless ones were stationed at the 4 corners of the Tao net, complementing the 4 pillars suppressed at the core of the Tao net, further strengthening the stability of the Tao net. Tens of thousands of flags of different colors rose into the air, flying towards every corner of the Shuoxing Sea. The angles and speeds at which the flags fluttered varied and changed rapidly. These were the magical instruments developed by the Shuoxing Sea over thousands of years to monitor the arrival of Tao annihilation. Tao annihilation is unobservable and invisible, but once it arrives, the damage to the real world can be observed. This magical instrument is based on this principle. At this moment, all the flags were fluttering loudly. Many even couldn't withstand the Tao pressure and directly disintegrated. From this, it could be seen how intense the upcoming Tao annihilation tide would be. Activate the myriad immortals formation. As the core controller of the Tao net, Bai Shuyu decisively issued the order. Only a few breaths later, it seemed as if tens of thousands of stars rose from all over the Shuoxing Sea. Looking closely, the true forms of these stars were just ordinary people. But the auras on these ordinary people were all similar to those of true immortals. 10,000 immortals lined up, rising above the Tao net, forming small pillars one after another. As if they had practiced countless times, in just an instant, the Shuoxing Sea was filled with pillars supporting the sky. Originally, the Star Sea, which was somewhat shaky under the impact of the Tao annihilation tide, finally gradually stabilized under the efforts of all parties. However, Bai Shuyu knew that now was definitely not the time to relax. The truly terrifying tide had not yet arrived. What had affected them now was just the aftermath. Each department holds firm. Without my order, no one is to act rashly. The so-called myriad immortals formation was a sudden inspiration that Bai Shuyu had during her thousands of years of Dao comprehension. Observing the principles of the Black Mountain and White Water left by Cheng Dao, she vaguely understood some of the great Dao of mountains and seas. The height of the mountains, the boundlessness of the seas. Those who possess both are true immortals. Although Bai Shuyu hadn't truly taken that step in her thousands of years of Dao comprehension and cultivation, she was already infinitely close. Only a step away. If Bai Shuyu was willing, or rather, able to break free from the suppression of the Dao net core and touch the divine power of the mountains and seas, directly ascending to the realm of true immortals would definitely not be difficult for her. Of course, without the protection of a sage, it was hard to say how long one could live after proving immortality. Although no one protected Bai Shuyu could protect others. She made all her years of mountain and sea insights public. All cultivators within the Shuoxing Sea could observe and learn. This world is never lacking in geniuses. Especially when the definition of a genius is having the opportunity to cultivate into a true immortal. It had only been a little over 3 years since Bai Shuyu made her mountain and sea insights public. In the Shuoxing Sea, there were already no less than 10,000 people who had achieved some success. The so-called small success, in short, meant that they could touch the boundary of the power of the mountains and seas with their own strength. But because they lacked protection and guidance, they were unable to transform the divine power of the mountains and seas for their own use, and did not possess the authority of a true immortal. Perhaps they could be called half-immortals. However, these 10,000 half-immortals, under the blessing of the Dao net, especially the Black Mountain and White Water left by Cheng Dao, could temporarily be sublimated to the realm of pseudo-true immortals. If ordinary true immortals could easily mobilize infinite power on their own, then these pseudo-immortals often needed to work together in groups of 10 to barely manipulate infinite power. But after all, they had truly been touched by the word, immortal. With the myriad immortals formation activated, it was as if thousands of true immortals were standing and guarding. The Shuoxing Sea's Dao net also reached an unprecedentedly solid state. But, when the terrifying Dao annihilation tide truly struck from the other side of the darkness, the seemingly unbreakable Dao net instantly became like a thin piece of white paper, rustling and falling apart. Buzz buzz buzz. Bai Shuyu personally witnessed most of the Dao strings disappearing in the fierce beating of the Dao annihilation. And most of the remaining Dao strings were also bent to the limit, as if they would completely disintegrate at any time, disappearing into the Dao annihilation. With a single thought, Bai Shuyu estimated the number of living beings lost in the Shuoxing Sea. Nearly 90% of the living beings disappeared. Such a tragic situation caused the remainder of the Shuoxing Sea to almost instantly lose the will to continue resisting. Fear occupied their minds, and their brains went blank. But Bai Shuyu didn't panic, but continued to issue orders with extreme calmness. Contract the Dao net, cut off the tail to survive. Those who do not reach the central area within 100 breaths will be abandoned. A cold order was issued, meaning that countless more living beings would lose their hope of life. But at a time when everyone was almost at a loss, Bai Shuyu's still calm appearance immediately allowed the living beings of the Shuoxing Sea to find their backbone again. After regaining their senses, they quickly took action again. The contraction of the Dao net had been predicted for thousands of years. It had always been implemented in theory, but never truly practiced. In the past, in the dramas, the cultivators who faced their fate of being abandoned often faced it with smiles, but now, after truly being abandoned, they instinctively cursed in despair. But in any case, they were destined to be unable to influence the Dao net's cutting off its tail to survive. After 100 breaths, the Dao net, which had originally almost covered the entire Shuoxing Sea, was reduced to 1% of its original size. The number of surviving creatures within it was also less than 1 in 1,000. But its ability to resist the Dao annihilation tide increased instead of decreasing. Most of the true immortals and nameless true immortals supported by the Dao net were not damaged. And the core power of the immortal hunt was also basically preserved. The overall strength was not reduced too much, but the area that needed to be protected was reduced by 100 times. The Dao net's ability to resist Dao annihilation naturally climbed rapidly. However, it could only protect this small area. And it was only temporary. Bai Shuyu personally saw the Shuoxing Sea, which had lost the protection of the Dao net, disappear into the Dao annihilation. And her hometown, the Dark Star Sea, unexpectedly still survived. It seemed as if there was a net-like power within, supporting and resisting the Dao annihilation. Bai Shuyu gazed into the distance, her expression solemn. It seems that there are still hidden secrets there. The Dao annihilation surged, sweeping away everything. The remaining Dao net could only drift with the current. Soon, the Dark Star Sea could no longer be observed. The secluded space seemed to be cut open with countless cracks. Some of them were pitch black, while others faintly revealed continuous mountain and sea landscapes. The magnificence and grandeur of the mountains and seas were accompanied by deadly dangers. The world has been completely swallowed by the Dao annihilation, fragmented and torn apart. We are completely exposed within the mountains and seas. Bai Shuyu sighed. This destruction of this life was caused by the light radiance star sea, and then spread. It even caused the destruction of the entire possibility. Although she didn't know what exactly happened in the light radiance star sea, Bai Shuyu vaguely guessed that it was very likely related to the immortal coffin that the other party had been trying to send. Although I rejected them and sealed off the star sea, I still didn't prevent the fate of eventual destruction. Bai Shuyu slowly developed her own understanding of the 4 words, unrelated to the final outcome, that Cheng Dao mentioned. Around the Dao net, the invasion of the Dao annihilation seemed to gradually subside. But Bai Shuyu knew that soon, the Dao annihilation would launch wave after wave of attacks, seemingly without end. And the Dao net, I'm afraid, will ultimately be unable to escape the fate of being swallowed. Unless we can successfully find another place to live before our oil runs out and our lamp goes dry, Zhan Yuan Fusheng said with a miserable smile. Only a few core members of the Zhan Yuan family survived this calamity. What made Zhan Yuan Fusheng even more heartbroken was that the 1,000-man Great Dao embodiment team he led also suffered extremely heavy losses in this battle. The Great Dao embodiment team used their own honed bodies to share the pressure on the Dao net. When the disaster came, they were also the first to be impacted. Out of 1,000 people, only 9 survived by chance. And these people were all personally taught and instructed by Zhan Yuan Fusheng. Seeing that only a few of his once lively and bustling disciples remained, Zhan Yuan Fusheng was almost heartbroken. Bai Shuyu witnessed his tragic state and remained silent for a long time. Looking at the 10,000 Immortals formation, which had also lost more than half of its members, she slowly said, "Let's hold on for as long as we can. Maybe, we'll encounter a miracle." However, the miracle ultimately did not come. Surviving in the Dao annihilation seemed to have exhausted their luck. Next, the beings of the Dao net welcomed the end in lonely and desperate drifting. And before the end came, the organization of the Dao net had already collapsed. Going mad in despair, killing each other. Even Bai Shuyu couldn't control the chaotic situation. And Bai Shuyu had also tried to make a final struggle, which was to ask Cheng Dao for help. But until Bai Shan and He Shui also disappeared into the Dao annihilation, Cheng Dao did not respond in any way. The mountains and seas are too vast, the Dao annihilation is too deep. There is no hope. Silently, the remaining Dao net of the Shuo Star Sea, which had persisted for another 36 years, completely perished. Only Bai Shuyu and the immeasurable wall survived barely under the protection of the eternal rain cape. Why am I so unlucky? I haven't even transformed yet, and I've already encountered the Dao annihilation tribulation again. My good fortune. The immeasurable wall wanted to cry but had no tears. Still thinking about your opportunity? Your life is at stake now, Bai Shuyu said, quite speechless. Without the protection of the Dao net, directly exposed to the Dao annihilation and the mountains and seas, Bai Shuyu felt a strange darkness coming from all directions. Her divine soul and thoughts seemed to be frozen by this piercing darkness. Unable to breathe or think, she barely maintained her attention by joking with the immeasurable wall. I'm not reconciled. If I could transform, I would definitely be able to swim in the Dao annihilation. The voice of the immeasurable wall gradually faded. And Bai Shuyu's consciousness became increasingly blurred. At the last moment of her life, Bai Shuyu seemed to see an immortal coffin drifting in the distance. Her heart stirred, and she struggled to approach it. But just before she approached the immortal coffin, the eternal rain cape shattered inch by inch. Bai Shuyu perished in the Dao annihilation. A figure inexplicably appeared next to the place where Bai Shuyu perished. The surrounding Dao annihilation surged, but it could not harm him in the slightest. It was Li Fan. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the distant immortal coffin and opened it. Who knew that it would be empty? Not the one containing the Shuo Rat Immortal Emperor, but another intact immortal coffin. After some observation, Li Fan came to a conclusion. I don't know where it came from, or where it will go. But the material of this immortal coffin is truly extraordinary. If Ant could have persisted a little longer and really hid inside, it should have been able to extend her life by a lot. It's a pity, it was only a little bit short. Tisk tisk tisk. However, without a clear goal, purely relying on drifting with the current, the probability of reaching a safe area is too small, let alone reaching the other shore. Garbage time, might as well skip it. Li Fan closed the immortal coffin again and threw it back into the Tao Annihilation. Ant's current life is about to touch the threshold of transcendence. It's getting closer and closer to my goal. I just don't know what method Ant will use to break the situation. Ha ha ha, Li Fan smiled, his gaze deep. Standing in place, not knowing what he was thinking. After a long time, he silently recited in his heart. Still true, Saint Creation Plan, another life. After Bai Shuyu woke up, she looked around blankly. It took her a long time to realize that she had been reborn again. Back to the very beginning. The layout of the furniture in the room was both strange and familiar. A sudden impulse welled up in her heart, and she hurriedly ran to Li Fan's room. She embraced the bewildered Li Fan in her arms, and then sobbed softly. Aunt, what's wrong with you? Li Fan asked cautiously. Bai Shuyu just shed tears silently, without saying a word. After a long time, when the tears were exhausted, she finally let go. She smiled with some difficulty. It's nothing, it's just that Aunt is a little tired. Li Fan asked with some worry, are you worried that the village chief will annex our family's property? Don't worry, Aunt, even if I risk my life, I won't let him succeed. Looking at Li Fan's determined look, Bai Shuyu finally smiled happily. Then she paused slightly. She had already reincarnated for so long. Things that she originally tried her best to solve were now almost like a joke. It's just, what is the meaning of my reincarnation? What am I reborn again and again for? When will the end come? Bai Shuyu had almost forgotten her original goal. 1664. The nephew and aunt play. That's right. Before long, Venerable will contract some strange illness and die young. It was precisely to save him that I embarked on this path of cultivation. And later, the reason I desperately cultivated and developed new techniques was largely to extend the life of him, who couldn't cultivate. In that instant, scene after scene from the reincarnation flashed through Bai Soyu's mind, and boundless emotions surged within her. Time flies, yet things remain the same. She stared at her nephew, who seemed a bit lost, but in her mind, she suddenly recalled another young man she had met in her reincarnation, named O Shangtian. She and the boundless wall had inadvertently taken the life of O Shangtian's father, Old Man O. This young man sought revenge for his father, even at the cost of his own life. Kill or torture me, do as you please. Don't think I'm afraid of you two villains. O Shangtian's angry roar seemed to echo in her ears again. Bai Soyu then had a sudden thought. If I were to be harmed, what would Venerable do for me? Once the thought arose, it spread like a wildfire, rapidly growing. It filled her heart, becoming difficult to suppress. Bai Soyu urgently wanted to know the answer. But at the same time, there was a hint of fear in her heart. She was afraid that if Venera's reaction disappointed her, what would she do in the future? Bai Soyu firmly believed that Li Fan was a good child. But, she subconsciously closed her eyes, not wanting to think about the terrible outcome. However, the thought did not disappear with this temporary avoidance, but like a demon, continued to Chanrao Bai Soyu. Auntie, are you feeling unwell? Why don't you go back to your room and rest? I'll make dinner for you. Seeing Bai Soyu's unusual behavior, Li Fan said with concern. Bai Soyu nodded and walked into the room with heavy steps. After the door closed, the very conflicted Bai Soyu pondered for a long time before finally making up her mind. It seems Auntie wants to play a role-playing game with me. Then I'll cooperate well. Consider it an appetizer before becoming a saint. His outward behavior, gestures, and expressions completely fit the persona of an honest nephew. But in Li Fan's heart, he chuckled like this. That evening, the nephew and aunt had dinner, each with their own thoughts. The next morning, while Li Fan was still asleep, a group of fierce-looking constables rushed in and roughly dragged him out of bed. Who are you? Li Fan was both shocked and angry. Be honest, Scholar Li, your crime has been exposed. The leading constable sneered and forcefully put a wooden yoke on Li Fan. Simply outrageous. I spend all day at home reading and writing, what crime could I commit? You must have arrested the wrong person. Li Fan shouted loudly, trying to defend his innocence. He also instinctively wanted to struggle. However, being just a scholar, he was extremely weak. After being hit a couple of times, he hunched over and coughed violently. He quieted down. Arrested the wrong person. Scholar Li, you underestimate us too much, don't you? Reading and writing, HMPH, the most hateful are you scholars. On the surface, you seem ignorant of the world, but in reality, you are plotting unspeakable schemes all day long. Boss, I found it. Just as he was speaking, a constable came out of Li Fan's study, holding a stack of papers. Is this your handwriting? The constable leader held up the papers in front of Li Fan. Li Fan naturally recognized his own handwriting and subconsciously nodded. But when he clearly saw the content written on the first page of the stack, cold sweat couldn't help but trickle down. No, I didn't write this. Someone is trying to frame me. Before he could finish speaking, a tangled mess was stuffed into his mouth, cutting off his voice. The constable leader narrowed his eyes and coldly read aloud the content on the paper. The cold stars illuminate the misty path, the turbid waves empty the hidden jade flute. 10 years of wind and frost sharpen the sword's edge, a heart full of courage given to the fishermen and woodcutters. The cloud terrace does not see the Keelan's horn, yet the wilderness breeds proud steeds. When the wind and thunder rise from the ground, rewrite the history of the former dynasty. What a, rewrite the history of the former dynasty. You dare to contemplate things like confiscating property and exterminating families. Men, take him away. Woo-woo, Li Fan was quickly apprehended. Not only him, but even his aunt was implicated. The constables showed no regard for her being a woman and were equally rough. Woo-woo-woo. Meeting again in such a situation, the nephew and aunt, Li Fan seemed to have 1,000 words to say. Yet, he could only make whimpering sounds. Bai So you seemed to be crying uncontrollably out of fear, trembling all over. Soon, the two were separated and imprisoned. The verdict was also quickly handed down: intentional treason, an unforgivable crime. Sentenced to death row, to be executed after the autumn harvest. Upon hearing the verdict, Li Fan immediately went limp. He shrieked like a madman, declaring his innocence. After taking a few blows, he could no longer make any sound. He was forcibly dragged into the death row. Having completely lost hope of survival, Li Fan's expression was dim, and he sat limply on the ground, waiting to die. You don't look like a heinous person, why were you locked up here? Half a month later, one night, a faint voice came from the next cell. Li Fan was startled by the sound. Looking in the direction of the voice, he saw a being that was only skin and bones, like a skeleton. He was so frightened that he lost his voice and repeatedly backed away. So timid, it seems you were framed. The voice sneered. Perhaps this sentence resonated with Li Fan's heart. After a long time, Li Fan mustered up his courage and approached the other party again. He truthfully recounted the injustice he had suffered. I swear to God, I absolutely did not write this rebellious poem. Li Fan said through clenched teeth. Have you offended anyone in your daily life? Li Fan looked bewildered. I stay at home all day, never stepping out. How could I offend anyone? Suddenly, Li Fan seemed to remember his aunt's unusual behavior earlier and trembled violently. Could it be? So he quickly told the story of the village chief coveting his family's land. Quote. A mere village chief has such means. The other side was half believing, half doubting. It's definitely him. I heard the village chief's son is also quite literary. This rebellious poem must have been written by him. Li Fan said fiercely. The next cell fell into a strange silence. In the darkness, only Li Fan's curses continued to sound. A few days later, for no reason, Li Fan suddenly burst into tears. A man of integrity, death is death. Crying and weeping, what kind of appearance is that? The voice next door reprimanded in a low voice. These past few days, I've finally understood. My life is worthless, being beheaded is fine. It's just that my aunt is pitiful, implicated by me. At her age, she still has to suffer such hardship. I lost my parents when I was young. It was my aunt who worked tirelessly to raise me. Although there is no blood relation, I have long regarded her as my mother. Li Fan was heartbroken, wailing incessantly. He only stopped when he completely lost his strength. Late that night, a low murmur came from the next cell again. Filial piety is the foremost of all virtues. To have such feelings for your aunt, you are not entirely useless. Li Fan lay limp on the ground, seemingly not hearing. However, he suddenly rose up in horror. Because in the darkness, it seemed as if a viscous, damp snake was coiling around him. What is this? Silence, it's me. Li Fan looked closely and saw that what was coiled around his leg, though shaped like a long python, had a human head. Is it a ghost? Am I dead? Li Fan was startled and quickly touched his neck, thinking he had been beheaded and was seeing a ghost. The long python's head was almost angered to laughter. It exerted a slight force, constricting Li Fan and stopping his suspicious actions. This is the 100 changes of the roaming dragon technique. What ghosts and gods? Senior, who exactly are you? After a long time, Li Fan slowly accepted the seemingly terrifying existence and asked cautiously. You don't need to know my name. You just need to know that I can save you from death. Is that true? Li Fan's voice suddenly became a little louder, but he quickly noticed and lowered his voice again. No, if you had such ability, you would have gotten out long ago. Why would you have been trapped here all this time? The other party sneered. I just didn't want to go out. I'm used to living here. The outside world is not as comfortable as here. Stop talking nonsense, are you going to learn or not? After today, maybe I'll change my mind tomorrow. If it weren't for your filial piety. Li Fan did not immediately agree, but was quite hesitant. Once I escape, I'm afraid I'll be completely branded as a rebel, and I'll never be able to clear my name in this life. If you die, you won't be able to clear your name even more. Moreover, your aunt is old, and I'm afraid she won't last many days in this prison. She might not even make it to the execution. The other side scoffed. Li Fan's expression changed. Okay, I'll learn. 7 days later. How can you be so useless? Such a simple technique, and you just can't learn it. 30 days later. Finally, you've gotten the hang of it. It's still because I passed all my internal energy to you. Alas, I didn't expect to find such a useless disciple. 103 days later, there were only 7 days left until the execution. Li Fan was finally able to completely transform into a roaming dragon and escape from the death row. Before leaving, he paid a deep tribute to his master, who had already turned into a skeleton and whose name he didn't even know. Then he quietly fled. The first thing Li Fan did after escaping was to search for his aunt's whereabouts. However, upon hearing the news, he was struck by lightning. It turned out that just 3 days before, his aunt had died of illness, unable to bear the harsh conditions in the prison. Impossible, impossible. Li Fan was like a madman until he saw his aunt's corpse with his own eyes. Only then did he believe it and completely froze. His tears flowed freely, filled with remorse. If I had learned faster, wouldn't I have been able to save Auntie? Why am I so dull-witted? I truly deserve to die. Li Fan was so heartbroken that he could barely breathe, just holding his aunt's body and wailing. Until his tears ran dry and his throat was hoarse. Only then did he slowly recover. With a heartbroken mood, Li Fan buried his aunt's body. Then, a blazing fire of revenge ignited in his eyes. Auntie, if you know in the underworld, watch me make them pay for you one by one. In the darkness, a fearsome, muscular dragon quickly moved across the ground. Carrying peerless divine power, Li Fan didn't take much effort to capture the county magistrate and the village chief's entire family. After some interrogation, it was indeed the village chief who coveted his family's land and maliciously framed him. At the same time, he bribed the county magistrate to quickly confirm the charges. Little Fan, spare me, little Fan, spare me. Uncle knows he was wrong. The village chief cried and begged for mercy incessantly. Because of the ghostly and unpredictable appearance Li Fan displayed, he was already scared to the point of defecating and urinating. Li Fan's eyes were wide with anger, showing no pity, only raging fury. It's easy to spare you. Give back my aunt's life. He slammed his palm down, smashing the village chief's head to pieces. Red and white matter splattered. Li Fan, who had killed for the first time, was still enraged and proceeded to slaughter all the sinners present. The village chief was one thing, but the county magistrate was an official appointed by the court. In a fit of rage, Li Fan killing the county magistrate was no different from being a rebel. Since that's the case, then let's rebel. With surging emotions, Li Fan used the blood on the ground as ink and wrote his rebellious poem on the wall with sweeping strokes. Today, the wind and thunder rise from the ground, then rewrite the history of the former dynasty. Then he signed off. The killer is Li Fan. Without looking back, he flicked his sleeves and left. In the Great Zan dynasty, it was common for the common people to be oppressed by officials. However, the world had been peaceful for a long time. The common people would not revolt unless they could no longer survive. Li Fan led the people to rise up, but there were few who responded. The government quickly sent troops to suppress them. Li Fan, relying on his 100 changes of the roaming dragon technique, repeatedly repelled the government soldiers. Then he occupied a mountain and became a king, raising the banner of, acting on behalf of heaven, recruiting talents, accumulating grain, and waiting for the right opportunity. In the following years, there was a severe drought and locust plague in the Jiangnan region. Starvation was rampant, and the people were destitute. Li Fan seized the opportunity and ignited the fire of the uprising. This time, there were many responders throughout Great Zan. 10 years later, Li Fan finally led his forces into Xuanjing. Overthrowing the old dynasty, he donned the yellow robe and ruled the world. I wish to posthumously confer the title of Empress Dowager upon Auntie. What do you ministers think? One day, in the imperial court, Li Fan suddenly asked this question. The officials looked at each other. However, there were those who knew Li Fan's story, so they spoke decisively. This minister believes this action is very good. Everyone knows that His Majesty was parentless in his early years and was entirely raised by his aunt. Nurturing him in his youth, her kindness is like that of a loving mother. After speaking for a while, most of the officials were stunned. And seeing Li Fan's very satisfied expression, everyone regretted it immensely. Finally, Li Fan posthumously conferred the title of Empress Dowager Zhaohui Sisheng upon Bai Soyu, reporting to the ancestors with the grand ceremony of Tai Lao. She was granted a gold sea and jade seal, and the officials performed the four-bow ceremony. Li Fan personally composed the poem of remembering mother's loving care, built a platform outside Xuanjing, and burned the memorial to inform heaven. He also ordered the construction of a magnificent tomb and moved Bai Soyu's remains. Li Fan reigned for over 70 years, until he died at the age of 100. He ruled with a laissez-faire approach, with light taxes and corvée labor, and the people all remembered his benevolent policies. On the day of his death, the entire country wailed. Li Fan's imperial tomb was right next to Bai Soyu's tomb. At this moment, a figure quietly emerged, floating in the sky, looking at the two imperial tombs below. It was Bai Soyu, Venerable. Her expression was complex, and at the same time, it was as if she had completely fulfilled some wish. Her eyes gradually became firm. 1665. Induced transcendence. Li Fan is a good child. From that moment on, Bai Shuyu had no more doubts. Now that this point had been verified, Bai Shuyu, both emotionally and rationally, should help him as much as possible. It's not about being fixated on each lifetime, perhaps we should first find the optimal solution. Either, I walk far enough, reaching the realm of the nameless, transcendence, or even further. With my protection, even if Venerable is just a mortal, he doesn't need to worry about the annihilation tribulation. Or, I find him a cultivation path that suits him. But, thinking of this, Bai Shuyu couldn't help but shake her head slightly. Venerable's cultivation aptitude is really too poor. Even with my secret help, he still learns even the most basic methods like the 100 transformations swimming dragon skill with such difficulty. Relying on himself alone to achieve success in cultivation. Bai Shuyu didn't hold much hope for this. Although Li Fan had already passed away in this life, Bai Shuyu still had to continue on, to complete the path of transcendence that she failed to achieve last time. Although Chengdao deceived me, sitting in the core of the Dao network does indeed provide a cultivation speed that cannot be compared to ordinary circumstances. There are both advantages and disadvantages. But, the most important thing is to find a way to break the situation. Within the Shuoxing Sea, resources are limited. Not enough to support my path to immortality. Perhaps the opportunity lies hidden in the Guangwu Star Sea. However, in just over 900 years, the Guangwu Star Sea will undergo a change. Dao annihilation will descend, swallowing everything. Quote. The time left for me is running out. Thinking this, Bai Shuyu used restrictions to seal and hide Li Fan in her own tomb, and then broke through the void to leave the Great Zan small world. After that, it was a mechanical repetition of operations. Cultivating, restoring a certain realm, finding the boundless wall, conspiring for the great Tao of infinity. Before preparing to leave the Xuanwang realm and go to the Shuoxing Sea, Bai Shuyu didn't forget to set up multiple layers of restrictions again, completely sealing off the Great Zan small world. To prevent cultivators from accidentally entering again and disturbing the peace of Li Fan's departed soul. Since you value it so much, why not just carry this small world with you? The boundless wall, who had been watching Bai Shuyu's actions, said in a muffled voice. Bai Shuyu paused slightly, thinking seriously for a long time. In the end, she shook her head and denied it. She thought of the scene when the Tao Annihilation Tribulation descended in the previous life, and the Dark Star Sea still existed after the Shuoxing and Guangwu regions were swallowed by Tao Annihilation. Venerable will be more stable here, Bai Shuyu said softly. The Boundless Wall was a little puzzled. You haven't left the Xuanwang realm, how do you know what the outside world is like now? Bai Shuyu smiled without answering. When traversing the high wall, after Bai Shuyu's reminder, the Boundless Wall discovered the hidden Lan Ke Dao field. Entering the main control of the Dao field, seeing the countless grid star seas densely covering the huge ring wall, Bai Shuyu couldn't help but be stunned. So, the starry sky I am in is just an insignificant one of them. Moreover, Bai Shuyu also sensed the familiar aura of the illusory Chengdao within it. It seems that Chengdao should also be from within the high wall. Seeing a familiar mountain and sea world among them, Bai Shuyu said thoughtfully. Because she didn't completely scavenge all the secrets of the Xuanwang realm like Li Fan, Bai Shuyu lacked some understanding of the Lan Ke Dao field. But no matter what past secrets, they are ultimately unimportant. The Boundless Wall couldn't pry into all the secrets within the Lan Ke Dao field, and Bai Shuyu didn't intend to delve into it. After bowing remotely to the few illusory figures standing in the Dao field, Bai Shuyu flew away and entered the Shuoxing Sea Dao network. Repeating the story, replacing Chengdao, sitting in the core of the Dao network. Capturing immortals and comprehending the Dao, promoting the growth of the Shuoxing Sea civilization. With the experience of the previous life's millennium, Bai Shuyu showed amazing control over the Dao network. Avoiding many unnecessary detours, it only took 100 years to completely clear out the remaining true immortals in the Shuoxing Sea. After another 50 years, the immortal hunting departments, after rapid development, basically returned to their peak level of the previous life. At this time, the Guangwu Star Sea sent stargazers again to make contact. Bai Shuyu did not refuse this time. In the core space of the Dao network, everyone was arranged in a circle. Among them were both nameless true immortals such as Chaos, Tongsheng, and Shanhua, as well as mortals such as Bai Shuyu and Nangong Fusheng. A certain inexplicable fluctuation descended, and a black cat, originally sleeping in the field, suddenly opened its eyes. The black cat nodded and bowed to everyone one by one, and then looked at the person in charge, Bai Shuyu. The Guangwu Star Sea had heard about the drastic changes that had occurred in the Shuoxing Sea in the past 100 years. They held a curious and cautious attitude towards Bai Shuyu, this mysterious and unpredictable mortal with an unknown origin. The original crude plan of diverting the disaster to the east was also changed because of this. I am here on behalf of the Guangwu Star Sea to seek cooperation. Cooperation? Cooperate on what? Facing the questions from the people of the Shuoxing Sea, the stargazer directly and honestly said, Dao annihilation is restless and there is a risk of rampant destruction. Guangwu and Shuoxing Sea are adjacent. When the nest is overturned, will the eggs remain intact? Only by jointly responding to this calamity can we have the hope of surviving. Next, the stargazer told the story of how the Guangwu Star Sea used the ferrying immortal coffin as bait to fish for Dao annihilation. So, you are saying that the more times you fished, the more attention you attracted from a powerful existence within Dao annihilation. That's why you brought about the Dao annihilation tribulation. The people of the Shuoxing Sea were all furious upon hearing this. The trouble was caused by you, but you want to drag us along to bear it together. What is the logic? If you don't court death, you won't die. It was precisely Tianluo Emperor's messing around back then that led to the descent of the Dao annihilation tribulation. You are repeating the same mistakes. The scene was in chaos. Only Bai Shuyu, who had already known in advance that Dao annihilation was about to descend, was not flustered. She coughed lightly, and after everyone quieted down, she asked, although our two star seas are adjacent, they are still separated by Dao annihilation. How can we cooperate? Originally, they thought it would take some effort to persuade her, but they didn't expect Bai Shuyu to accept it so quickly. The stargazer quickly said, we have accumulated relatively rich experience in dealing with Dao annihilation over many years of fishing. Although we cannot do what the transcendent experts can do, crossing without worry, we should still be able to barely manage to travel back and forth between the two star seas. After all, within the realm of possibility, the erosion of Dao annihilation is far less turbulent than within the mountains and seas. However, the immortals have an instinctive fear of Tao annihilation, and without concrete evidence, they will not easily believe it. The stargazer had expected this, and solemnly said, "If you allow it, we will personally pay a visit soon." The expressions of the Shuo Xingxi people all shook. After a moment of silence, Bai Shuyu finally spoke, "Then, I will be here to welcome your esteemed presence." The Guangwu immortals acted quickly. A month and a half later, Bai Shuyu noticed the rising waves outside the Dao network. The movement was naturally not comparable to the world-destroying Dao annihilation tribulation, at most it was just ripples on the water. But it was indeed coming from the direction of the void of Dao annihilation. Under the gaze of all, a dilapidated wooden boat swayed and crossed the annihilation of Dao. Breaking through the air, from this small wooden boat, Bai Shuyu sensed the auras of at least 20 true immortals and one nameless. Just an envoy has such a scale. It seems that the overall strength of the Guangwu Star Sea is even greater than I imagined. But Bai Shuyu was not afraid. She calmly welcomed the wooden boat into the Dao net. The newest novels are first published on 6_9_Shu_Ba. On the other hand, the immortals of the Shuo Star Sea and a group of immortal hunters tensed up. This was probably the first formal contact between the two star seas after the lower realm was separated by the annihilation of Dao. The Guangwu Star Sea also presented a meeting gift. Dao sword, Dao saber. When the two light spheres appeared, everyone in the Shuo Star Sea was shocked by the powerful power of these magical treasures. The condensed remnants of an entire possibility, is this what you fished up from the annihilation of Dao? Chaos stared intently at the flickering illusory images of the saber and sword in the field, and asked somewhat greedily. The leader of the Guangwu envoy, a nameless who cultivated the great Tao of open black lens bracket myriad victories close black lens bracket, nodded, "In fact, this is just a trivial piece among our many years of harvest." He didn't care at all that a single sentence exposed the depth of his wealth. Myriad victories even took the initiative to reveal more. Everyone should be able to imagine that anything that can survive in the annihilation of Tao must be extraordinary. I can almost say that any one of these treasures has power no weaker than that of a nameless true immortal. The words of myriad victories made the people of Shuo Star Sea feel even more incredible. But the other party's expression did not seem to be false. Especially since they directly presented such a powerful magic weapon as a meeting gift, which added a bit more credibility. Fishing the annihilation of Dao. Therefore, the expressions of the people of Shuo Star Sea changed subtly. Everything has advantages and disadvantages. We are not blinded by profit, but fishing the annihilation of Tao is really more beneficial than harmful. Of course, the emergence of dangerous disturbances now is also an unexpected event. But as long as we survive this calamity, we may be able to find a way to open black lens bracket transcendence close black lens bracket. Myriad victories deliberately emphasize the word, transcendence, causing the people of Shuo Star Sea to look sideways. Transcendence. They knew nothing about the specific situation of the Guangwu Star Sea, and could only let myriad victories speak. To be honest, among all the fishing harvests, the most valuable is a shed exuvie of transcendence. In the exuvie, the true meaning of transcendence is still well preserved. As he spoke, myriad victories waved his hand and showed everyone an image of a lone sail crossing mountains and seas. The true meaning of transcendence is not something we can fathom. Just deciphering its appearance has caused us heavy losses. Therefore, this exuvie of transcendence has been shelved. Looking at the rising and falling, uncontrollable greed in the eyes of the immortals of the Shuo Star Sea, myriad victories smiled slightly. If we can overcome this calamity together, we are willing to invite you all to jointly comprehend the true meaning of transcendence. As soon as these words came out, it was truly like a thunderbolt. The immortals of the Shuo Star Sea looked at each other, and almost instantly, they had already unified their decision. In any case, the arrival of the annihilation of Dao calamity was a foregone conclusion. The Guangwu Star Sea was extraordinary in strength, and if they joined forces, the chances of winning would be even greater. What's more, now the other party even took out the treasured true meaning of transcendence as a reward. There was no reason to refuse. Bai Shuyu was one of the few in the field who still maintained absolute sobriety. She was very clear about the preciousness of the exuvie of transcendence. However, the Guangwu Star Sea was willing to share such treasures. It was already enough to show how great the trouble they had caused was. Thinking of the terrifying annihilation of Dao cataclysm she saw at the end of her previous life, Bai Shuyu suddenly interrupted and asked, "Cooperation, of course, is possible. But you should first tell the truth about the specific situation. Using transcendence as bait, I'm afraid this calamity is not as simple as you said. Bai Shuyu's cold voice made the Shuo Star Seas a little more sober. Myriad Victories also had a solemn expression. That's natural. In fact, we already have a clear understanding of this calamity. The one who caused the annihilation of Tao calamity is probably the exuvia of transcendence. The people of Shuo Star Sea were puzzled. Myriad Victories continued to explain. The annihilation of Tao seems to have its own consciousness. The more difficult it is to destroy, the more turbulent it becomes. This exuvia of transcendence has crossed the annihilation of Tao for tens of thousands of years without being damaged, and the degree of attention paid to it by the annihilation of Tao tide has already reached an extremely terrifying level. If it stays in the Star Sea for a long time, it will definitely trigger the erosion of the annihilation of Tao. It was precisely because we realized this that we put the exuvia of transcendence back into the annihilation of Tao. Wait, Chaos sharply interrupted Myriad Victories' words. You just let go of such a treasure. Myriad Victories smiled wryly. Of course, we didn't completely let it go, but like a fairy coffin bait, we kept it close and far away to attract the drifting treasures in the annihilation of Tao. The exuvia of transcendence is drifting outside. It should have attracted most of the annihilation of Tao's attention. But for some reason, Myriad Victories' expression was a little dignified. Recently, the impact of the annihilation of Tao on our possibility has gradually increased. We speculate that it is very likely that the annihilation of Tao has discovered the connection between us and the exuvia of transcendence. The immortals of the Shuo Star Sea couldn't help but look at each other upon hearing this. They never expected that the annihilation of Tao would think like a living being, and even seem to possess wisdom. In that case, as long as we give up the exuvia of transcendence and let it drift into the depths of the mountains and seas, the calamity will be lifted. Among the crowd, only Bai Shuyu quickly pointed out the key. Myriad Victories was speechless, and could only nod helplessly. But obviously, you will not easily give up the exuvia of transcendence. Wanting both, haha, Bai Shuyu finally knew the specific reason for the destruction of the Guangwu Star Sea in her previous life. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Myriad Victories' face, but he quickly returned to normal. The exuvia of transcendence carries our hope of transcendence. Naturally, we will not give up so easily. But everyone, please rest assured, we have already researched a way to make the annihilation of Tao ignore us and the exuvia of transcendence. It's just. Myriad Victories paused, and then said in a low voice. In addition to the exuvia of transcendence, other fairy coffin baits have also been marked by the annihilation of Tao as targets. If we deal with pressure from multiple parties at the same time, it will be a bit difficult. Then just throw away the other fairy coffins. You won't be reluctant to do that, right? Chaos said unhappily. Myriad Victories sighed. This is the most fundamental reason why we want to cooperate with you. The so-called fairy coffin baits are originally one body. If one is broken, all are broken. 1666. Inherit the Tao and exchange the remains. If we regard the erosion of Tao annihilation as a trial of strength, then we are the ones holding the fishing rods, and Tao annihilation is the unknown, ferocious beast beneath the water. The current situation is that the power coming from underwater is too great, and it is very likely that we will not be able to pull the rod, but instead be dragged into the water. Wan Sheng from the Star Sea of Light spoke with a serious expression. The remains of transcendence, and even other immortal coffins, are all part of this bait. We wouldn't value ordinary treasures so much, but these remains of transcendence. Wan Sheng sighed deeply. To be honest, according to our speculation, the number of transcendence remains drifting in the mountain and sea is extremely rare. We are already extremely fortunate to have salvaged one. If we release it this time, I am afraid there will be no chance to encounter a new one in the future. After these words, the Star Sea of Shuo also fell into silence. Putting themselves in their shoes, they probably wouldn't be able to give up so easily. Not to mention them, perhaps even the immortal emperors of the past, when the immortal realm was complete, would not easily let go if they controlled such treasures. We will never give up until we are at our wits' end. Over the years, we have been actively seeking countermeasures. And coming here to invite you all to cooperate is an important part of that. Bai Shuyu, who had been listening for a long time, finally spoke at this moment. Fellow Taoist, please don't keep us in suspense, tell us the details. Alright, I will make it short. The target locked by Tao annihilation is the bait that we have been constantly throwing into the mountain and sea for a long time. Immortal coffins and transcendence remains are all part of the bait. Although we are unwilling to abandon it now, we can eliminate some of the bait ourselves. If the locked target is lost, the pressure of Tao Annihilation's descent will also be reduced accordingly. After our calculations, we only need to reduce the existing amount of bait to 1/3 to be safe and sound. Wan Sheng's words were very clear, and everyone in the Star Sea of Shuo had already understood. The cooperation you are talking about is to use the power of the Tao net to destroy the bait. What can be used as bait and can float in Tao Annihilation is probably not easy to deal with, right? It's not just about borrowing your strength. In fact, the strength of our Star Sea of Light itself is enough to selectively cut out excess bait. More importantly, it is to borrow this treasured place for a while. Wan Sheng pointed to the surrounding, vibrant Star Sea of Shuo. Although most of what is sealed in the immortal coffins has lost all vitality, even the remains are not comparable to ordinary, nameless beings. If a fight breaks out, it will inevitably cause damage to the structure of the lower Star Sea itself. Once or twice, it can barely be supported. If there are more times, Wan Sheng said somewhat helplessly, therefore, we need to disperse the battle. The Star Sea of Shuo has the Tao net as support, so even if it is damaged, it will recover much faster than ordinary Star Seas. It is the most suitable place for combat. And we will never treat you badly. Not only the remains of transcendence, but also the exotic treasures such as Tao swords and Tao sabers that we have salvaged over the years, we can also provide 5 pieces as a reward. After explaining the details of the cooperation, Wan Sheng also promised a generous reward. Even though the reward was indeed tempting, the immortals of the Star Sea of Shuo did not lose their minds and directly agreed on the spot. Bai Shuyu said, "This matter is of great importance, we need to carefully discuss it before giving a reply. We eagerly await your decision." Wan Sheng nodded, steered the wooden boat, swayed and crossed, disappearing from everyone's sight. Crossing Tao Annihilation, this kind of ability is truly enviable. If we also mastered this kind of divine power, we would not be trapped in a corner of Shuo Star. The expressions of the immortals of the Star Sea of Shuo were different. Reaching the nameless realm, it would be a lie to say that they have no yearning for transcendence. Bai Shuyu had already seen the immortals' excitement. She calmly reminded, "In my opinion, what the Star Sea of Light said may still contain inaccuracies. Of course, we have not yet agreed to cooperate, so it is normal for them to conceal something. What I am worried about is that the strength gap between Shuo Star and Star Sea of Light is too great. In the past, the isolation of Tao Annihilation was fine, but if there is a habitual exchange, opening the door to invite thieves, inviting wolves into the house. Judging from the fact that the Star Sea of Light can casually take out treasures like Tao swords and Tao sabers, their strength is undoubtedly far superior to that of the Star Sea of Shuo." Everyone who deeply recognized this point did not speak out against it. Moreover, fighting against immortal coffins and remains is also extremely dangerous. Some of you present will inevitably be injured. On the other hand, if we refuse to cooperate, although we lose the opportunity to touch the remains of transcendence, we also avoid great risks. Even if Tao Annihilation approaches, as long as all parties in our Star Sea of Shuo cooperate sincerely, we may not be able to build a wooden boat to cross Tao Annihilation. Bai Shuyu thought of the scene where the core area of the Tao net survived the doomsday catastrophe in her previous life, and couldn't help but say so. With the experience accumulated in her previous life, she has the confidence to amplify the overall Tao net to a level sufficient to resist that level of Tao Annihilation before the catastrophe arrives. Therefore, deep down, Bai Shuyu is unwilling to participate in the affairs of the Star Sea of Light. Even with the temptation of transcendence remains. However, she did not engage in autocracy, but analyzed the pros and cons in detail before letting everyone vote to decide. In the end, she still failed to stop the greed in the hearts of the immortals. The vast majority chose to agree to cooperate with the Star Sea of Light to jointly resist Tao Annihilation. So be it, it's good to see it for myself. Bai Shuyu didn't care, anyway, even if she failed, she should still be able to be reborn. After the opinions were unified, they quickly contacted the Star Sea of Light again. The exchange and cooperation between the two sides progressed very quickly. When the Star Sea of Light sent people for the second time, the formation was even greater. The tool for crossing was no longer a wooden boat, but the remains of a huge, ferocious beast. It was impossible to tell what the ferocious beast looked like when it was alive, and its flesh and blood had almost been completely eroded, with 2/3 of it being white bones. However, the remaining 1/3 of flesh and blood was enough to serve as a temporary shelter against Tao Annihilation. After the remains of the alien beast arrived, 100 true immortals and 4 nameless ones emerged one after another. Such a huge lineup immediately made the star sea of Shuo feel tremendous pressure, and their spirits instantly tensed. If it weren't for the fact that the other party was talking and laughing and had no malicious intent, they would almost have thought that the star sea of light had come to attack directly this time. Be careful of others, Bai Shuyu instructed. The myriad immortals formation had been activated, and the Dao net was operating at maximum power, in a state of maximum readiness. The star sea of Shuo and the star sea of light began their first formal talks. Although it had already been decided to cooperate, it was naturally impossible to agree so easily on the surface. At the very least, the matter of remuneration still had to be carefully discussed. After seeing the generosity of the star sea of light, the people of the star sea of Shuo decisively chose to increase the price. They originally thought that their appetite was already big enough, but when Bai Shuyu spoke, everyone couldn't help but be startled. These are all trivial matters. I think, whether there is one more or one less immortal treasure, it doesn't really matter to you. As long as you can survive this calamity, you can continuously fish up treasures from the Dao Annihilation. We, the Shuo Xingxi, need the method to fish the Dao Annihilation. As soon as this was said, Yuan Shu, the leader of the Guangwu Star Sea this time, changed his expression slightly. Just as he was about to refuse, Bai Shuyu directly displayed the powerful image of the Dao net. Revealing her cards, she said, "Our cooperation this time is taking a full, unnecessary risk. With the Dao net as a boat, we can completely sit on the sidelines." Yuan Shu carefully examined the Dao net, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. But he didn't budge, sneering, "This Dao Annihilation calamity is different from the past. It may not be weaker than the destruction of the immortal realm back then. I really don't know where your confidence comes from. Even if the power of Dao Annihilation is the same as back then, we can safely overcome this calamity," Bai Shuyu said decisively. The rest of the Shuo Xingxi people were all secretly surprised. When did the Dao net become so powerful? If you don't believe me, fellow Taoist, then watch. Saying that, Bai Shuyu clapped her hands. Outside the Shuo Xingxi, in the dark void, it seemed that a real Dao Annihilation was coming. Yuan Shu's expression suddenly changed, and then he reacted, "It's not a real Dao Annihilation. But using the Dao net's own power to simulate the pressure it would bear when the Dao Annihilation descends." As if the scene of the Dao Annihilation descending in the previous life was reappearing, the center of the Dao net, with thousands of Dao strings twisting, almost collapsed. But with the appearance of the myriad immortals formation and the great Dao embodiment group, the Dao net finally safely withstood such terrifying pressure. Bai Shuyu didn't hold back in the simulation, weakening the pressure value that the Dao net needed to bear. The reason why the Dao net was able to withstand it this time was thanks to the Dao sword and Dao blade sent by the Guangwu Star Sea before. This one strange treasure alone can surpass the effect of 2 or 3 nameless sky-supporting pillars. With the Dao-bearing phantom method from the Shouchu inheritance, Shuo Xingxi's level in resisting Dao annihilation is far superior to Guangwu's. Although Guangwu Star Sea carries many strange treasures, they only exert the power of the treasures themselves at most. It is difficult to use these treasures to resist the Dao annihilation disaster. "How is it?" Bai Shuyu said lightly, ending the acting. Yuan Shu was at the nameless realm, and his eyesight was naturally good. He saw the difference between Shuo Xingxi and his own. "It's not impossible for you to want the method of fishing the Dao annihilation." He pretended to ponder for a while, and then revealed his true intentions, "But you need this Dao-bearing method in exchange." Bai Shuyu's expression slowly cooled down. "Absolutely not. No need to mention it again, farewell." Unexpectedly, without saying a word, she directly drove the Guangwu Star Sea people out. This sudden change made both parties a little caught off guard. Hun Dun was anxiously busy, speaking out to persuade. The rest of the immortals also had extremely regretful expressions, advising in various ways, seeing if there was room for change. Bai Shuyu just smiled slightly, "Who said I really wanted to reject them? It's just asking for more benefits. Don't worry, they will definitely come again." Bai Shuyu's acting skills deceived even her own people. While everyone was relieved, they couldn't help but secretly sigh, a woman's heart is truly unfathomable. And the Guangwu Star Sea sighed, just as Bai Shuyu expected. They had no intention of giving up cooperation at all. They even contacted more frequently. The bottom line was lowered again and again. In reality, the Void Shadow Dao bearing method was too important to the Guangwu Star Sea. If they could master this divine power method, relying on their accumulation over the years, from then on, they could build high dikes and ignore the danger of Tao annihilation invasion. In fact, if Bai Shuyu had not already demonstrated the Tao net's pressure-bearing ability in the previous acting, and also worried that if the two sides fought to the point of white-hot, Shuo Xingxi would break the net and the void shadow Tao-bearing method would be lost, Guangwu Star Sea would have sent out all their elites to attack. Now, although the price to be paid is a bit higher, but at least it is still acceptable. In the end, after several negotiations between the two parties, Guangwu Star Sea and Shuo Xingxi finally reached a cooperation agreement. The number of fishing immortal treasures that Guangwu Star Sea needs to pay, whose power is no less than Tao Sword and Tao Blade, has soared from 5 to 13. And it does not include observing the transcendent remains after success. Shuo Xingxi needs to help eliminate the fishing immortal bait, and provide the Tao net area as the battlefield. And that void shadow Tao-bearing method. The result can be described as a win-win situation. Time is of the essence. We have observed that the wind and wave pressure of the Tao annihilation has been increasing recently. The first immortal bait will be sent in 3 years. Please be prepared. At that time, we will send 50 true immortals and 2 nameless to assist in the exhibition. Bai Shuyu nodded in agreement. The Guangwu Star Sea envoy hurriedly left. The many immortal treasures they left behind, after careful scanning by the Tao net to determine that there were no hidden peeping methods, were all placed within the Tao net by Bai Shuyu with the void shadow Tao-bearing method. Under normal circumstances, it can be used as a sky-supporting pillar. It can also be withdrawn for use at any time. This method is truly infinitely useful. Lord Shouchu is indeed an unparalleled genius. Not only did the Shuo Xingxi immortals marvel, but even Bai Shuyu herself, who had completed all of this, couldn't help but sigh. After more than 30 reincarnations, Bai Shuyu prided herself on her extremely strong aptitude. But compared to Lord Shouchu, she paled in comparison. Bai Shuyu secretly pondered. Guangwu Star Sea is willing to pay such a high price. The preciousness of this method is self-evident. When Chengdao passed it on to me, he didn't explicitly say whether it could be passed on again. If I tell Guangwu Star Sea, it might incur punishment. But it's just as well. No matter what method I use, I can't contact Chengdao anyway. Perhaps I can take this opportunity to lure him out again. Even though she had obtained a dozen or so fishing immortal treasures, and the Tao net's strength had been greatly enhanced, Bai Shuyu did not relax her vigilance, and ordered all departments of the Tao net to step up their cultivation. In addition to dealing with the immortal bait 3 years later, Bai Shuyu was also worried that Guangwu Star Sea would take advantage of the Tao net's weakness after the war to launch an attack. Therefore, she needed to make extra preparations. Apart from Fenner, no one in this world is truly trustworthy. Bai Shuyu secretly warned herself. Or, can I add it? Bai Shuyu looked again at the boundless wall, which was quietly lying under the black mountain and white water, comprehending the Tao and cultivating. Although the boundless wall was a bit slippery, judging from the contacts of the current reincarnation, it was generally reliable. Hungry, hungry. This great master wants to eat that. Just as Bai Shuyu was pondering, the weak and arrogant voice of the boundless wall faintly came from below. 1667. Shanghai Copper Ancient Green. Following the direction indicated by the immeasurable wall, they discovered it was pointing to one of the immortal fishing treasures sent by the light void Star Sea. Bai Shuyu said helplessly, "This isn't something you can eat." As she spoke, she roughly explained the current situation of the Shuo Star Sea. So, that light void Star Sea, they have many more delicious things like this. The immeasurable wall immediately became restless, and the black mountain white water suppressing it momentarily showed signs of ceasing its self-circulation. Bai Shuyu was quite surprised. "You've made a breakthrough." The immeasurable wall said smugly, "Of course. With this great lord's aptitude, after being suppressed for so long, how could I not gain anything? Of course, compared to Senior Chengdao, who truly transformed into a human, I'm still quite a bit lacking." The immeasurable wall spoke ambiguously, then shifted the topic back to the light void Star Sea. "You need to be careful. I have a feeling they're not good people. If you encounter disaster and can't win, don't force it, retreat first. Everything will wait until this great lord has completed his cultivation and awakens. By then, no matter what tricks these villains have, they will all be suppressed." HMPH, didn't expect it, did you? Originally, I was planning to rely on you to uplift me after your transcendence, but now it's the other way around. I'll be carrying you. Bai Shuyu wasn't annoyed upon hearing this. she just smiled and said, then let's see who can transcend first. With Senior Chengdao helping me comprehend the Tao, most of the reserves I've accumulated are useless to me. I'll give them to you for self-defense. I hope you can safely overcome this tribulation. As the immeasurable wall spoke, it spat out all sorts of items, including the eternal raincoat and other treasures, and handed them to Bai Shuyu. Remember, be careful of the light void star sea. The immeasurable wall reiterated. After that, the black mountain white water flowed again, and the immeasurable wall fell back into silence. Light void star sea. Bai Shuyu looked towards the other side of the star sea, her eyes narrowed slightly. It seems I need to make more preparations. Although she didn't know what the immeasurable wall sensed, Bai Shuyu chose to trust its judgment. Time flew by, and 3 years passed in a flash. On this day, over 100 true immortals and 2 nameless from the light void star sea, surrounded an immortal coffin covered in ancient bronze rust, and crossed over. Leading them was Yuan Shu, who was previously in charge of negotiations. After some pleasantries, under the watchful eyes of everyone, the coffin was opened to slaughter immortals. Although we don't know what exactly is buried in this ancient bronze coffin, the Tao annihilation ripples it caused in the mountain and sea are only second to that transcendent remains among all the immortal bait. Everyone, don't be careless. The Shuo Star Sea had asked for a high price during the negotiations, heavily shifting the pressure. The Shuo Star Sea immortals stared intently at the bronze immortal coffin, their expressions solemn. As the immortal coffin revealed a slight gap, the bronze rust clinging to the surface of the coffin seemed to come alive, making rustling sounds as it flowed into the immortal coffin. Mysterious, archaic chants came from within the immortal coffin. Everyone present who heard it instinctively felt a sense of sorrow and desolation. Careful, a true immortal from the light void star sea, perhaps because he was too engrossed in listening, was unknowingly contaminated by the dark green bronze rust that came from nowhere. In an instant, he transformed into a bronze statue. The places where his eyes were hollowed out by rust, revealing the deep darkness within the 2 cavities. It looked extremely horrifying. More importantly, after being transformed into a bronze statue, this true immortal also began to chant the mysterious and ancient melody. Like a virus, the bronze transformation spread rapidly. Ordinary true immortals were truly infected upon contact. They didn't have the slightest ability to resist. Only the nameless true immortals fared much better. Their mastery of a single Tao path provided a strong resistance to this foreign bronze transformation. But it was only limited to self-preservation. Even the dense Tao network couldn't completely stop the spread of the bronze rhythm. It could only slightly slow its spread. The mysterious song, as the ancient bronze coffin opened, gradually echoed throughout the Shuo Star Sea. Surrounding the immortal coffin, a continuous bronze army began to assemble. This bizarre scene caught both the light void and Shuo Star Sea somewhat off guard. Is this the power close to transcendence? What exactly is buried in that ancient bronze coffin? After the initial setback, they slowly reacted. Contracting the power of the Tao network, they formed a defense with the nameless, preventing the spread of the bronze transformation. The strange power of the bronze rhythm was completely outside their understanding of cultivation. They needed some time to analyze and respond. We can't take care of the entire Star Sea, that side, we can only abandon it, Bai Shuyu sighed. While she was speaking, the Shuo Star Sea had already been divided into 2 distinct halves. One was the Tao network that flickered with blue light from time to time, and opposite it was the immortal coffin surrounded by countless bronze armies. In the stalemate, perhaps because it had gathered enough power, the ancient bronze coffin underwent further changes. The dark green bronze rust on the immortal coffin completely disappeared. The coffin opened completely. With a clanging sound, a sacred and majestic bronze chariot slowly drove out of the immortal coffin. 8 ferocious ancient beasts of various shapes cleared the way, and what the chariot carried was not a person, but an extremely complex bronze ancient tree. Although it was only 100 zhang tall, it seemed to contain countless changes on it, making it difficult to see the true appearance of the ancient tree clearly. On the bronze ancient tree, each branch and leaf seemed to record the rise and fall of an ancient bronze dynasty. On the 100 zhang bronze tree, densely packed, the history it carried was extremely heavy. Zan Yu dances, wind and thunder split. Tortoise shells burst, a bloody sun descends. Hundreds of millions of transformed bronze armies chanted loudly in unison. In the sorrowful rhythm, the bronze ancient tree stimulated more past light and shadows. There were countless ancient bronze civilizations, each developed to the extreme of prosperity. But without exception, at the final moment, they were all destroyed by a terrible calamity. That earth-shattering scene was the Tao Annihilation Tribulation. The Bronze civilization had unimaginable tenacious vitality. Even under the threat of Tao annihilation, it could maintain a glimmer of life, transforming into the germ of inspiration for the next civilization. In countless cycles, the branches and leaves on the bronze ancient tree became more lush, and more bronze civilizations were born. But without exception, no one could truly escape the fate of being swallowed by Tao annihilation. In the endless cycle, they couldn't see the hope of victory. So the last king of the bronze civilization chose not to continue endlessly. Carrying all the traces of the bronze civilizations that had existed, they self-sealed and buried themselves in a coffin. Drifting in the Tao annihilation for countless years, it was finally fished ashore by the light void star sea. Awakening from the darkness, this is the will of the ancient sages. Today, I will commemorate my awakening with your blood. In the eyes of the bronze civilization, the immortals of the light void and Shuo star seas were naturally unadulterated aliens. There was not even a need for communication, and the great battle began directly. Although the individual strength of the bronze civilization army was relatively weak, but their numbers were virtually endless. From that bronze ancient tree, less than 100 jong tall, it seemed that beings who had once appeared in the mountains and seas could be summoned at any moment. And they did not exist in the true sense of life and death. Even after being defeated by Shuo Xinghai and other immortals, they would only transform into bronze rust, flowing into the bronze tree and recondensing into branches and leaves. Bai Shuyu and the others had considered blocking this endless cycle of transformation. However, the tenacity of this bronze power, which could still experience countless cycles of civilization amidst the annihilation of the Tao, far exceeded Bai Shuyu and the others' expectations. The effort required to completely obliterate it was 1,000 times greater than defeating them. Often, it took the combined effort of several nameless ones to completely dispel the bizarre power of bronzification. It was purely a thankless task. After a brief setback, Bai Shuyu's side decisively changed their strategy. They no longer forced the issue of erasing the bronze. Instead, they tried their best to eliminate the bronze army that was transformed, slowly weakening the power of the ancient bronze tree. Transforming the bronze army was not without cost for the ancient tree standing on the chariot. At the very least, after this war lasted for half a year, Bai Shuyu saw that its changes were significantly less. Although the bronze civilization was mysterious and extraordinary, Shuoxing and the Guangwu people had also survived the destruction of Tao annihilation with great difficulty. Their strength and foundation were not much weaker. The newest novels are first published on 69shu.com. Moreover, it could be considered a home battle. In the stalemate of the war, the ancient bronze tree underwent another change. Pieces of bronze leaves, along with the bronze tree trunk, withered and fell. Each fall transformed into a vague, gigantic figure. They seemed to be the kings of the bronze civilization that had existed in the past. Thousands stood side by side, charging towards the Tao net. Compared to the bronze army, the bronze ancient kings were obviously much more difficult to deal with. These bronze figures all possessed their own unique divine abilities. All were based on bronzification, deriving various bizarre changes and developments. Some were almost no different from the great Tao of this era. For example, a palm covered in green, those who were struck by it would have their bodies and souls instantly frozen, as if trapped in the past space-time. Another example was chanting golden inscriptions, countless twisted words, like densely packed insects biting the enemy. Those who were hit would have their own memories twisted. Clearly, they were from Shuo Xinghai's side, but instead, they helped the ancient bronze tree slaughter the immortals. Although the bronze kings were not comparable to the nameless ones, they were much stronger than true immortals. Now that they appeared together, Bai Shuyu's side was somewhat unable to resist. Even more crucial was that the 8 ferocious alien beasts pulling the ancient bronze tree had not made any movements from beginning to end. They were only coldly observing the battlefield. Please use the immortal treasures. After a discussion, everyone made a decision. A saber and a sword. 2 streaks of light suddenly appeared one after another. The illusory figures of the saber and sword covered the vast number of bronze phantoms. While destroying them, they also absorbed all the copper rust that they transformed into after being destroyed. The Tao sword and Tao saber were thus stained with copper green. However, their own power was not lost as a result, but instead, it added a bit of mysterious charm. The ancient bronze tree's army was instantly cleared, leaving only 100 or so kings surviving. The 8 ancient beasts, who had been observing the show all along, finally made a move. If the Dao sword and Dao saber were relics of other civilizations salvaged from Dao annihilation by Guangwu Xinghai, then these ancient beasts were the mountain and sea relics collected by the Bronze civilization. Compared to the Dao of the current era, these survivors from the ancient mountains and seas almost entirely relied on their own bodies to withstand Dao annihilation. Even with the blessing of the Dao net, the Immortals' divine abilities and spells falling on them seemed painless and itchy. Under the rampage of the ancient beasts, the Dao net almost broke as a result. Fortunately, in the past few years, under the guidance of Bai Shuyu, all departments of the Dao net had been preparing with overloaded training. Only then was it not suddenly destroyed. The Immortals could only mobilize more fishing immortal treasures to fight against them. The ancient civilization from the mountains and seas of the past, and the Star Sea civilization that survived in the lower realm, gradually fell into a stalemate on the battlefield. The Bronze civilization was not connected to the mountains and seas. It relied entirely on its own bizarre nature to constantly regenerate. And Guangwu and Shuo Xinghai had the infinite power of the mountains and seas as their reliance. The two sides exchanged blows, and in the end, the infinite mountains and seas were superior. On the ancient bronze tree, branches and leaves gradually withered. Slowly, only a bare pole remained. The last bronze king had a calm expression. He tightly grasped the bronze pole, and then actually stabbed it fiercely into his chest. The ancient bronze tree transformed into a simple and unadorned copper green, flowing from the wound on his chest, all into the body of the bronze king. It once again branched out and scattered leaves, manifesting a vibrant tree. It's just that, unlike the bronze tree that carried the past, this one on the last bronze king represents abandonment and rebirth. The face of the bronze king gradually became clearer. And all the other bronze transformations on the battlefield seemed to have lost their source of power, slowly dissipating directly. All the kings and ancient beasts were like this. The enormous pressure that the Xinghai Immortals were under instantly disappeared. But Bai Shuyu and the others were surprised rather than happy. They stared at the last bronze king in front of them, who seemed to be undergoing an earth-shattering transformation, and a bad premonition arose in their hearts. Not good. This is a sign of enlightenment and transcendence. Yuan Shu was the first to react, screaming, "If this ghost thing really transcends, we will all die." The Immortals were shocked when they heard this. Understanding the seriousness of the matter, they no longer dared to hide anything, and used all their hidden divine abilities, spells, and treasures. They smashed towards the last bronze king. Bai Shuyu originally also wanted to instinctively activate the Dao net to its maximum power. But suddenly, she thought of the reminder from the boundless wall earlier. So, her heart stirred, and she still held back. She did not activate the prepared methods. Abandoning the past glory and memories, integrating all the memories of the bronze civilization into itself. The last bronze king was only one step away from transcendence. Even Dao annihilation outside of Shuo Xinghai faintly sensed it. The waves surged and gradually stirred. Although the Immortals tried their best to stop it, they could not hurt him in the slightest. Seeing the ancient tree patterns on the bronze king becoming more and more luxuriant, they seemed to be really witnessing the birth of a new transcendent powerhouse. The Immortals couldn't help but show despair. Instinctively, some people had already begun to think of ways to escape. At this final juncture, Guangwu Xinghai Yuan Shu gritted his teeth and threw a seemingly ordinary bead towards the bronze king. Brilliance bloomed, and countless light and shadows burst out. It was the Dao Chronicle projection bead. Recommend a book, it's very exciting. Even those who don't understand Go can enjoy it very much. Go. My grandpa is a 9-crown king. Fallen genius times abstract chess soul. Interdimensional 9-crown king Go teaching, hilarious counterattack subverts the chess world, giving the Go world a little eye shock. 1668. Su Yu finally transcends. The last bronze king was an amalgamation of all the ancient bronze civilizations across the mountains and seas of the past. The Dao Epic Projection Pearl, on the other hand, was a replica of all the supernatural powers, techniques, and moves that had ever existed from nothingness, a possibility brought into being. A needle against an all, evenly matched. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Infinite light and heat erupted in the Shuo Star Sea at the moment of collision. Even those who were merely affected, and not directly involved in the collision as a primary entity. Guangwu and the remaining people of the Shuo Star Sea were horrified. Everyone, work together to get through this wave. Bai Shuyu roared. The eternal rain cape was quietly draped over her shoulders. Deep within the core of the Tao net, beneath the black mountain and white waters suppressing the immeasurable wall, Bai Shuyu leapt up, somersaulting out. Unlike the true immortals who had already begun to flee, the remaining parts of the Tao net remained steadfast in their positions, cooperating with Bai Shuyu's command. Tao net, empower me. Bai Shuyu murmured. As if an extension of her own limbs, the Shuo Star Sea Tao net contracted again, becoming smaller and smaller. Finally, it transformed into a light gauze shimmering with a faint, dreamlike luster, falling upon Bai Shuyu's body. Bai Shuyu did not break the restrictions left by Cheng Dao to leave the core of the Tao net. Instead, she turned the Tao net inside out and wore it on her body. Using this method, she appeared in the Star Sea. Even after thousands of years of Tao comprehension, her current strength was still insufficient to support the entire Tao net, even though the Tao net had been damaged in the Great Battle. However, the Great Tao Embodiment Department, led by Nangong Fusheng, shared the vast majority of the pressure for her. And every person in the myriad immortals formation was like her arm, assisting her in manipulating the Tao net with unparalleled precision. Is this the feeling of a true powerhouse? At this moment, Bai Shuyu had brought the full power of the Tao net upon herself, exceeding the upper limit of ordinary nameless true immortals and faintly touching the threshold of transcendence. When personally experiencing such a realm, everything she touched, thought, felt, and saw was vastly different from before. Coupled with Bai Shuyu's heaven-defying talent, almost every moment, the insights in her mind surged like an endless storm. While comprehending the Tao, Bai Shuyu was also doing her best to resist the impact of the Tao epic projection and the last Bronze King's collision. It was like facing two peerless masters joining forces. Under this immense pressure, Bai Shuyu was frantically converting her insights into real power every minute and every second. Being on the verge of life and death at any time, it was theoretically impossible to remain so calm. But Bai Shuyu had the ability to reincarnate and be reborn continuously. Faced with the threat of death, she was calm from beginning to end. When those true immortals who tried to escape were annihilated in the impact, when the nameless ones in the Tao net hysterically contributed their energy under the pressure of death, when Guangwu's Star Sea Yuanshu was distracted by the massive collision of the Tao epic projection pearl and the Bronze King's power, Bai Shuyu simply observed silently and without any distractions, doing her best to resolve the impending impact. The projections from time and space seemed endless. The Bronze civilization had also once filled the mountains and seas. Time seemed to lose its meaning in the face of this violent collision and explosion. But the infinite light finally began to dim. The entire Shuo Star Sea had been almost completely destroyed. The Tao annihilation tide took advantage of the void and devoured it. Only the high wall and the Tao net remained standing. Under the protection of the guardian Mount Phantom, the high wall, though impacted, still maintained relative integrity. However, it had obviously suffered considerable damage, and the Tao annihilation seemed to have discovered some flaws, excitedly surrounding and attacking it. And under Bai Shuyu's control, although the Tao net had been damaged by 80%, it had ultimately survived this calamity. Moreover, a mysterious power of creation emerged from the core source of the Tao net, rapidly repairing the broken Tao strings. The true immortals and nameless true immortals who supported the Tao net but unfortunately sacrificed themselves in the previous calamity seemed to be resurrected. Their Tao paths reappeared. But if one looked along the direction of the reappearing Tao strings, one would find that all these newborn Tao strings came from the same place. Bai Shuyu. Compared to her before the collision between the Tao epic projection and the Bronze King, she was already a completely different person. In that time that seemed like an instant and yet like an eternity, Bai Shuyu meticulously manipulated and maintained the survival of the Tao net, while also reflecting all the changes that occurred around her in her eyes. The changes in the true immortal Tao paths, the supernatural powers recorded in the Tao epic projection, the ancient anecdotes of the Bronze civilization. Even the annihilation of possibilities, the inch-by-inch ripples of Tao annihilation. What was a calamity like the end of the world for others was a perfect opportunity for Bai Shuyu to comprehend the Tao. The terrifying spirituality accumulated over 30 lifetimes was brought into full play in this scene. The Tao paths of those true immortals who had fallen in the collision calamity had been completely mastered by her, so she could easily reappear them. The Tao net lost 80%. Compared to the Shuo Star Sea, the Guangwu Star Sea suffered even greater losses. Of the 100 or so true immortals, only 13 survived. One of the two nameless leaders also fell. However, the supernatural powers they displayed in their final moments of struggle turned into resources for Bai Shuyu to comprehend the Tao. In a sense, I can be considered to have achieved the path of slaughtering immortals and proving the Tao in another way. But it was not I who personally slaughtered them. Bai Shuyu looked at Yuan Shu, who was somewhat lost in thought. Although the Tao epic projection ultimately defeated the Bronze King, it was also greatly weakened. The light and shadows recorded within became dim and fragile, and it was unknown whether it could continue to be released. However, the initial purpose has been barely accomplished. But the price is unexpectedly heavy, Yuan Shu said with a wry smile. Looking at Bai Shuyu, who had inexplicably appeared and whose aura was unfathomable, he could only leave dejectedly. They only agreed to exchange the Phantom Inheritance Tao method and the time to observe the remains of transcendence. The Guangwu Star Sea, wielding such a powerful weapon, did not inform us in advance. Their intentions are punishable. If the Bronze King's foundation and strength were not far beyond expectations, forcing them to use it, our outcome would probably be even worse than it is now, Hun Dun said coldly, not concealing the killing intent in his words. His old friends, Shanhua and Wanshang, had both died in this calamity. He had completely lost trust in the Guangwu Star Sea, which harbored ulterior motives. As for the other party's promise to invite them to observe the remains of transcendence, he was even less willing to believe it. The other nameless ones also put away their greedy thoughts because of this tragic event. In the entire remaining Tao net, only Bai Shuyu's intentions remained unchanged. Everyone, there is no need to worry. Having paid such a great price, how can we give up on the harvest that the other party promised? I will wear the Tao net and personally attend the meeting. In exchange for the Phantom Inheritance Tao, I will obtain the opportunity to observe the remains of transcendence. The people of the Tao net showed different expressions. Some were anxiously dissuading her, some were greedily reviving, and some were thoughtful and excited. But in any case, Bai Shuyu's decision had been made. With her performance in this calamity, almost single-handedly turning the tide and saving the crumbling building, no one could oppose her. In the 2 years that followed, without the allure of the immortal bait, the Tao annihilation surrounding the Tao network gradually subsided. With the reconstruction of the Tao network as its framework, a new starry sky was also born. Though it was also named Shuo Star Sea, it was no longer the same as before. And at the far end of the darkness, in the direction of the Guangwu Star Sea, one could occasionally detect waves of Tao annihilation emanating from it. Clearly, the Guangwu Star Sea's actions to sever other immortal baits had not yet concluded. The agreed-upon deadline between the two sides had already passed, yet Yuan Shu had still not appeared. The immortals of the Tao network all believed that the other party had deliberately broken their promise, and they cursed incessantly. But Bai Shuyu continued to gaze silently into the distance, waiting patiently. It seems that the trouble encountered by the Guangwu Star Sea is greater than imagined. Time flowed by, until 33 years later. The waves of Tao annihilation emanating from the other side finally subsided completely. It's time, Bai Shuyu's eyes flashed with a sharp light. She did not wait for people from the Guangwu Star Sea to come, but instead took the initiative to go. In an instant, the Tao network transformed once again into shimmering light gauze, draped over her body. Bai Shuyu took graceful steps towards the Tao annihilation ahead. Like a dragonfly skimming the water, she stirred up ripples of Tao annihilation. Yet Bai Shuyu was not swallowed by the Tao annihilation. Instead, she used the Lingbo micro-step, treading on the Tao annihilation, heading rapidly towards the Guangwu Star Sea. In her previous life, Bai Shuyu had relied on the Eternal Rain Cape and the Tao network to drift and survive in the Tao annihilation. In this life, after 1,000 years of accumulation and enlightenment through collisions. The latest novels are at 69shu.com. The current Bai Shuyu already possessed the strength to traverse the Tao annihilation in a short period of time. The people within the Tao network, swept along with her, traversed through the Tao annihilation, unable to suppress their excitement. At the same time, they did not dare to be careless, each fulfilling their duties, maintaining the stability of the Tao network's light gauze. The journey was uneventful. When they finally escaped the Tao annihilation and arrived at a completely new, vibrant star sea, everyone felt as if they had been reborn, as if in a dream. Bai Shuyu, wearing the Tao network, arrived after traversing the Tao annihilation. Such a large commotion naturally instantly attracted the attention of the Guangwu Star Sea. Figures flew from all directions, surrounding her completely. All of them possessed nameless strength, among them Yuan Shu was also present. It's you. You can actually traverse the Tao annihilation now. How is that possible? Recognizing Bai Shuyu, Yuan Shu was shocked. Bai Shuyu smiled. You can go, and I can naturally go. The time has come, and I have come to fulfill our appointment today." Facing the encirclement of numerous nameless experts, Bai Shuyu, who had come alone, was calm and composed, without the slightest fear. After a deathly silence, after some discussion, the Guangwu Star Sea ultimately decided to treat her as a guest. It wasn't that they were truly afraid of Bai Shuyu. It was just that the timing of her arrival was truly ingenious. During the period of weakness after the Great Battle, if they really fought, the chances of victory were not too high. Moreover, the Guangwu Star Sea really couldn't withstand any more turmoil in the short term. Thus, surrounded by a crowd of immortals, Bai Shuyu arrived at the bottom of the Immortal Fishing Causeway. The outer perimeter was densely packed with over 100 heavenly pillars, surrounding the 9 central pillars. From the inside to the outside, from weak to strong, forming a stepped dam, attracting the Tao annihilation. So, this is the Guangwu Star Sea's method of fishing for Tao annihilation. The principle is simple, but it is effective. Bai Shuyu saw through the mystery at a glance, nodding to herself. Open. The Guangwu Star Sea immortals worked together, chanting softly in unison. The central area surrounded by the 100 heavenly pillars gradually became turbulent, the Tao annihilation rising and falling like waves. It was as if something was being attracted from the depths of the Tao annihilation. Before long, some faint bright spots floated out from the central Tao annihilation abyss. Initially, like stars filling the sky. As the Guangwu group's chanting became more urgent, the starlight became brighter and brighter. Even dazzling, the intensity of the light even surpassed the collision between the Tao epic projection and the Bronze King. The 100 heavenly pillars of the surrounding immortal causeway also suddenly shone brightly, shooting out strands of light, like ropes, entangling the starlight. Open. The Guangwu immortals once again shouted in unison. A figure that looked somewhat thin was slowly dragged out from the vortex. Although alone, it seemed to possess the weight of mountains and seas. The Guangwu immortals all seemed to be under tremendous pressure, their auras surging to the extreme. And the 100 heavenly pillars of the immortal causeway also showed varying degrees of inclination at the same time. All these sources of pressure came from the figure that appeared from the Tao annihilation. The light gauze of the Tao network on Bai Shuyu's body seemed to be blown by a strong wind, rustling. The immortals in the Tao network all stared intently at the transcendent remains. Their hearts were filled with excitement. This is transcendence. They stared intently for a long time, originally thinking that many insights would emerge. However, although they knew that the other party was transcendent, the mysteries of why they were transcendent were difficult to see clearly. The immortals looked at each other. The gap between expectation and reality was too great, some of them were unwilling to give up and continued to observe. But the result was no different. The secrets of transcendence, even if they were right in front of them, were not something they could tan. The people of the Tao network gradually understood why the Guangwu Star Sea had obtained these remains but only used them as immortal bait. Being in a treasure mountain, but unable to recognize its true face. What a pity, what a sigh, what a hatred. The immortals were dejected. And the people of the Guangwu Star Sea did not mock the appearance of the Tao network group. Because they were the same. Of all those present, only Bai Shuyu was different. What everyone saw was just a half-decayed shell. But in Bai Shuyu's eyes, what she saw was a lonely sail on a sea of mountains. The mountains and seas are boundless, a lonely sail can cross. This is transcendence, this is transcendence. Bai Shuyu muttered to herself, her heart filled with joy. The Tao of these transcendent remains was not Bai Shuyu's Tao. But it pointed Bai Shuyu in the right direction. Since she began cultivating, Bai Shuyu had always relied on her own exploration. Occasionally, the boundless wall and Cheng Dao would give her guidance from time to time, but they did not plan a clear path. Only now, when Bai Shuyu personally saw a complete set of transcendent remains, she truly saw the direction she should take next. The mountains and seas of Tao annihilation block the way, we must each show our skills to cross. We need to walk our own unique path. As if resonating with Bai Shuyu's thoughts, the dormant lonely sail in the transcendent remains suddenly fluttered. In an instant, Bai Shuyu seemed to be under the lonely sail, on a wooden boat. What she saw around her was a vast sea of mountains, endless Tao annihilation. But Bai Shuyu suddenly woke up from her excited enlightenment. Because she inexplicably discovered that on this lonely sail, besides herself, there were other blurry figures present. Moreover, she was extremely familiar with this figure in front of her. 1669. Homemade crossover. Venerable. This figure, Bai Shuyu was far too familiar with. So much so that the moment she saw its blurry image, she blurted out the name. But soon, Bai Shuyu reacted. This place was the core of the lone sail transcendence true meaning. Venerable was just an ordinary mortal, how could he possibly be here? But the faint figure in front of her was so similar to Li Fan. So much so that Bai Shuyu couldn't take her eyes off it for a long time. The mountains and seas are boundless, it's not impossible for this degree of similarity to occur. This figure does not belong to the original owner of this transcendence true meaning. But rather, Bai Shuyu observed for a long time, vaguely understanding. It is a true immortal in the mountains and seas who also cultivates the path of lone sail. Since the lone sail has fallen, the true immortal in the mountains and seas can comprehend this path again. But the lone sail has not completely dissipated after all, so those who share this path will appear together here. This transcendence true meaning is like a mirror, reflecting all those who share the same path in the mountains and seas. If the figure in front of me truly takes the step of transcendence, the two will merge. Thinking of this, Bai Shuyu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Obviously, the figure in front of her would never be the Li Fan she knew. I have heard that the mountains and seas are boundless and there are infinite possibilities. Perhaps, he is Venerable from another possibility. I just don't know what kind of life he is living. But Bai Shuyu knew very well that this Li Fan was not that Li Fan. She was also not the ignorant peasant woman from another possibility. Therefore, after fantasizing for a while, Bai Shuyu refocused her attention on the lone sail true meaning. In a trance, Bai Shuyu seemed to fall into the boundless mountains and seas. Looking around, there was no direction, no way out. All around were the surging tides of Tao annihilation. And in such a desperate situation, only a lone sail hung high, traversing alone. The mountains and seas are boundless, I alone am the boat. It is with this belief that this transcendence true meaning was created. Therefore, transcendence not only refers to the realm above the nameless, but also requires a state of mind that matches one's strength. What do I rely on to transcend? Bai Shuyu's mind seemed to merge with the lone sail, immersed in its long memories of traversing the mountains and seas. Although Bai Shuyu subjectively only wanted to refer to the lone sail true meaning to create her own independent path. Firstly, she only touched the threshold of transcendence by relying on the Tao network. She herself was not a truly transcendent powerhouse. She could not completely shield herself from the influence of the transcendence true meaning. Secondly, her aptitude for comprehension was too high. Others wanted to observe but could not. Bai Shuyu was able to be there, almost completely experiencing the lone sail's peak state. So when she wholeheartedly devoted herself to comprehension, she inevitably moved towards the lone sail. No, this is not the path I want to take. It wasn't until the change had progressed halfway that Bai Shuyu suddenly woke up. Without the slightest hesitation, she directly cut off the connection between her thoughts and the transcendence true meaning in front of her. Instantly, she withdrew from that mysterious state of enlightenment. The comprehension progress that had accumulated halfway, with Bai Shuyu's active abandonment, suddenly retreated. Not even a trace was left behind. From beginning to end, it all seemed like just a delusion of Bai Shuyu. However, the feeling of boundless loneliness still lingering in her heart told Bai Shuyu that the experience just now was not a false dream. Even if one uses the transcendence true meaning of predecessors to gain enlightenment, it will not affect one's final becoming a new transcendent powerhouse. In the face of such temptation, Bai Shuyu was still able to give up decisively. Only because Bai Shuyu had enough confidence. There was no need to repeat the old path of others, she would definitely be able to create a path that was most suitable for herself. The mountains and seas are boundless, I traverse them myself. Why should my method of traversing be the same as yours? As soon as this thought arose, the lone sail true meaning no longer held any temptation in Bai Shuyu's eyes. She bent down and bowed to show her respect. Afterwards, Bai Shuyu no longer looked at the transcendent remains surrounded by the embankment. Instead, she faced the immortals of the Guangwu Star Sea. Since you have fulfilled your promise, I will not break my word. I will transform the fishing immortal treasures into a method similar to the heavenly pillar, named Phantom Inheritance of the Tao. It is passed down from Lord Shukyu. Bai Shuyu said proudly. It's actually Lord Shukyu. The immortals of the Guangwu Star Sea exclaimed in unison upon hearing this. Although many years had passed, they still remembered vividly when Lord Shukyu had displayed his divine power and single-handedly resisted the Tao annihilation. They never expected that the Suoxing Sea Dao network would actually be the true inheritance of Lord Shukyu. In addition to the shock, they quickly concentrated and listened carefully to the magical methods passed down by Bai Shuyu. They truly felt that every word was a gem, wonderfully indescribable. By the time they came back to their senses, Bai Shuyu had already drifted away and returned to the Suoxing Sea. The Guangwu immortals looked at the middle-aged man at the head, the nameless true immortal, Xingfu. Xingfu shook his head. Forget it, let her go. After all, she is a disciple of Shukyu. Moreover, we have also obtained this method of phantom inheritance of the Tao. With its help, the Guangwu Star Sea will no longer have to worry about being overturned. Even if the possibility is swallowed by Tao annihilation, we can float safely. The Suoxing Sea is no longer important. Everyone, the top priority is to transform all the fishing immortal treasures into phantom inheritances of the Tao. When there is enough support, we can then accept the invitation to go to the realm of life and death. Xingfu's eyes were full of fanaticism. As if seeing an incomparably bright future, the Guangwu immortals were also excited. At the moment, they were full of energy, working together to cast spells and transform many fishing immortal treasures. Bai Shuyu naturally did not know what happened in the Guangwu Star Sea after she left. At this moment, for her, there was only one important thing at hand. That was to retreat and gain enlightenment, although her understanding of lone sail had receded like a tide. However, the various understandings of transcendence itself still lingered in her heart. I need to strike while the iron is hot and take this final key step. The light Tao network draped over her body once again unfolded and returned to its normal form. Bai Shuyu jumped back to the depths of the Tao network core and sat quietly on the black mountain and white water. The bits and pieces of the past 30+ lifetimes flashed before her eyes. Although her experience could definitely be described as rich and colorful, it seemed that something was still missing to reach the realm of transcendence. The transcendence true meaning is the unique spiritual support core of oneself. Even if one falls into Tao annihilation, one can use it as a support to traverse safely. Along the way, what exactly have I been cultivating so hard for? Bai Shuyu once again pondered this question. The answer remained the same. In order to protect her poor nephew, Li Fan. In order to build a permanent home. No longer have to be disturbed by external storms and Tao annihilation. In order to be able to, always peacefully and steadily, live on. It's easy to spare you, but return my aunt's life. Before Bai Shuyu's eyes, there appeared her nephew's enraged appearance when he avenged her, regardless of everything. It was as if she had returned to the Daxuan ancestral home. The two of them were dependent on each other, but they were happy and harmonious. The scene of the farmhouse sprouted in Bai Shuyu's heart, gradually changing from illusion to reality, completely condensing and forming. This, then, is my home with Venerable. I will not allow anyone to destroy it. Bai Shuyu slowly walked into the house, looking at the familiar displays and decorations, her eyes gradually becoming calm and content. Even now, Li Fan's figure is temporarily absent from this house. But Bai Shuyu firmly believes that one day, she will be able to bring Li Fan and live a stable life here forever. Perhaps Venerable will become bored and want to go out and see the world. Bai Shuyu will not restrain him, and will even support him as much as possible. But as long as Li Fan wants to, he can come back at any time. Bai Shuyu will always be waiting for him at home. Bai Shuyu returned to the dining table and sat down, as if Li Fan was sitting opposite her. Her mind was clear, peaceful, and content. There were no other thoughts. Even if the outside world was stormy and Tao annihilation roared, it could not affect the warmth within the small house in the slightest. At this moment, this farmhouse, which carried all of Bai Shuyu's beautiful memories of home, completely solidified. It transformed into a crystalline, immortal will, forever existing in the world. At the same moment, Bai Shuyu had a sudden realization, as if aware of something. It's time. She looked up at the sky, her gaze passing through layers of Tao nets, falling between the mountains and seas. She gently took a step forward. The restrictions left by Cheng Dao flickered slightly. Perhaps sensing the aura surging from Bai Shuyu, they did not truly obstruct her. Instead, they allowed her to leap out. This time, Bai Shuyu no longer wore the Tao net. Instead, she came to the newborn star sea alone. The mountains and seas, Tao annihilation, beyond possibility, seemed within reach. Bai Shuyu leapt forward, jumping out of the origin, plunging into the mountains and seas, into Tao annihilation. Cold, lonely, annihilating everything. Tao annihilation was omnipresent, instantly surrounding and enveloping Bai Shuyu. But at the same time, Bai Shuyu truly felt the power of the boundless sea and the mountain above. Mountains and seas merge, hence Tao annihilation. A strange look flashed in Bai Shuyu's eyes. Originally, she only had the aura of a Tao integration peak, but at this moment, after connecting to the mountains and seas, it endlessly soared. If she were just a pure Tao integration cultivator, she would definitely not be able to grasp such a cultivation level that had expanded countless times. But Bai Shuyu had already touched the threshold of transcendence when she controlled the Tao net in the past. Therefore, no matter how wildly her strength soared like a runaway horse, she was always familiar with it and completely in control. While her strength and realm were climbing towards the realm of transcendence, Bai Shuyu remained calm in the face of the omnipresent threat of Tao annihilation. She was still sitting in the house, at the dining table. Looking at the surging waves of Tao annihilation outside the window, she didn't even get up. The wind howled outside, but the small house remained as stable as a mountain. Seemingly sensing that a new transcendent powerhouse was about to be born, Tao annihilation became even more angry and surging. Wave after wave, never ending. However, the small house where Bai Shuyu stayed remained like a towering dam, blocking the wind and rain outside. In the house, the candlelight flickered and danced. Bai Shuyu sat upright, and opposite her, a phantom was slowly taking shape. It was the appearance of Li Fan. This was a seat that Bai Shuyu had left for Li Fan in her transcendent true meaning. Even if Li Fan was just a mortal, he could stay here calmly. Or rather, only with the addition of Li Fan could Bai Shuyu's transcendent true meaning appear truly complete. When Li Fan's blurred figure also sat down, Bai Shuyu's transcendent true meaning also truly manifested. The soaring aura reached its peak at this moment. A new transcendent powerhouse descended into the world. In an instant, the wind calmed and the waves subsided. Perhaps knowing that it could not do anything to Bai Shuyu in a short period of time. Tao annihilation also temporarily ceased its attacks, returning to accumulate more power, preparing to make a comeback in the future. However, Bai Shuyu, who had proven the Tao and transcended, did not have any emotional fluctuations. She only felt that such an exciting moment was truly regrettable and a pity because Li Fan was missing as a witness. It's okay, Venerable. We will be able to meet again soon. Bai Shuyu looked at the distant, boundless mountains and seas. Although the mountains and seas were vast, she could not find a place to stay. Only where she and Li Fan were was the true home. Even with the ability to sail, Bai Shuyu did not have the idea of sailing far away. After all, the original purpose of her cultivation was to truly protect Li Fan. Now that it seemed that the purpose had been achieved, the desire for further progress suddenly disappeared for the most part. As long as in the next life, I first protect Venerable's life, and then proceed with the act of proving the Tao. Even if the threat of Tao annihilation descends, we can be safe and sound. Bai Shuyu let out a long sigh of relief. Her thoughts were calm, without any further thoughts of exploring the boundless mountains and seas. Instead, Bai Shuyu returned to the Shuo Star Sea. The earth-shattering aura fluctuations of proving the Tao and transcending naturally could not be concealed from the immortals of the Tao net. At this moment, they all knew that Bai Shuyu had truly taken this step, and while envious, they were also respectful in front of her, fearing that they would offend this newly promoted transcendent. Although from the past contact, Bai Shuyu could definitely be called approachable. But who could guarantee that after transcendence, her temperament would not change drastically? And it was not much more difficult for a transcendent powerhouse to annihilate ordinary, nameless people than to crush an ant. Therefore, in front of Bai Shuyu, the immortals of the Tao net were all very restrained. Fortunately, Bai Shuyu's state of mind did not seem to have changed. I have just proven the Tao and gained some insights. I can tell you about them. When the immortals of the Tao net heard this, their bodies trembled, and they looked at Bai Shuyu with disbelief. Then, they were overjoyed. The value of a transcendent powerhouse lecturing was much higher than that of observing a transcendent remains. They had paid a heavy price to observe the transcendent remains in the first place. And now, they could actually listen to a transcendent powerhouse lecturing for free. Senior is merciful, the immortals praised gratefully, bowing and saluting again. Bai Shuyu nodded slightly to indicate, and then told all kinds of insights she had gained in the process of proving the Tao. Without the slightest concealment, the mountains and seas are boundless, only I can be the boat. Although Tao annihilation is vast, my thoughts can sail. The immortals listened with fascination to all kinds of mysterious places. It was as if they also saw their own transcendent prospects, and many people were so excited that they danced on the spot. It was not until they finally calmed down that they realized that Bai Shuyu had disappeared and did not know where she had gone. The immortals only thought that Bai Shuyu had settled the cause and effect and should have gone to the legendary other shore. But little did they know, Bai Shuyu did not leave, but quietly returned to the deepest part of the Dao net. Waiting for the transformation and change of the boundless wall. She did not release her aura or deliberately show the fact that she had broken through, but as usual, she sat quietly, waiting patiently. 1670. It really fills the gap. Beneath the black mountain and white water, Limitless Wall was immersed in comprehending the Tao, and for a long time, it didn't notice Bai Shuyu's changes. Bai Shuyu didn't point it out either, silently observing it. With her current detached perspective, upon closer inspection, she naturally discovered many things she couldn't see in the past. Chengdao was originally a spiritual stone by the sea, enlightened by Shukyu and transformed into a human. This black mountain and white water is the embodiment of his transformation and his understanding of the great Tao of mountains and seas. His enlightenment on transformation can indeed be used as a reference for Limitless Wall. But his understanding of the mountains and seas, well. Bai Shuyu shook her head slightly. After all, Chengdao hasn't truly detached yet. The black mountain and white water he left behind can hardly compare to the true great Tao of mountains and seas. Having already taken a detour, Limitless Wall comprehending the Tao on this basis is even more of a detour on a detour. Bai Shuyu used her hand as a brush, embellishing the bare black mountain and white water. Before long, the originally desolate mountain and water scenery, which only possessed power and prestige, gradually became vibrant with life. Because of this pervasive vitality, the mountains and waters appeared even more vast and magnificent. The mountains became higher, and the waters became deeper. Truly like mountains and seas. Under such earth-shattering changes, Limitless Wall let out a strange cry of, "Ee-ya-ya," and finally woke up. What's going on? What's going on? Limitless Wall was startled and suspicious, looking around. It naturally noticed Bai Shuyu's smiling figure standing there at the first moment. Because it was too familiar with Bai Shuyu, it didn't immediately attribute the cause of the changes to her. It only quietly asked, "Did Senior Chengdao just come back?" Bai Shuyu's smile froze on her face, and then she sighed. She tapped the black mountain and white water below with her finger. As if the annihilation of the Tao had descended, the mountains and waters trembled violently, looking as if they would collapse at any moment. Limitless Wall was shocked, staring at Bai Shuyu with wide eyes. It didn't react for a long time. "That's not right, you. 3 consecutive, U.S., and it couldn't even finish a complete sentence. Only then did Bai Shuyu finally feel satisfied and asked with a smile, "You said before that when you achieved success in cultivation, you would guide me. Is now the time? I'm worried because I have no way to reach the other shore." Hearing her words, Limitless Wall finally completely confirmed, Bai Shuyu has detached. Limitless Wall was stunned for a moment, and then asked blankly, "What year is it today?" It actually suspected that it had slept for too long in its comprehension of the Tao. During this long time, Bai Shuyu had finally cultivated and detached. "It seems you're still not completely awake." Bai Shuyu continued to tap her finger, and amidst the earth-shattering tremors of the black mountain and white water, Limitless Wall finally calculated the accurate time. Ignoring even the danger of the mountain collapsing, it screamed in horror, "How is that possible? It's only been so long, and you've already detached. Am I crazy, or am I still dreaming?" Unable to accept this fact at all, Limitless Wall was stunned. It's all about accumulation. The so-called detachment is just a matter of a single thought. Don't be so surprised, Bai Shuyu said calmly. But how could Limitless Wall not be surprised? Having seen too much, it knew clearly the difficulty of detachment. In the immortal realm of the past, countless true immortals, only a few were able to detach. Moreover, each of them had accumulated through unimaginable long years before taking this step. How did it become as simple as eating and drinking for you, Bai Shuyu? Even though the facts were right in front of it, Limitless Wall found it somewhat unacceptable. There are countless geniuses in the mountains and seas, and talented people emerge in large numbers. Although my cultivation speed is a bit faster, compared to the 3 sages, it's not even worth mentioning. You used to be in front of the Holy Monarch's gate, how can you be so surprised? Bai Shuyu teased. It seems, that's the logic. After such enlightenment, the shock of the Limitless Wall finally slowly dissipated. Yes, 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 you are detached, and I am in front of the Holy Monarch's gate. You are strong, but I am not afraid of you, the limitless wall said forcefully. However, after all, it knew the horror of detachment, and its tone was far less arrogant than before. It was full of bravado. Seeing this, Bai Shuyu suddenly felt a little disheartened. She knew that there was already a sad, thick barrier between her and the limitless wall. If Venerable were still here, he definitely wouldn't be so afraid of me, right? No matter how strong I become, I'm still the ant he's familiar with. No longer teasing the limitless wall, Bai Shuyu specially explained her detachment insights to it. Like the immortals in the Dao-net group, the limitless wall also listened with rapt attention. Afterwards, it was grateful to Bai Shuyu. I have reshaped the Black Mountain and White Water for you. If you observe it day and night, transformation and even detachment are achievable. After saying these words, Bai Shuyu disappeared. Although the limitless wall felt a little lost, it soon immersed itself in observation and comprehension again. This time, having a detached expert personally guiding it was indeed a great opportunity for it. The 4 words, in front of the Holy Monarch's gate, were true, but the limitless wall itself also knew that the high and mighty sage would never guide it in this regard. Detachment is hopeful, detachment is hopeful. The limitless wall was overjoyed, and its thoughts gradually sank in. After fulfilling her promise to the limitless wall, Bai Shuyu stood in the starry sky, and a sense of incongruity suddenly arose in her heart. The possibilities under her feet were too small, and she could see through them at a glance. Even a few casual actions of her would overturn them. I finally understand why most of the detached ones always leave. Bai Shuyu sighed, and the thoughts in her heart had quietly changed. Originally, she didn't plan to cross the mountains and seas and go to the unknown depths of the mountains and seas to take a look. However, the various circumstances after detachment made her unknowingly change her mind again. Feeling bored, she then had the idea of traveling far away. However, Bai Shuyu didn't leave immediately. Instead, she waited for another 100 years. This time, Bai Shuyu wanted to see Chengdao again. But even though Bai Shuyu spread the phantom Chengdao method, the other party didn't seem to care much. He never returned to investigate. It seems that Chengdao will not return. I don't know where he is in the mountains and seas at this moment. There was nothing else worth lingering here. Bai Shuyu leapt up and drifted away. Within the detached true meaning of the Xuanwang family home, Bai Shuyu sat quietly in her seat, facing Li Fan's phantom. Regardless of the raging Dao annihilation outside the house, the inside was always peaceful and serene. The Xuanwang family home, carrying Bai Shuyu, silently drifted into the depths of the mountains and seas. Completely disappeared. The primal chaos would not stop its self-operation because of someone's disappearance. Even because of Bai Shuyu's detachment blessing, this possibility, which had been fragmented by the Dao annihilation, actually had vitality re-emerging from Guangwu and the Shuo Star Sea. After an unknown amount of time, a figure descended into the primal chaos like a ghost. He first glanced around, and then stared at the direction where Bai Shuyu disappeared, smiling meaningfully. I didn't expect that the detached true meaning condensed by Auntie is actually home. There is even a seat for me. It's really touching. Heh heh heh. Li Fan chuckled softly, but his expression showed no hint of being moved. Finally reached the point of transcendence. Next. It's beyond my control. Li Fan had no intention of tracking Bai Shuyu. In fact, as soon as he sensed that Bai Shuyu was about to attain transcendence, he stopped observing her in secret. Instead, he deliberately distanced himself, only returning after Bai Shuyu had left. After Bai Shuyu's transcendence, her strength was still weaker than his, but their realms were in the same category. If he were to forcibly track her, he would inevitably risk being discovered. Anyway, as long as I revert to truth later and choose to inherit Aunt's memories, I'll know what she encountered afterward. The only downside is that I have to wait until she falls before I can activate revert to truth. Otherwise, flaws will inevitably be exposed. Transcendent beings have almost infinite lifespans. Under normal circumstances, she would only be in danger if this world of mountains and seas faced its end. However, Li Fan smiled confidently. The Li Fan of this world of mountains and seas no longer exists. For the sake of her dear nephew, Aunt will probably not force herself to live that long. Perhaps she might even actively end her own life. And relying on the position she left for me within her transcendent true intent, I will immediately sense it as soon as she dies. All that's needed is to wait patiently, Li Fan said with confidence. From the beginning until now, Li Fan's saint-making plan has been perfect. Even though Bai Shuyu was already in the realm of transcendence, she didn't detect the slightest flaw. However, the step from transcendence to saint was already beyond Li Fan's control. He could only hope that his aunt, who had reincarnated for more than 30 lifetimes, could truly bring him some surprises. Considering that aunt might actually have a chance to enter the other shore next, I still need to prepare in advance. If I'm not mistaken, the moment she sees the 9 saints' illusory figures, aunt's reincarnation memories will also be exposed at the same time, with nowhere to hide. The 9 saints might associate her with revert to truth, and then search the entire world of mountains and seas. I have to hide well. Li Fan narrowed his eyes, deducing the various things that would happen after Bai Shuyu entered the other shore. His greatest confidence was that the right to choose whether or not Bai Shuyu would inherit her previous life's memories was entirely in his hands. If, after reverting to truth, he discovered that his secret of being behind the scenes had been exposed in the other shore, through the guidance of the saints' illusory figures, then he would not let aunt inherit the memories, and just let her be an ordinary farmer's wife. He would then look for another method to deal with the saints. It would just be a waste of more than 30 lifetimes of reincarnation time. For his infinite spirituality, the consumption was not worth mentioning at all. Looking back at the saint-making plan, perhaps the only flaw was the figure of Li Fan that shouldn't have appeared on the lone sail. I calculated without fail and had already severed my connection to the lone sail's Tao of Transcendence. How could that small boat still reflect my appearance? Fortunately, the connection between that figure and Li Fan was not particularly obvious, and even though the world of mountains and seas was eroded by the annihilation of the Tao, there were still almost infinite possibilities. That's why Bai Shuyu thought it was just another Li Fan in another possibility and didn't delve into it. Only then was there no flaw revealed. However, Li Fan, as the instigator, would naturally not think so simply. A gleam of light flashed in Li Fan's eyes, and his figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in the light-wielding Star Sea Immortal embankment. Having mastered the Shadow Inherits Doubt method, compared to the way Li Fan had seen it before, the current light-wielding Immortal embankment had nearly 300 densely packed heavenly pillars. All of them were built with the foundation of fishing for immortal treasures. The power of the newly built heavenly pillars was even greater than the old pillars. With so much more support, the light-wielding Star Sea's ability to resist the annihilation of the Tao was several times stronger. It even vaguely had some of the transcendent momentum that Li Fan had once created when building the profound yellow immortal boat. Tisk tisk tisk, it's really a big change. However, in my experience, although it can cross for a while, it's difficult to persist for a lifetime. After all, it's not true transcendence. No matter how high or strong it's built, this immortal embankment will eventually be destroyed by the erosion of the annihilation of the Tao. In order to prevent Bai Shuyu from returning, Li Fan did not disturb the immortals of the light-wielding Star Sea. He just commented on it silently and went to find his target this time. Arriving inside the molted body of the lone sail, Li Fan stared at the figure in front of the small boat. His expression was strange. Although it points to me, in reality, it has nothing to do with me. I have indeed severed the connection between myself and the true intent of the lone sail's transcendence, but the reason why my figure appears here is because. Revert to truth. What are you up to? A deep question arose in Li Fan's heart. The true intent of the lone sail was like a clear mirror, reflecting the world of mountains and seas. It projected and connected all the beings who had comprehended the Tao of transcendence of the lone sail. Although Li Fan had already severed his connection with the true intent of the lone sail, he had never imagined that revert to truth still had a faint connection with it. With the ability of revert to truth, if it deliberately hides itself, it's impossible for it to be discovered by a mere true intent of transcendence. The reason why this figure appears, could it be reminding me of something? As if confirming this point. At the same time as this thought arose in Li Fan's mind, the figure of him on the lone sail actually nodded slightly to him. Afterward, as if completing its mission, its aura changed inexplicably again. It was still there, still pointing to someone in the world of mountains and seas. But it had no connection with Li Fan or revert to truth. What exactly? Li Fan carefully examined the changed illusory figure and found that its reflection target had indeed become a Li Fan, in a certain possibility. Following the connection of the Tao in the world of mountains and seas, Li Fan tried to peek into the life of this illusory figure. I am very sure that just now, he did not exist. It was after I discovered Revert to Truth's hint that it was born out of thin air. Its life, cultivation trajectory, various encounters, and even the possibility it's in, are all created out of nothing. If Aunt really investigates afterward, she won't find anything wrong. It will completely match her initial guess. Maybe she will even sigh a bit. Different people, different fates. Li Fan stared closely at this other, newly born, Li Fan. Born out of nothing, is indeed a means of revert to truth. It perfectly makes up for the flaws I may have left behind. But the question is, why? Li Fan frowned tightly. And, it can actually take the initiative to make up for it. Doesn't it mean that revert to truth is not only slowly awakening from its slumber, but also recovering more power? Li Fan couldn't help but think so. 1671. Ming Daoshan reappears. Li Fan tried to find more clues from the illusory figure that Hai Jian had created. But obviously, Hai Jian's methods were far beyond what Li Fan could comprehend at his current level. In the end, Li Fan had no choice but to give up. For now, I won't dwell on Hai Jian's intentions, but simply treat it as a way for him to complete my saint-making plan and patch up the flaws. The mere fact that Hai Jian's power is gradually recovering is enough to make me vigilant. The current Li Fan was no longer the same as before, simply regarding Hai Jian as his treasure, golden finger. All indications showed that Hai Jian had his own independent consciousness. And it was very likely that he had close ties with the so-called creator god of the mountains and seas. Li Fan still remembered the situation when he activated Hai Jian at the edge of the Eternal Silence Void Realm before. In the Eternal Silence Void Realm, it was as if a terrifying existence was awakening, slamming into the white mist representing Hai Jian. The transformation of truth and falsehood seemed to be bound, standing still. It was truly shocking and despairing. The higher the level of strength, the closer one gets to saints and the void realm, the easier it is for Hai Jian's existence to be exposed. If it weren't for the transformation of truth and falsehood being too heaven-defying, able to reverse the mountains and seas with a single thought, I'm afraid I would have truly fallen into the sights of the saints long ago. He could clearly communicate with me directly, but he insisted on being a riddler. Reminding me in roundabout ways with other methods. Now, he's even directly bypassing me, influencing the mountains and seas. Sure enough, only one's own true abilities are reliable. Li Fan narrowed his eyes, suppressing his dissatisfaction with Hai Jian. Patiently, he tried to communicate with him again. However, Hai Jian was still as silent as before. Li Fan could do nothing about it. Already feeling annoyed, he suddenly heard cheers coming from outside the light-wielding Immortal embankment. Thanks to everyone's hard work, a total of 399 brand new heavenly pillars have been completed. After a little rest, we can formally accept the invitation and go to the realm of birth and destruction. The words realm of birth and destruction quickly attracted Li Fan's attention. Previously, in order to prevent Bai Shuyu, who was about to transcend, from noticing, Li Fan was not within the original possibility, but was hiding in the mountains and seas, watching from afar. And most of his attention was focused on Bai Shuyu, so he didn't pay much attention to what was happening in the light-wielding Star Sea. Unexpectedly, they would be involved with the 5 venerables of simultaneous tribulation from the realm of birth and destruction. Invited to go, Li Fan sneered in his heart. They don't even have the transcendent realm, so how could they catch the eye of the 5 venerables of simultaneous tribulation? Going there would be like a sheep entering a tiger's mouth, directly turning into resources. But soon, Li Fan realized that something was wrong. Li Fan was quite clear about the people of the light-wielding Star Sea. After all, he had personally destroyed them once. Because they were too weak, they had no value to exploit. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the 5 venerables of simultaneous tribulation would never have taken a fancy to them. Let alone send out some kind of invitation. But if the invitation is true, Li Fan couldn't help but think of the guess that the heavenly Net Emperor had successfully led the masses to transcend. If there is anything about the people of the light-wielding Star Sea that is worthy of the 5 venerables of simultaneous tribulation's attention, then perhaps it is their identity as remnants of the original immortal realm. The transcendence of the original immortal realm benefits future generations. Potential and spirituality are greatly enhanced. Li Fan secretly spied on Xingfu, the leader of the light-wielding immortals, and immediately came up with a plan. The realm of birth and destruction is an unknown place, extremely dangerous. Even inscribed Dao immortals who went there never returned. And the faceless immortal, after the separation of the Taoist and moral families, even died tragically within it. Don't look at how they were swept away without any resistance under the might of the saints. For ordinary transcendent powerhouses, it is indeed a dangerous place. Under normal circumstances, Li Fan would definitely not take the risk to explore it for no reason. But now, there was a God-given opportunity in front of him without much risk. In addition, the long wait for Bai Shuyu to fall was indeed boring. Since he was idle anyway, he might as well go to the realm of birth and destruction to find out. Maybe I can also solve the reason for the inexplicable death of the faceless immortal before. Having made up his mind, Li Fan gently blew a breath. A wisp of smoke-like figure appeared. Without a fixed appearance, it received Li Fan's instructions and sneaked into Xingfu's body without anyone noticing. Xingfu was only in the nameless realm, and in the face of Li Fan's unfathomable power, he had no room for resistance at all. The smoke-like figure covered Xingfu's divine soul. When truth is acted as falsehood, falsehood is also truth. As Li Fan chanted leisurely, the originally empty appearance of the smoke-like figure, like an imprinted copy, officially turned into Xingfu's appearance. And the real Xingfu struggled in vain, but was unable to resist at all. He was replaced. From beginning to end, Xingfu's external body did not show any abnormalities. None of the light-wielding immortals present noticed that their leader had been replaced without their knowledge. The method used for this possession was the same method Li Fan used to create a completely independent clone. Only now, the object copied by the independent clone was not himself, but Xingfu. After a while, Li Fan adapted to this new body, searching in Xingfu's memory for matters related to the invitation to the realm of birth and destruction. It turns out that it was not an invitation issued by the 5 venerables of simultaneous tribulation alone, but a large-scale, widespread behavior aimed at the remnants of the original immortal realm. And the one who wrote the invitation. Li Fan's heart skipped a beat, the original inscribed Tao Immortal. After the destruction of the original world, some of the surviving true immortals lingered in the lower star seas. And those who had the ability left the original world and went to other possibilities. There were even those who transcended. It can be said that the remnants of the original world are all over the place. However, after all, the inscribed Tao Immortal wrote that supreme Tao book, and more than half of the original true immortals had received his favor. When they sensed the aura left by the inscribed Tao Immortal on the invitation letter, there were definitely not a few who were willing to go to the appointment. Xingfu of light wielding was one of them. In fact, Xingfu also had a glorious past. The reason why he chose revival as his Tao was because he was the descendant of an immortal emperor. His ancestor was the limitless immortal emperor, who had a lifespan of 99.99 million years. After the limitless immortal emperor fell, no new ruling immortal emperor had ever appeared in the family. Therefore, Xingfu had taken it as his mission since childhood to revive the great cause of his ancestors. Xingfu's aptitude was extraordinary. After thousands of years of hard cultivation, he attained the nameless realm. And with the legacy of his ancestors, if he accumulated for tens of thousands of years, he might really become the second ruling immortal emperor of the family. It was a pity that the annihilation of Tao descended, and the immortal realm no longer existed. His dream of revival was also shattered. When the doomsday came, Xingfu fled in embarrassment. Relying on his nameless cultivation, he barely survived and came to the lower star sea. But he did not give up his own Tao path. He gathered the surviving true immortals here and formed the light-wielding force. Using the method of fishing for the annihilation of Tao, he collected some immortal treasures. In order to leave this ruined land, seek another place, and rebuild the immortal cause. Until Immortal Mingdao sent a letter, completely disrupting his plans. His restored prestige was naturally no match for Immortal Mingdao. In his words, Immortal Mingdao vividly described the magnificent scenery of the realm of creation and destruction, no less than the immortal realm of the past, and definitely worthy of being a second home. The Guangwu immortals, who had nowhere to go, were naturally attracted. Even Xingfu himself was tempted. However, out of instinctive caution, Xingfu still had doubts about the authenticity of the wonderful world described by Immortal Mingdao. But all these worries instantly vanished after he personally went to the realm of creation and destruction. Li Fan carefully examined Xingfu's memories of the realm of creation and destruction. The reason it is named creation and destruction is because this realm is surprisingly a fusion of countless possibilities that have already been destroyed in the annihilation of the Tao. A flash of light appeared in Li Fan's eyes. It's not really creating something from nothing, regenerating after nothingness, but rather, reconstructing past memories into reality. What Xingfu saw was the immortal realm he knew well. Perhaps this is why immortal Mingdao chose to stay in the realm of creation and destruction. The original world was destroyed, leaving him with no home. Reshaping the hometown in his memories within the realm of creation and destruction is naturally a good choice. The scene Xingfu saw was almost indistinguishable from the real primordial immortal realm. Even Li Fan, observing from a bystander's perspective, couldn't find any flaws. According to Immortal Mingdao's letter, the more past memories are gathered, the more real and reliable the possibility of recreating through imagination becomes. If all the surviving true immortals of the primordial realm can be gathered, it might truly be possible to reproduce the exact same possibility. Not just a simple world, but even the living beings within it. This is also the most fundamental reason why Immortal Mingdao invited the Guangwu Immortals, Li Fan said with some amazement. This technique of imaginary reconstruction is naturally incomparable to the divine power of returning to truth. If a comparison must be made, it could be seen as a mountain and sea version of the fallen immortal realm. It's just that Xuanwang is only a mere realm, a small place. With the power of one person, it might be possible to recreate memories. But a single possibility encompasses the continuous starry sky of the lower realm and even the boundless immortal realm built on the mountain and sea. Even a transcendent powerhouse would find it difficult to see and know everything. Let alone imagine and construct it. Perhaps a sage has such abilities, but obviously, the sages of the mountain and sea, who hold the belief that it is irrelevant to the final outcome, would not waste their energy on such trivial matters. Therefore, the people of the realm of creation and destruction need to work together and gather the strengths of all immortals. And it's not just the primordial realm. Every possibility Xingfu saw in the realm of creation and destruction represents countless surviving true immortals of that possibility. It must be said that this is truly a remarkable and enormous power. And it is completely unknown to the public. But, Li Fan coldly snorted in his heart. Even such a remarkable force, after being targeted by the sages of the other shore due to my shifting the blame, had no power to resist and was instantly reduced to ashes. Only the blank possibility itself remained. Thinking of the realm of creation and destruction that had its existence erased, Li Fan couldn't help but sigh. This is it, all below the sage are ants. Only by finding a way to contend with the sages can one truly stand tall in the mountain and sea. Therefore, the saint-making plan must succeed. If Bai Shuyu doesn't work, I'll find someone else. The mountain and sea have countless talents, there will always be someone who can meet my needs. Having once again glimpsed the might of the sages, Li Fan secretly hardened his resolve. After a long mental journey, Li Fan's thoughts returned to the realm of creation and destruction. The core of the fallen immortal realm is the supreme Dao book, left by Immortal Mingdao. It's possible that the construction of the realm of creation and destruction is also inseparable from Immortal Mingdao. His invitation to the Guangwu Immortals is also a means of reception. He didn't directly specify the exact location of the realm of creation and destruction in the mountain and sea, but directly carried them there. But he only takes responsibility for the reception and doesn't help resist the annihilation of the Dao encountered during the crossing. This is also why the Guangwu Immortals only thought of the realm of creation and destruction after having almost transcendent means. As for the Shuo Star Sea, they also received an invitation from Immortal Mingdao. The Guangwu Immortals were initially able to discover the existence of the Shuo Star Sea precisely because of Immortal Mingdao's guidance. However, none of the true immortals of the Shuo Star Sea know about this news. Li Fan thought for a while, guessing that Chengdao must have intercepted the invitation and concealed it. Chengdao's master, Lord Shukyu, is one of the sages of the other shore. He naturally disdains joining any of the 5 venerables of tribulation. He would not even allow the people of his Dao network to do such a degenerate thing. The realm of creation and destruction, although not worth mentioning in the eyes of the sages, I can indeed go and see the world. This method of imaginary reconstruction. Perhaps it will be of great help to me in understanding the change between truth and falsehood. After pondering for a while, Li Fan had a premonition in his heart. Even though his understanding of the change between truth and falsehood can be considered to have reached a proficient level, Li Fan still needs to rely on the moment when everything changes from reality to illusion and then from illusion to reality, each time returning to truth is activated to comprehend it. All other treasures in the mountain and sea are of no help in understanding the change between truth and falsehood. This has always been something that Li Fan has found very troublesome. But now, he vaguely sees a turning point. How could he not go and explore it? Anyway, with this new body, even if I am exposed, there is no danger to my life. No, it's not just a new body. I am Xingfu. Inside the figure, the connection with Li Fan slowly and completely dimmed. It was as if it was truly Xingfu himself, directing the Guangwu immortals to prepare for going to the realm of creation and destruction. Whether it was his words, actions, or way of thinking and doing things, there was no difference from the Xingfu of the past. The Guangwu immortals did not notice anything unusual. With everything ready, the immortals worked together to crush the invitation left by Immortal Mingdao. Although it is called an invitation, it has no physical form. It is just a line of words existing in Xingfu's memory. And Immortal Mingdao's method also comes with hidden divine power. Ordinary soul-searching methods of sensing memory, viewed from the perspective of an outsider, cannot see the characters left by Immortal Mingdao. Only Xingfu, himself, can clearly remember and call upon it. Therefore, Li Fan repeatedly scoured the Guangwu Star Sea but failed to discover the existence of this invitation. This time, Li Fan used the false as true clone to seize the body and transform himself into Xingfu. It can be considered a lucky coincidence, knowing the connection between the Guangwu immortals and the realm of creation and destruction. As the line of characters in Xingfu's memory materialized from illusion to reality, appearing in reality, it was as if an unfathomable and mysterious power descended, turning into a thin line only visible to Xingfu, pointing directly into the depths of the mountain and sea. This direction is indeed where the realm of creation and destruction is located. 1672. Fantasy Fairyland. As if a fisherman was fishing, he suddenly reeled in the line. At the end of the thin line, an immense force surged forth instantly. Everyone, hold steady. Amidst Xingfu's low roar, the entire Guangwu Star Sea was pulled by this force, forcibly peeled away from its original possibility. Following the direction of the thin line, it shot away. Upon entering the mountain sea, the omnipresent Tao annihilation arrived in an instant. Compared to what they encountered under the protection of possibility, this was a true raging tide. In an instant, the edge of the Guangwu Star Sea was completely swallowed. The immortals had long anticipated this and paid it no heed. Gathered within the immortal embankment, they stared nervously at the several celestial pillars within. Turbid waves crashed continuously against the immortal embankment. Hundreds of celestial pillars were trembling, affecting the minds of the immortals. Fortunately, with the blessing of many immortal treasures, the stability of the immortal embankment was extraordinary. It ultimately withstood the external pressure of Tao annihilation, allowing the external Tao annihilation to erode it. The immortal embankment remained unshaken. Upon seeing this, the Guangwu immortals finally breathed a sigh of relief and burst into cheers. Do not be careless, there is still a long time before we reach our destination, Xingfu, as the leader of the immortals, reminded them in a deep voice. Subsequently, he arranged for the immortals to take turns monitoring the condition of the immortal embankment. The others then jointly observed the mountain sea and exchanged insights on the Tao. This trip to the realm of creation and destruction, although it was an invitation from the other party, the Guangwu immortals knew that the treatment they would receive in the future was directly proportional to their strength. And being in the midst of the mountain sea crossing, this was generally a cultivation condition only available to transcendent experts. It was truly an opportunity not to be missed. Therefore, the immortals were all wholeheartedly immersed in cultivation and comprehension. Moreover, they helped each other and shared their insights without reservation. In order to progress together, there are no years in the mountain sea. With the guidance of the inscription Tao Immortal, the speed of the Guangwu Star Sea's crossing was not slow. After adding 3 more nameless true immortals, they finally reached their destination. The pulling force of the thin line, at the last moment, also seemed to reach its peak. Just like being dragged out of its original possibility, it was now rudely stuffed into this completely new unknown land. After a burst of distorted and colorful light flashed outside the immortal embankment, the aura of Tao annihilation had disappeared, replaced by the boundless vitality that the immortals had not felt for a long time. If the vitality of Shuoxing and Guangwu were like scattered candle flames, then the vitality contained around them at this moment was like the bright moon in the sky. Completely incomparable. Having stayed in the desolate land of primordial vitality for a long time, the Guangwu immortals were all stunned upon suddenly arriving here. Some could hardly believe it. In a brief moment of daze, some true immortals could not restrain themselves and shed tears on the spot. Wait, the aura here, why is it so familiar? Are we in a dream? Not long after, a true immortal finally reacted and exclaimed. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Could it be that my eyes are playing tricks on me? Isn't this the azure firmament star region of the immortal realm? This is where I started my career. I have looked back in my memory countless times, day and night. How could I be mistaken? Could it be that we have returned to the time before the destruction of the primordial? The immortals discussed animatedly, looking at Xingfu with surprise and doubt, waiting for his answer. Although everyone had seen the invitation from the inscription Tao Immortal, only Xingfu had truly seen the realm of creation and destruction in advance and knew its specific situation. Looking at the surprised and joyful reaction of the immortals, Xingfu smiled slightly and began to introduce it. Everyone, you are not mistaken. What the inscription Tao Immortal said, the second home that is completely suitable for us, is precisely that immortal realm that we were once so familiar with. Xingfu slowly recounted the matter of the realm of creation and destruction being reconstructed from the emptiness in his memory. The immortals were even more astonished. Creating something from nothing, what kind of divine power is this? Now that you mention it, I do have some awareness. The scene is roughly the same as the Azure Firmament star region, but the overall number and quality of living beings are still somewhat lacking. The most obvious thing is that there is no star region ruling immortal and the Senlua aura of the true immortals under his command. It is indeed somewhat imperfect. But isn't this a good thing? With our joining, perhaps we can truly restore the immortal realm. The immortals discussed enthusiastically. Since the destruction of the immortal realm, they had never been so excited as they were today. Xingfu, however, did not participate in it, but kept scanning his surroundings, trying to find the trace of the inscription Tao Immortal. Logically speaking, the inscription Tao Immortal led them here, and now that they have arrived, he should appear. But he has not been seen for a long time. Being new here, Xingfu did not dare to rush around. He had no choice but to restrain the immortals and wait patiently in place. Time passed, until 3 years later in the Azure Firmament star region. Someone finally arrived late. Jushuan. Someone recognized the person and exclaimed on the spot. Didn't you die in the Tao annihilation back then? You've been resurrected from the dead. Seeming to have anticipated the reaction of the immortals, Jushuan smiled slightly and said, the former me did indeed fall in the Tao annihilation. But the current me was born from the imaginary creation of you venerable ones from your memories, and I have no relevant memories of the death that year. Jushuan's words undoubtedly confirmed Xingfu's description of the realm of creation and destruction, causing a stir. Those who come to the realm of creation and destruction are all placed in their original places of origin. This is our former homeland. Like a stream, and within the realm of creation and destruction, such imaginary recreations of possibilities are like 10,000 waters flowing together, countless. Jushuan said proudly. However, due to certain reasons, it is not good to take you to visit. Of course, if your strength reaches transcendence, or if you have outstanding contributions to imaginary construction, you may be received by the Venerable One and have a glimpse of the true face of the realm of creation and destruction. The encounter after arriving in the realm of creation and destruction was different from what the Guangwu immortals had imagined. There was no exclusion, nor was there warm hospitality. They were simply placed in their original homeland, with a bit of a taste of self-reliance. Especially after simply saying a few words, Jushuan seemed to have something urgent to deal with and left in a hurry. Looking at the somewhat disappointed appearance of the immortals, Xingfu had no choice but to speak out to cheer them up. Everyone, do not be discouraged. Haven't we already achieved our goal? Get rid of the trouble of Tao annihilation and have a new home where we can live in peace. Everything will be done step by step. Fellow Taoist Jushuan also said that there is no compulsion to contribute to imaginary construction, just let it be. If there are capable people who are willing to make contributions, that would naturally be even better. The immortals were somewhat relieved. It's just that, even the face of the inscription Tao Immortal has not been seen, it is still somewhat disappointing, the immortals said slowly. After all, they all came here because of the invitation from the inscription Tao Immortal, and now the inscription Tao Immortal has never appeared, so there is naturally a psychological gap. Those who were unwilling immediately began to study the imagination method that Jushuan said before leaving. Imagination requires a yellow crystal that reflects this world as a medium. The power of the yellow crystal radiates all imaginary construction possibilities, and it is everywhere. But outsiders find it difficult to detect, and can only sense it through special methods. This method is quite simple. The immortals spontaneously begin to operate, raising their heads. As expected, they see the yellow crystal, resembling a great sun. It emits a warm and dazzling light, reflecting the infinite lives within the realm of possibilities. Everything we see is born from this. Truly unbelievable. Focus your mind on it, and memories of the past will emerge in your mind. The immortals, following Ju Zan's instructions, begin to attempt reconstruction. Xingfu, however, is extremely cautious, choosing to observe for now. The imagined conspiracy does not occur. After completing a thought-based recollection, the immortals only feel somewhat mentally drained, with no other abnormalities. After resting for a while, they recover as before. As if addicted, they immediately immerse themselves in the next thought-based construction. I understand now. Thought reconstruction is like 10,000 immortals painting together. After all, everyone's memories are different, and the scenes of the immortal realm in their memories will naturally have some discrepancies. And this yellow crystal can collect and compare the thought-based memories of all of us. The completely identical parts are the thought foundation that can be used for construction. Being able to survive the great calamity that destroyed the immortal realm, none of the immortals are foolish. Soon they all understand the basic principles of the operation of thought. Thus, they become even more invigorated. After all, being able to personally paint the miraculous brush that revives their homeland is truly an honor. Everyone is like this, and Xingfu naturally cannot just watch. He immerses his divine sense into the yellow crystal in the sky, recalling the various details of the immortal realm in the past. There is no need to consider how to construct with thoughts. The warm light of the yellow crystal will naturally guide everything. As if a natural course, a past scene emerges on the paper. Xingfu stares at his work. After a moment, above and below the painting, countless overlaps seem to appear. All these paintings depict the same scene, but they all have subtle differences. A series of rays of light flash, and these paintings begin to be squeezed and fused together. All the repeated lines in the paintings are preserved, and their respective differences are erased. In the end, only a few strokes of Xingfu's masterpiece are left. Turning into an inconspicuous spot of light, it is thrown into the yellow crystal above. As that ray of light is absorbed, Xingfu's power also seems to be drawn away. Carefully savoring the disappearing part, Xingfu discovers that it is neither immortal power, physical strength, nor divine soul, but a source of power that is unclear, incomprehensible, and only closely related to thought. It seems that the realm of creation and destruction indeed has no malice, but is truly working hard to revive the lost possibilities of the past. Of course, this is just a preliminary conclusion. Within the realm of creation and destruction, there is no specific quantitative manifestation of contribution. Even if the number of thought-based constructions is high, there will be no extra rewards. Everything depends on one's own enthusiasm. The vast majority of true immortals lose their motivation after trying several times. They become dejected. They find a place to settle down in the already revived immortal realm's star field and focus on their own cultivation. Only a very small number spare no effort to contribute their thought power every once in a while. For no other reason, but to contribute to the revival of their homeland. Xingfu is also among them. Time passes day by day. Since the moment they descended, Ju Zan and the others in the realm of creation and destruction have not appeared again. Gradually, everyone almost forgets them. And almost subconsciously, they regard this place as their former immortal realm homeland. Only those true immortals who occasionally engage in thought-based construction will remember the true situation here. The yellow crystal in the sky seems to remain unchanged for 10,000 years. The tireless thought-based construction of the Guangwu people has not had any impact on it. After performing more than 600 thought reconstructions, Xingfu stares at the countless pictures presented in front of him, and a strange feeling suddenly rises in his heart. Those common scenes constructed together by the immortals of the realm of creation and destruction are the design blueprint for creating the revived immortal realm here. Although this immortal realm created from the blueprint is extremely similar to the homeland in memory, Xingfu always feels that there seems to be an essential difference between the two. This sense of disharmony has lingered in Xingfu's heart since the moment he descended into the realm of creation and destruction. As time passes, not only does it not fade, instead, it becomes more intense. What exactly is wrong? Xingfu frowns, ignoring his mental fatigue, and then performs another thought-based construction. The result is still the same. The process of thought-based construction is very smooth, but as countless pictures are overlapped and compressed, turning into spots of light and flying into the yellow crystal. That feeling of disharmony surges into Xingfu's heart again. Again, Xingfu is a little unwilling to give up. With each thought-based reconstruction, Xingfu's spirit, energy, and essence seem to be slowly drained. Even the body of a true immortal becomes gaunt. But Xingfu's eyes become brighter and brighter. Without the slightest fatigue, just like glimpsing some great secret, he cannot stop his excitement. So that's how it is. The immortal realm in our memories does indeed have subtle differences from the immortal realm that truly existed in the mountains and seas. How did the immortal realm perish and disappear? It was due to the erosion of the calamity of Tao annihilation. Tao annihilation devours, the immortal realm is no more. It even permanently takes away our ability to remember. Xingfu once again performs thought-based construction. Recalling every detail, under the guidance of the yellow crystal, a magnificent picture of the immortal realm is formed. But this painting itself is incomplete. It is as if an invisible hand has smeared the painting, erasing some of the details. These missing parts are the traces left by Tao annihilation. Li Fan reaches out and slowly strokes the abnormal parts of the painting that he senses, as if personally touching Tao annihilation. At this moment, the yellow crystal in the sky suddenly bursts out with a brilliant light, its brightness even surpassing all the other scenes in this realm of possibilities. But except for Xingfu, all other living beings are blind to this. Endless light descends, enveloping Xingfu's entire body. Under the warm embrace, it seems to be taking him to another place. With a faint premonition in his heart, Xingfu does not resist. The yellow light engulfs him. When he opens his eyes again, 8 figures are sitting around him. 5 venerables of the same tribulation, inscribed Tao Immortal. Xingfu inexplicably knows the identities of 2 of the figures. 1673, the birth of Shanhai. Unexpectedly, the one who awakened this time didn't even reach the transcendence realm. Truly, the heavens are favoring my realm of creation and destruction. The one speaking wasn't one of the 5 venerables of the tribulation or immortal Mingdao, but one of the remaining 2 figures. White hair and white beard, yet with the appearance of a young man. Looking at Xingfu, who was surrounded by everyone, his expression was quite excited. Esteemed seniors, what exactly? Xingfu first bowed towards the direction of immortal Mingdao, and then bowed to the others in turn. At the same time, he asked with a puzzled expression, could it be that what I experienced before wasn't real, but an illusion? A test for us. This time, it was one of the 5 venerables of the tribulation who answered Xingfu. His figure fluctuated, resembling hundreds of millions of miles of red clouds. Light and fire blazed, burning and extinguishing. Observing his shadow, one could understand his Tao. Thus, Xingfu knew his identity, Ember Dawn. Ember Dawn's words fell into Xingfu's ears, and immediately his body felt faintly hot. As if there were real flames roasting him. Of course it's not an illusion. The immortal realm homeland you were in before was indeed constructed by imagination and exists in reality. Of course, you can return at any time now. Following Ember Dawn's words, a flowing shadow resembling a long river quietly emerged below everyone. What was revealed within was the primordial immortal realm, including the Azure Star region. Xingfu even vaguely saw the immortals of light origin within. It's just that the imagination construction divine power is not perfect. The possibility of being replicated still has fatal flaws. It seems as solid as a rock, no different from a real possibility. But in reality, another long river shadow appeared in parallel, as real as the primordial immortal realm. But after a moment, the layer of reality covering it, for some unknown reason, instantly faded away. Like a painting being splashed with water, the colors faded, and the painting was gone. In the long river shadow, a terrifying calamity descended. That was an apocalypse almost comparable to the annihilation tribulation of the Tao. Even the speed at which this calamity destroyed possibilities was faster than the Tao annihilation devouring. Tao annihilation still had to gradually erode, but at this moment, the long river shadow's own foundation disappeared, and its existence collapsed in an instant. That possibility, along with countless living beings within it, was buried in the blink of an eye. Witnessing the tragedy, as if it stirred up Xingfu's memories of the destruction of the primordial immortal realm in the past, his expression became somewhat stiff. This scene of the apocalypse is not fabricated. It is a real scene that happened in the realm of creation and destruction not long ago. The words of another of the 5 venerables of the tribulation startled Xingfu even more. At the same time as he heard the words, Xingfu seemed to hear the sound of countless weapons clashing and then all breaking. Thus, Xingfen also knew the other party's identity, Hidden Edge. Now that you have awakened, you must also know why this flaw in the imagination method arose. Xingfu nodded and replied, it's because of the characteristics of Tao annihilation. Hidden Edge continued. Possibilities are born in the mountains and seas, like a picture drawn on the beach by the sea. The tide of Tao annihilation washes away the picture. What remains are the traces upon which our memories rely. And those completely blank places are the missing cornerstones of imagination construction that we can no longer recall, truly erased from the mountains and seas. Possibilities are born from the great power of the mountains and seas. The essence of its truth is not something we can understand at present. We can only imitate it, and it must be exactly the same. If there are a few strokes missing, it will be like drawing a tiger but ending up with a dog. There is a world of difference from a real possibility, and it may collapse at any time. Hidden Edge waved his hand, and several long river shadows appeared one after another. They were almost identical to real possibilities. But after existing for different lengths of time, they still couldn't last too long. They all returned to nothingness again. Hearing this, Xingfu couldn't help but feel anxious. Then aren't the immortals of light origin who followed me in danger? This time, it was another of the 5 venerables of the tribulation who smiled. He reassured, "You don't have to worry about that. Although the collapse of the constructed possibilities through imagination seems to happen in an instant, the realm of creation and destruction is within our perception. Before the disaster occurs, we will have a premonition and rescue them one step ahead." Hearing this, Xingfu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But the pressure in his heart never dissipated. It wasn't from the truth of the realm of creation and destruction, but from the words of this person just now. The lingering sound still remained in his ears, and Xingfu was as if facing an abyss. The abyss was dark and unpredictable, formless and without shape. And all who witnessed it would uncontrollably fall into it. Abyssal burial. Thus, Xingfu knew the identity of this venerable. Fortunately, abyssal burial didn't make things difficult for Xingfu and retracted his own pervasive power. The invisible pressure in Xingfu's heart slowly dissipated. Esteemed seniors, since the imagination method has such flaws, is there a solution? He didn't question why they put the immortals in the constructed possibilities through imagination to do useless work. Instead, he directly asked about the solution. The white-haired young man laughed loudly when he heard this. As expected of someone who awakened before reaching transcendence, his thoughts are beyond the reach of ordinary people. Maintaining imagination construction consumes a lot of energy. If we didn't see hope for a solution, how could we be so persistent? Someone like you who can pass the test is the solution, the white-haired young man said in a deep voice. Me. Xingfu recalled the various things he felt in the primordial imagination. He vaguely understood something. Tao annihilation erases cleanly and thoroughly. We can't track Tao annihilation, but we can perceive the difference between the constructed possibilities through imagination and the real possibilities. That premonition of disharmony in our hearts. Through continuous construction and repeated fine-tuning. Until Xingfu immediately understood and blurted out, the feeling of disharmony disappears. It means that the constructed possibilities through imagination are completely the same as the possibilities that truly existed at that time. Although we can't see its whiteness, we can infer it from the identifiable parts. So that's how it is. The white-haired young man smiled and didn't continue. Very obviously, Xingfu's guess was already very close to the truth. Your premonition alone is still lacking. We need to discuss and anchor it together. Immortal Mingdao finally spoke at this moment. Xingfu still respected this predecessor with a great reputation. He restrained his expression and listened to the teachings. Even if I held the Supreme Tao book back then, I couldn't fully understand the principles of the immortal realm. Everyone's cognition has its limitations. Therefore, we need to supplement more different perspectives. Immortal Mingdao cherished his words like gold and only said these 2 sentences before stopping. Construction through imagination doesn't necessarily have to be completely consistent with what existed in memory. What is certain now is that the closer it is, the higher the reliability of the construction through imagination. The probability of instantaneous collapse is also lower. Abyssal burial continued to add. By supplementing these open black lens bracket missing pieces close black lens bracket obliterated by the Tao, we can imitate and restore the cornerstone of the mountain and sea's potential. This is both the source of the mountain and sea's underlying power and the focus of the Tao's annihilation and plunder after the mountain and sea merge. Using fantasy to reproduce past possibilities is acting in accordance with the trend. Using this to peer into the Tao's annihilation, or more accurately, the mysteries of open black lens bracket God close black lens bracket, is what we truly seek, Yuan Zhang said astonishingly. God. Xingfu was shocked, then puzzled. May I ask, esteemed venerables, what exactly is this so-called open black lens bracket God close black lens bracket? He asked cautiously. The venerables of the tribulation of life and extinction seemed to value Xingfu highly, answering everything they knew. Immortal Mingdao used a few strokes to write several images. Someone once walked to the end of the mountains and seas and glimpsed the scene when the mountains and seas were born. Its form was unpredictable, its scene indescribable, its momentum imperceptible, its state indistinguishable. It cannot be described or explained by language, nor can it be recorded by words or images. That person could not recount what exactly happened at the beginning of the mountains and seas, but only clarified one point: the mountains and seas both came from open black lens bracket God close black lens bracket. That person also walked to the end of the mountains and seas and saw the future of the mountains and seas demise and returned to the open black lens bracket stars close black lens bracket. The boundless and infinite characteristics of the mountains and seas were stolen from open black lens bracket God close black lens bracket. Although it has been running for countless years, it is ultimately not the power of the mountains and seas themselves. Coming from God, returning to God. This is the inevitable ending of the mountains and seas. The beginning of the mountains and seas, the end of the mountains and seas. Two images floated before Xingfu. The amount of information they brought was too great, and Xingfu was stunned for a moment, seemingly unable to accept it. God, stars, the beginning of creation, the end of the mountains and seas. He muttered to himself, suddenly seeming to understand something, his face turning pale. If the mountains and seas are like this, wouldn't we, the creatures within the mountains and seas? This is the open black lens bracket irrelevant end close black lens bracket. All our attempts to save ourselves are like jokes in the face of God's unfathomable power. In the end, it is all in vain. Is that so? The white-haired youth suddenly asked. Xingfu was immediately taken aback. Naturally, it is not, he then said without thinking, as if enlightened. The white-haired youth burst into hearty laughter upon hearing this. The other venerables present also smiled. Immortal Mingdao even nodded slightly and said, "Good." Xingfu was a little at a loss because of the reaction of the venerables. The white-haired youth then continued, "The ending of the mountains and seas seems to have been predetermined. However, the stars are ultimately not God. The mountains and seas, flowing for endless years, will not just sit and wait for death like this. Everything is still an uncertain game. In the end, whether it is the mountains and seas, or the stars, or whether it is the creatures between our mountains and seas who win, are all unknown." The white-haired youth said with absolute certainty. Although we creatures are born in the mountains and seas, we also have the ability to comprehend the Tao. The more power we obtain from the mountains and seas, the weaker the mountains and seas and the stars become. The sages of the other shore are trying to use sparks to connect the broken mountains and seas, their figures covering the beginning and end of the mountains and seas. While saving the mountains and seas, they also achieve the same level as the mountains and seas. The Taiwei Holy Emperor, with his own great power, reflects infinite possibilities. Like a parasitic seed, it erodes the mountains and seas. Even if it ultimately cannot contend with the mountains and seas, perhaps it can forcibly peel off and separate from the mountains and seas, becoming its own entity. The venerables of the tribulation of life and extinction narrated the paths of the two major forces within the mountains and seas to Xingfu in detail. Xingfu had not even transcended yet, and now suddenly hearing so many secrets, he couldn't help but feel dizzy and distracted. The power of the sages is truly unimaginable, and their plans are not something we can shake. But the weak also have their way of survival. The method of fantasy, to observe the secrets of the Tao's annihilation, is our confidence in overcoming the strong with the weak. Open black lens bracket life devourer close black lens bracket, who had not spoken among the 5 venerables of the same tribulation, slowly said. As soon as life devourer spoke, Xingfu felt as if his own vitality was about to be drawn away, and his whole body began to turn cold. He couldn't help but shiver. When he exhaled, frost formed and appeared. However, it was clear that life devourer was gathering his own power and did not truly pose a threat to Xingfu. Those open black lens bracket blanks close black lens bracket obliterated by the Tao, the cornerstone of the mountains and seas, in our view, are the focus of the struggle between the mountains and seas and the stars. Turning the mountains and seas into God, the mountains and seas turning into stars. Some are easy, and some are constant. In the flow of the mountains and seas, what remains unchanged is the true great power. If we can glimpse, even an ant can transform one day and become the same as the mountains and seas. The same as the mountains and seas, Xingfu repeated these 4 words again. Before Xingfu could think carefully, he heard Immortal Mingdao ask, "Do you know the Duke of Shukyu?" Xingfu naturally nodded. The Duke of Shouchou's reputation for virtue is known and understood by everyone in the immortal realm. Then do you know that the Duke of Shukyu is one of the sages of the other shore? Is that so? Xingfu was now so shocked that he couldn't speak. When the Duke of Shukyu was guarding the immortal realm, I also met him once. Observing his fate and luck, being nameless was already the limit. However, after not seeing him for many years, he actually has the appearance of transcendence and a sage. Do you know why? Immortal Mingdao asked indifferently. Xingfu naturally did not know the details of the Duke of Shukyu. However, recalling what the Venerables of the Realm of Life and Extinction had said earlier, with inspiration, he couldn't help but boldly guess, could it be that the Duke of Shukyu found the unchanging great power of the mountains and seas? Immortal Mingdao nodded. He upholds the great Tao of the mountains and seas, which is open black lens bracket longevity close black lens bracket. Longevity. These two words seemed to have infinite magic power, and Xingfu kept muttering them in a low voice. I wonder, what is the difference between this great Tao of the mountains and seas and the ordinary paths we have mastered? Immortal Mingdao waved his hand, and a long scroll suddenly unfolded in front of Xingfu. There should have been countless characters on it, but at this moment, all those characters seemed to have disappeared, leaving only a blank scroll. Ordinary great Taos are born in the mountains and seas and are merely the evolution of the mountains and seas themselves. And the great Tao of the mountains and seas, just like the longevity of the Duke of Shukyu, perhaps it is inherited from open black lens bracket God close black lens bracket by the mountains and seas. However, it is a part that has not been completely absorbed and transformed. Almost all paths in the mountains and seas can be regarded as extensions of open black lens bracket God close black lens bracket S power. However, what we can come into contact with are only those parts that have been assimilated by the mountains and seas. Only a few retain the nature of open black lens bracket God close black lens bracket. Immortal Mingdao tried to write something on the blank scroll. However, he stopped halfway after lifting his pen several times. In the end, he couldn't write a single word, sighed, and put away the blank scroll. The method of fantasy is to glimpse the secrets of the mountains and seas. This secret refers to the great Tao of the mountains and seas. Those mysterious forces that have undergone the grinding of the mountains and seas and will eventually return to open black lens bracket God close black lens bracket. 1674. The End of Time. To glimpse the grand Tao of mountains and seas through imagination. Xingfu was deeply shaken by the scene depicted by inscription Tao Immortal. But then he became somewhat dejected. Even the transcendent realm is difficult for me to reach. Let alone glimpse this grand Tao of mountains and seas. Perhaps the seniors can do it, but I. At this moment, the last fellow tribulation Venerable interrupted with a rebuke. When Shukyu Gong obtained the grand Tao of longevity back then, his strength was inferior to yours. How do you know you can't do it? Whether one can obtain the grand Tao of mountains and seas depends entirely on personal chance and fortune, and has little connection with individual strength. Perhaps even Immortal can control the grand Tao of mountains and seas. Why can't we? As the voice sounded, Xingfu suddenly felt the surroundings become dim. As if falling into Tao annihilation, isolated from the vitality and light of the mountains and seas. Xingfu thus knew his Zun title, Light Extinction. Not daring to refute, he could only force a smile and say, Senior is right to reprimand. The Venerables of the tribulation of creation and destruction all knew that Xingfu was still being duplicitous, and they all smiled. But they could also understand, after all, this concept was completely contrary to the basic cultivation system in the mountains and seas. Inscription Tao Immortal spoke again. This matter is not something we are blindly optimistic about. First, as Light Extinction said, there are precedents in the mountains and seas. Secondly, in our possibility, there were indeed signs of another unknown grand Tao of mountains and seas appearing. However, no one was able to capture it. After that, it disappeared in a flash and was never heard from again. And the place where that grand Tao of mountains and seas appeared was not in the immortal realm, but in the lower realm Star Sea. This was the first time Xingfu had heard of such secrets, and he was both surprised and confused. Before reaching the Saint Realm, we are all insignificant ants in front of the mountains and seas. What difference is there between transcendence and mortality? It all depends on personal chance and fortune. Inscription Tao Immortal smiled. After such an explanation, Xingfu was finally able to barely accept it. But new questions arose in his mind. Shukyugong is from our hometown, and besides that, there is actually news of another Grand Tao of longevity appearing. Could it be that the Grand Tao of mountains and seas is not rare, otherwise why do they all appear in the same possibility? Perhaps it's just a simple coincidence. Or perhaps, Inscription Tao Immortal exchanged glances with the other venerables of the tribulation of creation and destruction, and said slowly, it is precisely because Shukyugong obtained the Grand Tao of longevity that it attracted the appearance of another Grand Tao of mountains and seas. This was something Xingfu had never thought of, and he was immediately stunned. Do things of a kind come together? That's how it can be understood. In fact, there are only a few Grand Taos of mountains and seas remaining. And if the Grand Tao of mountains and seas is added to one's body, it is extremely easy to hide oneself. Others can hardly detect it, unless one takes the initiative to make it public like Shukyugong. Otherwise, even a saint cannot track it down. So it was truly fortunate that two Grand Taos of mountains and seas appeared in our hometown back then. Inscription Tao Immortal sighed slightly. It's a pity it's useless. The immortal realm was ultimately destroyed. Xingfu also sighed. Destroyed? Not necessarily. Inscription Tao Immortal changed the subject. Xingfu was stunned for a moment, and was about to ask further, but Inscription Tao Immortal skipped the topic. Compared to the other shore in the Saint Dynasty, the realm of creation and destruction is indeed weak. However, unlike their concept of irrelevant endgame, we still have feelings for our former home. The method of imagination can save the destroyed homeland. At the same time, it can also take the opportunity to find traces of the Grand Tao of mountains and seas, which can be described as killing two birds with one stone. Therefore, compared to other forces in the mountains and seas, we also have our own unique advantages. However, the Tao of mountains and seas is of great importance. Only an awakened like you is qualified to know. As for the others, whether they live a stable life or assist in the construction of imagination, it is up to them. We will not force them. Light Extinction spoke eloquently. Xingfu lowered his head and said, Venerables, you are merciful. May I ask, seniors, how many so-called awakened like me are there in the realm of creation and destruction? Not too many, not too few. Including you, excluding us, there are 23. You will see them later. Light Extinction replied. Xingfu was secretly surprised when he heard this. According to the previous words of the Venerables, the previous awakened ones seemed to be in the transcendent realm. Including the Venerables, the strength of this realm of creation and destruction is truly not to be underestimated. Do you have any other questions? You can ask them all now. After all, we will not always have time to meet in the future. Xingfu pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Good. Next, we will bestow upon you the true divine power of imagination construction. This is the key to touching and depicting the Grand Tao of mountains and seas, you must carefully comprehend it. Inscription Tao Immortal said in a deep voice. As he spoke, the figures of the 8 venerables of the realm of creation and destruction suddenly disappeared from Xingfu's eyes. What replaced them was a dazzling yellow crystal. It was extremely similar to what Xingfu had seen in the primordial immortal realm of imagination. But it was even more complex. On each side of the crystal, there seemed to be endless light and shadows flashing. And upon closer inspection, each side seemed to be able to be further subdivided endlessly. Xingfu's mind was intoxicated, and the voices of the venerables also resounded in his ears at the same time. The method of imagination reproduction originates from that mountain and sea walker. He himself is not the original creator of this divine power. The true origin comes from the last genius among our cultivators in the final era of the mountains and seas. At that time, only one possibility remained in the mountains and seas, struggling to support itself, which was the hope of all surviving creatures in the mountains and seas. All the saints were annihilated in the years of fighting against Tao annihilation. In such a desperate situation, our cultivators still did not give up. A large number of amazing and talented people still emerged. It can be called the last elegy of our creatures. And the one who created the method of imagination construction was the most dazzling star among them. His talent was even higher than that of the mountain and sea walker. And it was precisely because of his help that the mountain and sea walker was able to go from the end of the mountains and seas to the beginning of the mountains and seas, and safely cross the eternal silent void. After introducing the origin of the divine power method, Xingfu seemed to see the flashing light and shadow of the last days of the mountains and seas on this infinite-sided yellow crystal. Each side reflected the traces left by the possibilities that once existed in the mountains and seas. Endless possibilities converge at the end of time. When the mountains and seas died, it turned into a dazzling yellow gemstone. Observe its traces, recall your own memories. See the scenery and feel the emotions, compare the two. Reproduce from nothingness, reconstruct from imagination. Wonderful! Xingfu danced with excitement and couldn't help but praise loudly. The yellow crystal suddenly burst out with countless rays of light, occupying his entire vision and perception, and then disappeared into Xingfu's sea of consciousness. When Xingfu was able to see again, the venerables of the realm of creation and destruction had disappeared. Below him, thousands of long river phantoms stood side by side, roaring. More than a dozen figures floated above them, not knowing what they were observing. Xingfu could sense the aura of imagination construction flashing on their bodies from time to time. As for the venerables, they didn't seem to be in this space. Although Xingfu became an awakened one, the tribulation of creation and destruction doesn't have mandatory mission requirements. Everything depends on one's own will to execute. Of course, if one can contribute while exploring the traces of the grand Tao of mountains and seas, then the venerables will not be stingy with rewards. Whether it's discussing cultivation with the venerables in person, or the venerables helping to stabilize the imaginary homeland, in short, as long as the requests are not excessively outrageous, the venerables will satisfy them. Xingfu once wondered, if the appearance of the grand Tao of mountains and seas is truly depicted, then ultimately, who will own this path to the heavens? Will the members of the tribulation of creation and destruction turn against each other and fight to the death for it? But without the venerable explaining, Xingfu quickly understood on his own. The grand Tao of mountains and seas cannot be snatched or seized. Everything depends on one's own opportunities and good fortune. In the realm of creation and destruction, who ultimately controls the grand Tao of mountains and seas is not the key. The most important thing is that the cultivators of the realm of creation and destruction control the grand Tao of mountains and seas. In other words, everyone has the opportunity to ascend to the heavens in one step, like Lord Shukyu, Xingfu thought, and a surge of high-spirited fighting will immediately arose. He didn't rest at the moment, and operated the imaginary method to depict and compare. Imaginary construction, repeated comparison, to explore the grand Tao of mountains and seas. This behavior is very much like depicting paintings. At first, you might feel fresh. But slowly, later on, you will start to feel bored. Because you will find that when you slowly approach the truth, no matter how many more paintings you copy next, all these paintings are exactly the same. There is no difference whatsoever. How can what was annihilated by Tao be so easily figured out and reproduced? It can only rely on the occasional flash of inspiration in one attempt after another. No wonder there are 23 awakened ones, but only 16 are here, Xingfu vaguely understood. Those people couldn't see hope and chose to give up. The choices of others will not affect Xingfu. He tirelessly repeated the imaginary construction, relying on his keen intuition, and carefully compared it with the past in his memory. Although each repetition yielded nothing, it was extremely tedious. But he enjoyed it, immersed in it, unaware of the passage of time. New awakened ones arrived, and desperate people gave up. Xingfu always stood on the shadow of the rushing river, creating one painting after another. But heaven may not reward diligence, and effort may not be rewarded. Even if Xingfu tried so tirelessly, he still didn't make any progress. The grand Tao of mountains and seas is truly like an invisible ghost. No matter what method you use, it is difficult to capture it. Even with Xingfu's firm temperament, he couldn't help but feel a little frustrated for a while. In a trance, he suddenly remembered the simultaneous appearance of the grand Tao of mountains and seas in the primordial immortal realm. Birds of a feather flock together, and things of the same kind come together. This kind of headless imaginary thought is too inefficient. Even until the end of the mountains and seas, I'm afraid I may not be able to glimpse even a trace of its shadow. If I could control the grand Tao of longevity like Lord Shukyu, it might be possible to fish out this hidden ghost by using the grand Tao of longevity as a guide. Thinking of this, Xingfu's eyes suddenly condensed. As if touching on some key point, the depths of his eyes changed several times in an instant. It seemed as if he had changed into a different person in an instant, or perhaps it was just an illusion. This enlightenment seemed to have never happened. Xingfu continued to repeat his labor. Until one day, the peace of the realm of creation and destruction was broken. It was unknown how long had passed since Xingfu came to the realm of creation and destruction. When a crack was suddenly torn open above the shadow of the long river, revealing the scenery of the mountains and seas outside, Xingfu was surprised. The mountains and seas seem to have undergone a drastic change during this period. Having repeatedly copied countless possible pictures, Xing Fu's perception of mountains and seas and Tao annihilation had unknowingly become 1,000 times more acute than before. At this moment, he could clearly feel the boiling of Tao annihilation outside. Just like when he sensed the true meaning of the lone sail transcendence in the Guangwu Star Sea, Tao annihilation became extremely active, and its aggressiveness was dozens of times higher than usual. And this hostility of Tao annihilation is not limited to a certain area, but it seems everywhere. What exactly happened? Xing Fu was puzzled. Before he could delve into it, the venerables of the realm of creation and destruction, including Immortal Mingdao, had all appeared and stood in front of the torn gap. The pressure from the mountains and seas Tao annihilation was slightly weakened. Several imaginary rushes were thus able to be maintained. Unexpectedly, there is still an unexpected gain. A cold voice came from above. Dressed in purple, with a red mole between her eyebrows, like a third eye. She coldly swept over the people below. Behind the purple-clothed figure, there were also 3 figures standing. Each one's aura was no weaker than the venerables of the realm of creation and destruction. You and I mind our own business, why are you forcing us today? Guangmo, one of the 5 venerables of the same tribulation, suppressed the anger in his heart and asked. The purple-clothed figure said coldly, I am ordered by the saint to search the mountains and seas. Do not delay yourselves. Saint, what a big breeze. Why don't you go to the Taiwei Holy Dynasty to search? The white-haired youth said in a strange tone. Do you think that there is no search on the Holy Dynasty's side? The purple-clothed figure sneered. As soon as this was said, the expressions of everyone in the realm of creation and destruction changed. What could make the saints of the other shore and the Taiwei Holy Emperor so important? The grand Tao of mountains and seas. Countless thoughts flashed through the minds of the venerables, but the purple-clothed figure had already become impatient. I'll say it again, don't delay yourselves. A purple thunderbolt suddenly lit up. The roar was loud, almost shattering the realm of creation and destruction. There is nothing you are looking for here, Immortal Mingdao said. The purple-clothed figure narrowed her eyes and smiled. You say there isn't, and there isn't. What a joke. The purple figure suddenly expanded billions of times. Even larger than the countless rushing shadows below combined, wanting to see all the secrets of this world. This move also angered everyone in the realm of creation and destruction. Immortal Mingdao threw out a long scroll, which, although blank, seemed to be filled with densely packed thousands of characters. One of them seemed to correspond to the purple-clothed Tao. On the blank scroll, this character changed from virtual to real. And the purple figure, which had expanded, seemed to be pulled by some kind of force, gradually returning to its original shape. Since that's the case, then don't blame me for not being affectionate. When I turn this place upside down, I will naturally know what you are hiding. Rumbling thunder came from outside the realm of creation and destruction. Although the purple-clothed figure's Dharma idol shattered, an even larger pair of hands stretched out from beyond the crack. It can't be hidden anymore. Let's do it, Immortal Mingdao sighed. 1675. The Mountain and Sea Avenue. Light suddenly vanished, and endless darkness enveloped the realm of creation and destruction. From the treacherous abyss, countless mud-like tentacles seemed to reach out, tightly entangling Zi's enormous hands. A fiery cloud stretching for millions of miles, like a sharp sword, slashed towards the outside of the abyss. Zi's voice of shock and anger flashed by, then was drowned out by the endless, violent explosion. The 5 venerables of the tribulation acted together, intercepting Zi from the other shore. At the same time, the entire realm of creation and destruction was undergoing inexplicable changes. Tens of millions of long rivers flowed in unison, as if attracted by something, reversing and converging, forming circles upon circles. In an instant, they wove into a gem radiating a pure yellow light. Under the reflection of some mysterious rhythm, the sounds of weapons clashing outside slowly faded. 8 figures guarded the central yellow gem, seemingly motionless. But in reality, amidst the flickering light and shadows, they had already traversed thousands of mountains and seas. We've temporarily shaken off their pursuit. However, even if we can transfer again, it's ultimately not a long-term solution, Immortal Mingdao said with a rather heavy tone. Unexpectedly, another great Tao has appeared in the mountains and seas. It's truly unexpected, causing us to be exposed ahead of time. The painting comparison is about to be completed. We must not give up halfway. If it's truly critical, I will conjure the realm of creation and destruction from my imagination, and actively show myself to lure the enemy, buying you time," the white-haired youth said with a solemn expression. The others didn't object. "Rest assured, we won't forget your contribution." The white-haired youth smiled and shook his head. "I was already a dead man. Reborn from imagination, I've gained another experience, which is already enough for me. If I can help you all achieve the great Tao, it will be a life well lived." After a moment of silence, the gazes of the 8 figures focused again on the yellow gem in the center. Upon reaching a safe place, the circles of lines that formed the gem re-expanded, once again transforming into tens of millions of streams of light. And in the light and shadows, the creatures within the realm of imaginative possibilities seemed to be frozen in time, losing the concept of the passage of time. They were unaware of the various changes that had occurred outside. After receiving the safety notice from the Venerables, they soon returned to their past lives. Xing Fu was one of them. However, he occasionally looked outside the realm of creation and destruction, his expression subtle. "I can't see the scenery of the mountains and seas outside. The Venerables must have taken action to seal it off. I just don't know how long it can last." Regarding the possibility of being exposed at any time, Xing Fu felt not fear, but a hint of anticipation. The tribulation of creation and destruction should be far from as simple as the Venerables described to me. Otherwise, even if Ziyi came to the door, to search carefully, he wouldn't have fled in panic so quickly. There must be something within it that even the sages of the other shore care about. The answer was obvious. The great Tao of mountains and seas. The method they're transmitting to compare and imitate the great Tao of mountains and seas should also be real. It's just that they're concealing the progress. Xing Fu raised his head, looking at the formless yellow gem suspended above the shadows of 10,000 rivers. Whether intentional or unintentional, active or passive, every time the so-called awakened ones in the realm of creation and destruction, including me, perform an imitation, I'm afraid it's being recorded and counted towards the overall comparison progress. But the Venerables didn't lie. Once the progress is complete, the great Tao of longevity will appear. Whoever in the realm of creation and destruction becomes its master depends entirely on personal fortune and opportunity. Seizing, snatching, are all useless. The reason for not making this information public. Knowing too much will only lead to restlessness and difficulty in imaginative imitation. It took Xing Fu a long time to forcibly suppress the surging thoughts. This discovery didn't actually change anything in Xing Fu's life. Even if the progress was already 99.99%, it was actually no different from zero before it was truly complete. He didn't know when he would truly be able to glimpse the appearance of that unknown great Tao of mountains and seas, but the pursuit from the other shore was real and very likely to descend again. Xing Fu keenly noticed that the overall atmosphere of the realm of creation and destruction was gradually different from before. Especially those awakened ones. They no longer possessed the focus of the past, and the efficiency of imaginative construction was therefore affected. They're already distracted. Their ability to withstand pressure is a bit too poor. Noticing this scene, Xing Fu felt secretly strange. Logically speaking, these awakened ones all possessed transcendent strength. Their mental state should never be so poor. Unless forcing growth is not true transcendence that one has grown up with oneself. Xing Fu's attention first fell on his colleagues. Those whose minds haven't been much affected haven't noticed anything. And those whose minds are turbulent, it's as if imaginative construction, although extremely real, is ultimately not real. After accumulating for who knows how many years, Xing Fu had his own unique understanding of imaginative construction. After carefully observing this time, he finally discovered the mystery. In addition, this sense of incongruity. Xing Fu frowned and recalled. Based on the vague sense of familiarity, he suddenly remembered the young white-haired venerable he had seen before. Is he also a creation of imaginative construction? Has the imaginative art of the tribulation of creation and destruction reached such a point that it can almost be mistaken for reality? Xing Fu was immediately suspicious. Just as the great Tao of mountains and seas would attract each other, painters would also develop a sense of mutual appreciation. Xing Fu's imaginative construction could now be considered to have reached the entry level. But he didn't feel that the venerables of the 5 tribulations, in this art, would surpass him by much. Although there was no substantial evidence, just a strange guess in his heart. But Xing Fu could almost be certain that it was very close to the truth. Xing Fu himself didn't know where his confidence came from. Perhaps it's the talent I've shown in the supernatural power of imaginative construction. That white-haired youth, although a creation of imagination, is treated as an equal by the venerables of the five tribulations and immortal Mingdao. If I were to put myself in their shoes, would I treat my own imaginative creations as equals? Definitely not possible. Xingfu's eyes flickered slightly, and he already had the answer in his heart. He was created by someone else's imaginative construction, and left behind as an aid. As for who it is, the answer is also very obvious. It should be the mountain and sea walker who taught the venerables of the five tribulations. As thoughts raced, Xingfu had already deduced part of the truth. Imagination can turn the illusory into reality, it must be generated from one's familiar memories. If that white-haired youth was imaginatively constructed by the mountain and sea walker, then his original identity. From the end of the mountains and seas, Xingfu couldn't help but think of the words of the venerables of the five tribulations. He himself is not the original creator of this supernatural power. The true origin comes from the last of our cultivators in the last era of the mountains and seas. His talent is even higher than that of the mountain and sea walker. Xingfu nodded inwardly. Perhaps it is precisely because its true form is extraordinary that the honored ones treat this imagined creation with such respect. He very much wanted to know the specific situation at the edge of the mountains and seas from the white-haired youth's memories. However, since the attack of the purple-clad figure from the other shore, the honored ones of the realm of creation and destruction have rarely appeared before everyone. It seems they are working together busily on something. Xingfu could only think about it. Even if he gleaned some secrets of the realm of creation and destruction, Xingfu only buried them in his heart and did not reveal them at all. In the remaining time, he still silently and constantly constructed in his imagination, adding a bit of progress to the final depiction of the great Tao of mountains and seas. About another period of time passed, even longer than before. On this day, Xingfu, who had just completed a tracing, suddenly felt an inexplicable throbbing in his heart. Then, a line of tears flowed down for no reason. Xingfu wiped them away, extremely shocked. At the same time, doubts arose in his heart. What is going on? My mind instinctively feels grief, and I can't restrain the tears. It should be an anomaly that arises spontaneously after the fall of close relatives by blood. But my relatives all perished in the destruction of the immortal realm back then. What exactly? Xingfu couldn't figure it out. He wanted to investigate, but he couldn't find a way. In the end, he could only bury this question in the deepest part of his heart. After that, he didn't know how many years had passed. The final completion of the tracing of the great Tao of mountains and seas seemed to be only a tiny bit away. But this tiny bit was like a chasm between heaven and earth. No matter how tirelessly the beings in the realm of creation and destruction persisted, they still couldn't fill it. The latest chapter is first published on 69shu.com. However, as the progress bar was filled closer and closer to completion, corresponding changes also occurred within the realm of creation and destruction. The most significant was the torrent of 10 million rivers. Originally, they were just imagined creations, and Xingfu could see through their reality at a glance. But now, they were almost indistinguishable from reality. With Xingfu's attainments in the Tao of imagination, he had to carefully distinguish them to discern the subtle differences between them and the true possibilities in the mountains and seas. If one were not proficient in this Tao, it would be difficult to detect its imaginary characteristics. The danger of sudden annihilation is gone. Those people in the Guangwu Star Sea are living more and more freely and leisurely. They have almost forgotten about me. Xingfu's expression was momentarily dazed. In addition to these imagined possibilities, the yellow gemstone suspended above the rushing rivers had also undergone great changes. It was still not in the state of perfect imaginary truth. But rather, it was in between truth and falsehood. When not looking at it, it was only composed of 10,000 illusory shadows. But if one observed carefully, every facet of the yellow gemstone was so lifelike, indistinguishable from a real descent. This superposition of true and false states made Xingfu even more fascinated. He often looked up and observed, and a feeling suddenly arose in his heart. The day of its true transformation was not far away. Xingfu's premonitions were always very accurate. After another 3,569 years passed. On this day, Xingfu's tracing was inexplicably interrupted. This was almost impossible for Xingfu, whose imaginary divine power had reached the pinnacle of perfection. But it really happened, only because, instantly realizing something, Xingfu's body trembled violently uncontrollably due to extreme excitement. Eliminate all the lines that feel discordant. The great Tao of mountains and seas, hidden in the blank space, has finally been depicted by us. Like the countless beings in the torrent of 10 million rivers, Xing Fu raised his head and looked at the supremely perfect and brilliant yellow gemstone above. Figures emerged around the gemstone in order. It was the honored ones of the realm of creation and destruction who had not appeared for a long time. However, there were not 8, but only 5 honored ones of the same tribulation. The other honored ones, including Mingdao Immortal, had disappeared. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, this yellow gemstone, which had been successfully reproduced after countless years of hard work by countless artists of the realm of creation and destruction, actually began to gradually collapse. As if endless lines surged out from it, becoming denser and denser, like countless paintbrushes, outlining a great Tao that should not exist in the mountains and seas. With the advent of the great Tao of mountains and seas, the realm of creation and destruction, which had been hidden for many years, could no longer be concealed. The isolation of aura was broken, and a rift was suddenly torn open. Xing Fu could clearly see the scene of a sacred halo standing tall not far away. The white circle seemed to stand in the mountains and seas, although it looked infinitely far away, it was extremely close. Arriving in an instant, sealing and suppressing the realm of creation and destruction. But at this moment, the 5 honored ones of the same tribulation, and even the beings in the realm of creation and destruction, were no longer important. All eyes were focused on the great Tao of mountains and seas that was about to be born. Within the white circle, light and shadows flickered. The sages of the other shore revealed solemn faces. At the same time, a figure wearing a black dragon robe and a crown also quietly descended here. Sitting alone on the imperial throne, although only alone. The palpable sense of oppression it brought was no less than that of the illusory shadows of the sages. The power of the sages was like a violent storm. Although they had tried their best to restrain themselves, and there was some reduction under mutual restraint. But for the beings here, they still couldn't bear it. The vast majority fainted the moment the sages descended. And those few who could maintain consciousness did not dare to look at the figures of the sages. They just barely focused their attention on the great Tao of mountains and seas that was about to disappear. Rather than saying that it was disappearing, it was better to say that it was being reproduced from nothingness and then hidden in the mountains and seas. Xing Fu had a faint premonition in his heart that whether this great Tao of mountains and seas could be controlled by everyone present depended on the moment of its descent. If it intends to hide, I'm afraid even the sages will not be able to find it. All breathing stopped, and they waited together for that moment. When the lines of the yellow gemstone had all disappeared and completely merged with the mountains and seas. The Taiwei Saint Emperor suddenly snorted coldly, and manipulated the imperial throne, disappearing. Even the sages of the other shore were somewhat surprised by this move. Still so arrogant, the evaluation of the sages could be faintly heard from the white circle. The departure of the Taiwei Saint Emperor did not affect the birth of the great Tao of mountains and seas. Everyone present soon sensed an ancient and vast, yet newly born and contradictory aura. It flashed by. The Tao of annihilation plunders the foundation of the mountains and seas, the key to the decline of the mountains and seas. The root of heaven and earth, giving birth to all things. This is the open black lens bracket mysterious female close black lens bracket great Tao. The voice boomed, coming from the white ring of the other shore. The speaker was Lord Shukyu, who held the open black lens bracket longevity close black lens bracket. In the light and shadow, the sages were about to take action. The entire mountains and seas seemed to be suddenly frozen. Endless white mist emerged from nothingness, covering the mountains and seas. Still real, the beings could only faintly hear a voice coming from the white mist. 1676. The first true mysterious female. Like a fish about to bite, startled and scared away by a pebble suddenly falling into the water. Or like a colossal creature in the depths, a shadow appearing, rapidly approaching, swallowing the fish that was supposed to be caught in one gulp. The instant the white mist appeared, the mysterious female great Tao, surrounded by all the sages and eagerly awaited, vanished without a trace like ice in water. But at this moment, the sages were no longer concerned with this escaping great Tao of the mountains and seas. In the vast white mist, the attention of all living beings who could still move was focused on the phrase, "Return to truth." Searched throughout the mountains and seas, finally it has appeared. Hidden so deeply. This power. On the other side, within the white circle, the illusory figures of the sages combined their strength, erupting into an incomparably brilliant halo, trying to resist the erosion of the white mist. And deep within the white mist, there was constant vibration. A figure could vaguely be seen, struggling to shuttle in advance. It was actually the Taiwei Saint Emperor who had already left, returning. The mountains and seas were frozen, only the saints could escape unharmed. But the vast white mist, its momentum surpassing even the annihilation of the Tao. The combined strength of the sages was ultimately futile. Layer upon layer of figures disappeared into the white mist, motionless and invisible, and apart from the sages, Xingfu, who had witnessed this scene from beginning to end, was still able to maintain normal operation of his thoughts within the white mist. Return to truth, so that's how it is. Xingfu was stunned into silence. Then, at the same time, he silently recited in his heart, return to truth. The surging white mist, vast and mighty, swept in, submerging the mountains and seas. It was unknown how long had passed, or perhaps it was just an instant. The white mist receded, and the mountains and seas reappeared as before. Only the sages of the mountains and seas, who had originally been eagerly pursuing return to truth, were suddenly slightly dazed. After a moment of recovery, they were all stunned and couldn't stop exclaiming, "Where is the mysterious female Great Tao? Why has it disappeared without a trace?" Only Xingfu, a strange color floated in the depths of his eyes. He lowered his head and frowned, repeatedly thinking in his heart, puzzled, return to truth. What is return to truth? Anchoring year 1, profound yellow world. Li Fan's eyes suddenly opened. The return to truth panel in front of him suddenly appeared. Compared to the past, there was an additional line of dreamy characters flashing with colorful light. Great Tao returns to truth, first mysterious female. The moment Li Fan's mind touched this line of words, the colorful characters instantly disintegrated, turning into a wisp of mysterious imagery. Continuous and unbroken, the root of heaven and earth. Profound and mysterious, immeasurable. Stillness gathering, movement opening, all things originate. Even before this, Li Fan knew nothing about the mysterious female Great Tao. At this moment, as the colorful characters entered his eyes, countless insights about the mysterious female Great Tao spontaneously surged into his heart. Even if this Great Tao of the mountains and seas should be incomparably arduous and obscure, even if an existence like a nameless true immortal spent their entire life, they would not be able to comprehend it. However, in Li Fan's eyes, it was like a transparent book. There was no difficulty at all. This was certainly not because Li Fan suddenly became enlightened, his aptitude becoming heaven-defying. All the changes originated from return to truth. Taking a deep breath, he silently suppressed his insights into the mysterious female Great Tao for the time being. Li Fan stared closely at the 4 words Great Tao returns to truth on the return to truth panel. Great Tao returns to truth, Great Tao returns to truth. And the subsequent appearance of first mysterious female. This is, return to truth has captured the mysterious female Great Tao. In Li Fan's heart, it was like a stormy sea, incomparably horrified. This was completely beyond his expectations. In fact, he was completely ignorant of how return to truth actually did this. Li Fan recalled his experiences in the previous life. Since sending the clone Xingfu into the realm of creation and destruction, he had already anticipated that the sages on the other shore would search the mountains and seas, looking for the traces of return to truth, so he quietly hid himself. Relying on his experience of traveling throughout the mountains and seas, he hid very well. Even if the transcendents of the other shore came out together and joined forces with the Taiwei Saint dynasty, almost turning the mountains and seas upside down, he was not exposed because of this. Just as Jia Wuzun said, if the Great Tao of the mountains and seas was determined to hide itself, it would be extremely difficult for others to detect where it was. But later, as the mysterious female Great Tao was born, the sages of the other shore and the Taiwei Saint Emperor all appeared. The commotion became bigger and bigger, and Li Fan was secretly alarmed. Seeing that he was about to play it wrong, Li Fan resolutely decided to activate Return to Truth. Even if the true face of the mysterious female Great Tao had not yet appeared at that time. Upholding the principle of safety first, Li Fan decisively chose to activate Return to Truth. But something unexpected happened to Li Fan. Return to Truth once again did not respond. And compared to the past loss of control, this time there was no external force such as the sages to stop it. Nor was it because Return to Truth had suffered the 3 Tao fusion tribulation, resulting in serious injuries. The reason why it failed was entirely because Return to Truth seemed to have withdrawn from Li Fan's body. Even now, when he recalled it, Li Fan could still personally experience the fear in his heart at the beginning. This was different from the feeling when Return to Truth fell into a deep sleep in the past. At that time, although return to truth could not be used, Li Fan had a faint thought in his heart that return to truth would surely wake up one day. He only needed to slowly endure and wait for that day to come. But when return to truth truly left Li Fan's body, only by losing it can one appreciate the preciousness of having it. That short but incomparably long time was almost the most painful experience Li Fan had encountered since reincarnation. Li Fan didn't want to think about it too much. Even if return to truth later went and returned, even if it responded to his call and was activated again, Li Fan was still angry at return to truth's short and unannounced departure. Until the new life came and he saw the extra line on the return to truth panel. All doubts and worries disappeared. All turned into joy. Li Fan also understood why return to truth had left for no reason. Releasing the vast white mist, pretending to appear, attracting the attention of the sages of the mountains and seas. In fact, it secretly lurked and successfully captured the descended mysterious female Great Tao. Great Tao returns to truth. Returns to truth. This description is extremely wonderful. Li Fan was extremely happy in his heart. Every time he thought he had seen the limit of return to truth, but every time return to truth could give him surprises. Li Fan never thought that return to truth could capture the Great Tao of the mountains and seas. How exactly did it do it? Shouldn't return to truth be of the same level as the mountains and seas? The mysterious female, as one of the Great Tao of the mountains and seas, seemed to have no room for resistance and was easily captured by return to truth. Recalling the previous 3 Tao fusion, when return to truth suffered heavy damage, and feeling that mysterious female Great Tao firmly bound within return to truth, Li Fan was puzzled. However, as always, even if it had made such a shocking feat, return to truth still refused to give any explanation. No matter how Li Fan inquired, it remained silent, making Li Fan's teeth itch with anger. However, it is ultimately a great good thing. Li Fan was helpless and stopped dwelling on it. He happily comprehended the mysterious female Great Tao after returning to truth. At the same time, he did not forget to check the memories of Bai Shuyu in the previous life. Hiss. The moment he chose to accept Bai Shuyu's memory, Li Fan's sea of consciousness felt as if it had been pierced by a needle, with a faint stinging pain. The memory capacity after transcendence was far greater than in the past. If Li Fan hadn't been a powerhouse of equal caliber, and additionally tempered by the trials of the still true wheel, he would have likely had his mind shattered the instant he inherited Bai Shuyu's memories. It took Li Fan quite a while to slowly recover and digest his aunt's memories. The time it took Aunt to reach the other shore was shorter than I imagined. Perhaps it really is due to her heaven-defying talent. It seems as if something was guiding her in the dark. Without anyone leading the way, she hardly took any detours and directly found the other shore, Li Fan exclaimed in amazement. Subsequently, as I predicted, Aunt's secret of constant reincarnation was directly exposed before the sages of the other shore. However, Aunt had never done anything harmful or immoral. After a thorough examination by the sages, they ultimately determined that the reincarnation was not caused by Aunt herself, but by someone plotting behind the scenes. In the end, they merely imprisoned Aunt in the eternal heavenly stairway of the other shore, without causing her too much trouble. At the same time, they ordered people to search for Mai Zhongji. Li Fan chuckled softly. In the eternal heavenly stairway, even seeking death is impossible. Aunt could only honestly work day and night, diligently crafting one blue brick after another for transcendent experts to traverse the river of time. Until she was released, Aunt resolutely chose to commit suicide and begin a new life. Seeing this, Li Fan's eyes narrowed instantly. He faintly sensed something was wrong. The sages of the other shore hadn't yet found the traces of the mastermind behind the scenes, so why would they suddenly release Aunt? Li Fan repeatedly read through Aunt's memories, over and over again, confirming that there were no omissions within them. And the sages of the other shore, from beginning to end, never revealed the truth of the matter to Aunt. This mastermind behind the scenes, which was himself, was not exposed. But Li Fan still felt an faint unease. Choosing to trust his intuition, Li Fan didn't easily choose to let Bai Shuyu inherit the memories of her previous life. I would rather work hard and start a new round of the saint-making plan than suffer a setback due to momentary carelessness. However, the saint-making plan, after all, takes a long time. It would be best if Aunt could only inherit the memories of the life before last, skipping the experiences of the last life. As if sensing Li Fan's request, the still true panel suddenly moved. A strand of light emanated from the 7 colored characters of the first truth open black lens bracket mystic female close black lens bracket. Turning into a wonderful brush, it wrote and modified the selection text of still true. As desired, as wished, the moment a thought arises, the text changes. Still true can reflect my thoughts and restore only the memories of the life before last. This change stunned Li Fan. It seems that I am far from comprehending the mysteries and wonderful uses of the mountains and seas grand Tao. After a long time, Li Fan sighed deeply. Now that Still True has provided a response plan, Li Fan is no longer in a hurry. He carefully thought about his current situation. The reason why I initially wanted to launch the open black lens bracket saint making plan close black lens bracket was precisely because, in the simulation launched by Still True, I encountered myself entering the other shore alone without any preparation and then being seen through by the sages. So I wanted to find a way to deal with the sages. But I can't meet with the sages, so I can only find a substitute. Still True gave me a hint at this time. Ant, as the person I am most familiar with, naturally became the target I chose. Ant's reincarnation and transformation allows her aptitude and spirituality to continuously accumulate. And I have also gained a lot from this rebirth. This open black lens bracket mystic female close black lens bracket grand Tao is the most important of them. Still True's pure open black lens bracket simulation close black lens bracket requires the mountains and seas grand Tao to be used as energy support. The previous simulation exhausted the power of longevity I obtained from the Lord of Shukyu. But my longevity is not the complete grand Tao of longevity, but only a small portion shared by the Lord of Shukyu. Now, I have the completion of the mountains and seas grand Tao in my hands. Does this mean that I can now use this to launch a simulation? Li Fan's heart stirred. This time, Still True did not remain silent. Instead, it gave an answer. It is indeed feasible. Using the open black lens bracket mystic female close black lens bracket grand Tao as energy can indeed launch a simulation. The result can be applied to the current mountains and seas simulation. It's just, feeling the strands of information coming from Still True, Li Fan frowned and pondered. Involving the sages, such a simulation consumes a great deal of energy. Although it won't completely exhaust the mystic female grand Tao in one go, it will have a significant impact on it. After one extraction, it will take a considerable amount of time to slowly recover. If you disregard its damage and continuously simulate, it can only be maintained 3 times at most. Li Fan's mind shook. The consumption of launching the Still True simulation was even greater than he imagined. It cannot be done lightly. At the same time, Li Fan also felt Still True's attitude towards the mystic female grand Tao from its answers. It seems, not particularly concerned. Li Fan couldn't help but be stunned. This seemed to contradict Still True's behavior of leaving his body to capture it. After carefully pondering it, Li Fan slowly came back to his senses. The principle should be the same as the former heaven and earth wonders, eternal remnants. From nothing to the first possession is the most important thing. Once Still True has occupied it, whether it still exists specifically is irrelevant. Li Fan looked again at the 4 words open black lens bracket grand Tao returns to truth close black lens bracket on the Still True panel. If I'm not mistaken, Still True already possesses the complete nature of the open black lens bracket mystic female close black lens bracket grand Tao. As his thoughts moved slightly, the 4 words open black lens bracket first mystic female close black lens bracket burst forth with 7 colored light. The iridescent light filled Li Fan's mind. Just like before, when Li Fan used the change of truth and falsehood to simulate and disguise the lonely sail true meaning. At this moment, under the shroud of the 7 colored light, an ancient, vicissitudes of life, mystic female aura of the same level as the mountains and seas emerged from his body. But it is different from pure simulation. It is more like, because of the return of the open black lens bracket mystic female grand Tao close black lens bracket, Still True can call out its rhythmic power. Still True can completely manifest the open black lens bracket mystic female close black lens bracket. But Li Fan couldn't fully grasp its essence. Therefore, Li Fan under the blessing of the 7 colored light also failed to reproduce the open black lens bracket mystic female close black lens bracket to the level of the mountains and seas grand Tao. It seems that I have fallen into some strange circle. This familiar scene made Li Fan mutter to himself. However, after the open black lens bracket mystic female close black lens bracket returns to truth, I can see its secrets at all times. It is only a matter of time to disguise myself as a open black lens bracket mystic female close black lens bracket saint. The mountains and seas grand Tao is extraordinary and profound. Especially at this moment, when it is completely undefended and exposed in front of Li Fan, allowing him to pry into it. Every time Li Fan cast his gaze, he almost lost his mind. Fortunately, Li Fan was able to wake up in time each time. My foundation is ultimately open black lens bracket still true close black lens bracket, the change of truth and falsehood. If I really indulge in enlightenment, wouldn't it be a case of buying the casket and returning the pearl, making a fool of myself? 1677. Tianluo once captured Tao. The great Tao of mountains and seas is indeed dazzling. If Li Fan didn't have the experience of 100 lifetimes of reincarnation and the addition of a Tao path of the same level, he would probably be unable to resist being immersed in it, unable to extricate himself. But now he can purely appreciate and examine this great Tao of mountains and seas that was captured by Wanjun. In his previous life, the clone that Li Fan created, replacing Xingfu and entering the realm of creation and destruction, completely severed contact with the main body to prevent exposure and became a separate individual. Li Fan couldn't know what it experienced. But after activating Wanjun, the memories of Xingfu returned as usual. According to the narration of the 5 venerables of the same tribulation, and my own years of conceptualizing and comprehending, I can roughly determine that the Xuanpin Great Tao originally belonged to the power of open black lens bracket God close black lens bracket. It was first absorbed by the mountains and seas, and then invaded by Tao annihilation, which separated it from the mountains and seas. Or rather, everything between the mountains and seas originally came from open black lens bracket God close black lens bracket. Although transformed into mountains and seas, with the disintegration of the mountains and seas under the erosion of Tao annihilation, many great Taos of mountains and seas will reappear in the world. Li Fan's eyes flickered. According to the allegory left by the mountain and sea walker, the ultimate destination of the great Tao of mountains and seas will be to return to open black lens bracket stars close black lens bracket. What comes from somewhere returns to that place. The mountains and seas perish, the lone star hangs high, and a new god is born. This is the destiny and ending of this mountain and sea. But, the mountains and seas did not completely absorb the power of open black lens bracket God close black lens bracket. For example, Shukyu obtained open black lens bracket longevity close black lens bracket. And, with the invasion of Tao annihilation and the arrival of the apocalypse, the various great Taos originally absorbed by the mountains and seas are also more likely to be stripped away. For example, this time, open black lens bracket Xuanpin close black lens bracket. In other words, the more the mountains and seas collapse, the easier it is to give birth to open black lens bracket saints close black lens bracket. Originally, the flow of all power in the world was from God to the mountains and seas, and then to the stars. But because of the birth of saints, a portion of the great Tao that should have returned to the stars was occupied by the saints. Therefore, the stars are destined to be inferior to open black lens bracket God close black lens bracket. Moreover, the more saints there are, the weaker the stars will be. Currently, it is known that the stars are the source that dominates the arrival of Tao annihilation. Therefore, Li Fan understood in his heart, preventing the destruction of the world by Tao annihilation is not a fantasy. Even hope is visible to the naked eye. Every time a saint is born in the mountains and seas, the gap in power between each other will be weakened by 1 point. A spark can ignite a prairie fire, saving the mountains and seas. And besides the game between the mountains and seas, saints, and stars, there is also open black lens bracket Wanjun close black lens bracket. Li Fan still can't understand what the essence of Wanjun is. Originally, he only thought it was an exotic treasure that embodied the great Tao of truth and falsehood. But after Wanjun unlocked the open black lens bracket great Tao returning to truth close black lens bracket ability, everything became confusing again. Li Fan deeply understood the horror of being able to possess the great Tao of mountains and seas. From being an ordinary mortal to capturing open black lens bracket Xuanpin close black lens bracket, I have only reincarnated a little over 200 times, including the 100 lifetimes of foundation building at the beginning. With infinite spirituality as a reliance, it is almost imaginable that with each reset, perhaps I can really carry open black lens bracket Wanjun close black lens bracket and slowly take possession of the shares originally belonging to the mountains and seas, saints, and open black lens bracket stars close black lens bracket. In the end, what will happen? Almost instantly, the answer spontaneously emerged in Li Fan's heart. Making his mind stagnate, Wanjun seemed to sense Li Fan's thoughts and transmitted inexplicable fluctuations. Li Fan wanted to investigate, but the fluctuations disappeared in an instant, making him somewhat confused for a while. The most important thing is, after the Great Tao returns to the truth, does the open black lens bracket Xuanpin close black lens bracket Great Tao still exist in this mountain and sea? Theoretically speaking, since the Xuanpin Great Tao has already returned to Wanjun. Even if Wanjun resets the mountains and seas, it will not create more out of thin air. But, Li Fan vaguely felt that something was wrong in his heart. In order to verify his guess, Li Fan needed to go to the realm of creation and destruction again and repeat the story. With the experience of the previous life, he would not risk his life. Still looking for Xingfu as a substitute. The main body disguised his identity and came to teach the open black lens bracket void shadow inheritance close black lens bracket method. And casually resolved the crisis of fishing for Tao annihilation. After seizing Xingfu, the main body drifted away and hid in the mountains and seas. The clone Xingfu, after sufficient preparation, once again led the immortals of Guangwu and went to the realm of creation and destruction as invited. The subsequent encounters in the realm of creation and destruction were no different from the previous life. Except that Bai Shuyu did not go to the other shore, disturbing the illusory shadows of the saints. The conceptual construction plan of the realm of creation and destruction was never exposed, so that everything could be prepared more properly without being disturbed. Quietly conceptualizing and comprehending for millions of years greatly promoted the progress of the painting's formation. Xingfu had gained the absolute trust of the venerables of the realm of creation and destruction. One day, they summoned Xingfu. "I wonder why the venerables summoned me?" Xingfu asked very respectfully. Answering him was the white-haired youth whose prototype came from the end of the mountains and seas and was reproduced by conceptualization. "Among all the awakened, you have the deepest attainments in conceptual construction, even faintly surpassing us. Therefore, there are some things that you should know." Xingfu's expression did not fluctuate in the slightest. "Venerable is too kind. My aptitude should be mediocre. The reason why I perform better than others is probably because I have been single-minded for many years." The white-haired youth smiled and did not refute. He then asked, "How long do you think it will take for the painting to be completely formed?" Perceiving the gazes of all the venerables focused on him, Xingfu did not answer easily. After pondering for a long time, he solemnly whispered, "If we proceed at the current rate, within 100 years at most, that mysterious great Tao of mountains and seas will definitely show its form." The white-haired youth laughed loudly upon hearing this. "You are more optimistic than the few of us. In any case, once the great Tao of mountains and seas appears, it will definitely be earth-shattering. The saints of the other shore and the Taiwei Holy Emperor will surely sense it and come." Xingfu's expression became solemn. "To be honest, although we have the name of venerables, our strength is far inferior to theirs," Mingdao Xian said at this moment. "But it doesn't mean that we have no ability to delay time at all. The saints are in the open, and we are in the dark. We only need to delay until the great Tao of mountains and seas is completely born. Before the saints notice, if someone can control it, they can rely on the divine power of the great Tao itself to complete the concealment. And even if it fails," the white-haired youth smiled, "the saints will naturally chase after the great Tao of mountains and seas and probably won't pay too much attention to us." Xingfu cupped his hands, his face showing a look of doubt. "Didn't the seniors say before that whoever can obtain the great Tao of mountains and seas depends entirely on their own good fortune and opportunity? This kind of illusory and uncontrollable thing." Yuanzhang, one of the 5 venerables of the same tribulation, snorted coldly at this moment, interrupting Xingfu's words. "Secrets should not be spoken lightly. It was just a saying to deal with you when you first arrived. If it were really completely uncontrollable, how could we have put so much effort into this plan for so many years?" Xingfu's face showed a look of astonishment upon hearing this. Immortal Mingdao smiled and explained, "Do you remember I mentioned the appearance of the mountain and sea Grand Tao in the lower realm Star Sea after the destruction of our homeland?" Xingfu nodded. "Senior once said that birds of a feather flock together. This mountain and sea Grand Tao in the lower realm might have been attracted by the longevity held by Lord Shukyu. In fact, this mountain and sea Grand Tao did not just disappear without a trace. It was actually found by someone. The newest novels are first released on 69shu.com. Immortal Mingdao slowly spoke, and Xingfu was greatly shocked upon hearing this. "What? In fact, since ancient times, the immortal realm has had a prophecy circulating about a savior descending from the heavens. Therefore, Faced with the increasingly rampant Tao annihilation and the inability of the immortals to do anything about it, the immortal emperors began to seek the legendary savior. According to various calculations, it was finally concluded that it would appear in the lower realm star sea. So, they secretly built experimental dojos in the lower realm, weaving traps, and waiting for that strange object to descend. Did they finally wait for it? Xing Fu asked, listening intently. Of course, they captured it. It was the attracted mountain and sea Grand Dao. Immortal Mingdao sighed. It was also because of obtaining such good fortune that the Tianluo Emperor came up with that extremely crazy idea. Xing Fu finally reacted at this moment and exclaimed in shock, no wonder the Tianluo Emperor confidently said that he had found the ultimate method to resist Dao annihilation. Many believed him, and countless others scolded him. So that's how it is. If one could obtain such a divine object as the mountain and sea Grand Dao, one would indeed have the confidence to resist Dao annihilation. Xing Fu was stunned for a while before he reacted and quickly asked, then did the Tianluo Emperor ultimately succeed or not? As if remembering Immortal Mingdao's hesitation many years ago, Xing Fu suddenly realized, Senior said it wasn't necessarily a failure. Could it be that he really? Immortal Mingdao shook his head. Not necessarily a failure, nor necessarily a success. At the moment when the immortal realm was destroyed, the Tianluo Emperor led his people and disappeared into the mountains and seas. No matter what method is used, they cannot be contacted. But after that, many incredible changes did occur. The most significant is that the potential of the surviving immortals of the immortal realm has greatly increased. Those who can prove the nameless are countless. When the immortal realm was still around, there was no such grand occasion. Xing Fu murmured, in that case, it is indeed strange. We, a group of true immortals, did not decline with the destruction of the immortal realm. Instead, our cultivation has repeatedly improved under the difficult end times. In that case, I seem to have indeed felt that cultivating in the lower realm star sea is much easier than when I was in the immortal realm. I thought it was because I had gone through various tribulations and my temperament and aptitude had been transformed. I didn't expect it was because of the Tianluo Emperor's blessing. Xing Fu was completely stunned. Immortal Mingdao sighed. This is also why I sent you the invitations. On the one hand, having obtained good fortune, your average aptitude is indeed better than other potential true immortals. And on the other hand, if the imaginary immortal realm can really be reproduced, allowing the Tianluo Emperor to be reborn. Speaking of this, Immortal Mingdao paused. He glanced at the white-haired youth next to him before continuing. Perhaps we can contact his true self through the imaginary Tianluo Emperor. But it seems that the destruction back then took away some crucial factors. The difficulty of reproducing the homeland is far beyond my imagination. It can only be temporarily shelved. So there is such a history in it, Xing Fu murmured. Before the Tianluo Emperor finally executed his plan, he invited me to help him. But I ultimately refused. Although he was a little disappointed, he still secretly told me the experience of capturing the mountain and sea Grand Dao. This is where our confidence lies, Immortal Mingdao continued. If the mountain and sea Grand Dao appears, we have a 90% certainty of being able to control and bind it. Of course, who can ultimately control it will really depend on each individual's opportunity. The realm of existence and extinction possesses countless living beings. As long as like-minded people benefit, we can all accept it, the white-haired youth said at this moment. After these words, the 8 venerables jointly cast a spell to show Xing Fu the trap used to capture the mountain and sea Grand Dao. Relying on the realm of existence and extinction itself, it is like a carefully woven net. And the myriad streams of imaginary thoughts flowing in the realm of existence and extinction are the threads that make up the net. Of course, this net is only the surface. The core of the trap is still the bait used to attract the mountain and sea Grand Dao. The yellow crystal suspended above the myriad shadows of imaginary thoughts in the realm of existence and extinction unfolded its countless facets, revealing its inner core. In the boundless darkness, there are myriad stars floating and rotating. Among them, the few light shadows in the center are the most dazzling. The brilliance of the light shadows is like the sum of the other stars. This is. Xing Fu stared at the magnificent scene before him. For some reason, he felt a trace of familiarity from the light of these planets. Shengxi, one of the 5 venerables of tribulation, said in a deep voice, these are the cornerstones of the great Tao that we have stolen from various possibilities of the mountains and seas. At first, we wanted to use them to construct a more solid realm of existence and extinction. Originally, the starlight here was basically of the same strength. But one day, Some of them suddenly burst out with dazzling light, making it impossible to look directly at them. Immortal Mingdao continued. This Dao path was stolen from my homeland by them in the past. I am ashamed to say that I was furious back then and tracked them all the way. But in the end, I was no match for the 5 of them and was imprisoned instead. It was not until after the mutation occurred that they released me. Guangmo, one of the 5 venerables of tribulation, smiled. These are just some old stories, why mention them? When we saw the starlight flashing here, the past grievances were no longer important. Xingfu had already understood. Just like we have benefited and our cultivation aptitude has soared, the immortal realm's great Dao cornerstone that was stripped away has also undergone qualitative change. Immortal Mingdao nodded. These Dao paths were once written by my own hand, reflecting the immortal realm's great Dao cornerstone. But now, even I myself can hardly see them clearly. Xingfu squinted his eyes, trying to see the true immortal seal characters inside through the dazzling light. But it was obviously in vain. Immortal Mingdao did not mind Xingfu's actions, and he continued, although they have not yet reached the level of the mountain and sea grand Dao, they are already incomparable to ordinary possible Dao paths. They are enough to form a certain attraction to the mountain and sea grand Dao and be used as bait. 1678. Li Fan pretends to be a saint. The true immortal talisman, having undergone transformation, emanated an extraordinary aura. Its brief exposure caused waves akin to a raging storm to surge outside the realm of creation and destruction. It was as if some unknown entity within the annihilation of the Tao was being drawn to it. Only when the Venerables cast their spells to conceal it once more did the heart-palpitating sensation of being targeted subside. Immortal Mingdao and the others were accustomed to this, their expressions unchanged as they said, as one of the most outstanding awakeners, you may also have the chance to capture the great Tao of mountains and seas. Therefore, we remind you in advance. Furthermore, this plan to deceive the heavens requires your assistance as well. Xingfu naturally nodded in agreement. None of us have truly witnessed the descent of the great Tao of mountains and seas, so all preparations can only be deduced based on estimations. However, the greatest fear is the unexpected, so. Immortal Mingdao paused, looking at Xingfu and saying, be prepared for the worst-case scenario. He unfurled a blank scroll in the air, and the 5 venerables of tribulation, Jinshao, Fengkang, Yuanzhang, Shengxi, and Guangmo, uttered a synchronized, low roar with great tacit understanding. They projected their figures onto the scroll. It was as if the scroll had gained 5 more characters, or like 5 vivid little people leaping onto the paper. Immortal Mingdao's scroll instantly became extraordinary. Then came the remaining 2. One was a white-haired youth, a construct of imagination from the end of the mountains and seas. The other was a taciturn middle-aged man. The white-haired youth was fine, Xingfu had offered guidance during their first meeting. However, the middle-aged man had an extremely low presence. Xingfu had been in the tribulation of creation and destruction for so many years, yet he had never heard him utter a single word. These 2 also followed suit, leaving their own marks on Immortal Mingdao's scroll. The white-haired youth left an eye. Its gaze was icy and piercing, devoid of any emotion, as if it had seen all the sorrows of the world and witnessed countless destructions. When Xingfu met the gaze from the painting, he had the illusion of being at the end of the mountains and seas, surrounded by the annihilation of the Tao. The mark left by the middle-aged man was even more peculiar. It was completely and utterly a replica of himself. It was as if he had been cut into 2 separate pieces, one remaining in reality and the other leaping into the painting. With the addition of the 7 venerables' marks, the scroll seemed to become 10,000 times heavier. Immortal Mingdao's action of closing and putting it away was noticeably more labored. Ning, condense. With his soft, low roar, the scroll was slowly put away. It transformed into a thin sheet of white paper. Then, Immortal Mingdao gently blew a breath, and the white paper instantly disintegrated into countless fragments. Like a shower of snowflakes, they resembled a snow-white dragon, leaping into the myriad shadows of the long river below. Having witnessed the possibilities of imagination in the realm of creation and destruction countless times, Xingfu keenly noticed that with the infusion of this venerable scroll, the entire realm of creation and destruction had subtly changed. If any accident occurs, the realm of creation and destruction will automatically escape. With this backup plan, even if we unfortunately perish, we can be reborn in imagination in the future. Your task is to become the new, Venerable, of the realm of creation and destruction, and await our return, Immortal Mingdao said in a deep voice. With great responsibility placed upon him, Xingfu seemed somewhat at a loss for a moment. But he still nodded heavily in response. Xingfu will certainly not fail the expectations of the seniors. Next, Immortal Mingdao taught Xingfu the method to control the myriad currents of imagination in the realm of creation and destruction. He reiterated, if the situation becomes uncontrollable, just escape. Do not worry about us. With you all present, it would be a burden to us instead. This junior understands, Xingfu replied very seriously. With everything prepared, the next step was to wait for the descent of the great Tao of mountains and seas. As for how to use bait to attract the great Tao of mountains and seas and seal off the aura and movements of its descent, Immortal Mingdao did not mention it to Xingfu. Clearly, it was not something he could participate in with his current strength. 100 years passed in a flash. It was a little longer than Xingfu had anticipated. On this day, the imitation of imagination was finally completed. Stimulated by its aura, the yellow gemstone suspended above the heads of all beings in the realm of creation and destruction had countless lines surging wildly like a swarm of snakes. A net spanning the heavens and earth was quietly laid. As for the transformed true immortal talisman used as bait, it was nowhere to be seen. Or perhaps, it seemed to have merged into the entire net. Even Xingfu, who was watching from the sidelines, could see the extraordinary nature of the creation woven from countless lines. Although it was dim, it still shone brightly in the darkness. The 8 venerables stood in a circle, suspended in the net. Immortal Mingdao transformed into an boundless white scroll in a long laugh. The other venerables, like the backup they had left behind before, were not leaving their own marks this time, but personally throwing themselves into Immortal Mingdao's scroll. The originally blank scroll instantly became colorful. The scroll expanded countless times in an instant. Rustling, it covered the net spanning the heavens and earth. Using the countless lines emerging from the yellow gemstone as tendons and bones, Immortal Mingdao's scroll transformed into a giant pocket, enveloping the entire realm of creation and destruction. The inside of the pocket seemed to be isolated from the mountains and seas. The surging waves caused by the impending descent of the great Tao of mountains and seas disappeared in an instant. And Xingfu was even more horrified to discover that when he was in this pocket, his cultivation was slowly decreasing uncontrollably. Is this because I have truly left the mountains and seas? Xingfu instantly understood. Xingfu's strength, the foundation of his very being, all came from the mountains and seas. And when he was confined by the pocket, leaving the mountains and seas in a sense, the foundation of his existence was also slowly fading. It's just like being in the eternal silent void. Simulating the creation of the void with a non-sage body. The strength of the venerables is truly extraordinary. Xingfu couldn't help but exclaim. Of course, the supernatural power of the pocket was only a degree of similarity. The rate at which the foundation of Xingfu's existence disappeared was certainly incomparable to being in the eternal silent void. Therefore, he was not worried about his own safety at all, and stared intently at the changes in the field. With the pocket formed, the great Tao of mountains and seas did not realize it was a trap at all. It was only attracted by the almost, like, aura within. It still descended according to plan. Like a great wind, rising from the void. The pocket instantly swelled 10,000 times. The expansion exceeded Xingfu's perception range at once. And it seemed to continue to fill endlessly. The annihilation of the Tao plunders the foundation of the mountains and seas, the key to the decline of the mountains and seas. The root of heaven and earth, nurturing all things. This is the great Tao of mysterious female. At this moment, Immortal Mingdao's voice, slightly excited, faintly came. Everyone, now that the great Tao has entered the net, rely on your own abilities. The time that the bag of mending heaven can support is limited. Whether we can subdue it before it breaks depends on our fortunes. Waves of fluctuations came from all parts of the bag of mending heaven. It seemed to be the response of the venerables. And the captured great Tao of mountains and seas did not care about the exchanges of the venerables at all. Like a hurricane, it constantly charged left and right within the bag, attempting to find its kind. Within the mending heaven bag, countless lights and shadows seemed to surge in the darkness. That was a group of venerables trying to sense and capture the great Tao of mountains and seas. However, the great Tao of mountains and seas was formless and without appearance. Even knowing it was within, truly touching it was still as difficult as ascending to heaven. No changes occurred, no matter how long passed. Although the mending heaven bag was a divine power jointly cast by 8 venerables, it had not yet reached the level of a saint after all. Although it could contain the great Tao of mountains and seas temporarily, it could not bind it forever. The open black lens bracket mysterious female close black lens bracket great Tao, having searched for a long time without success, seemed to be getting impatient. It abandoned the game of chasing and searching, and instead withdrew to leave. And at that moment, the mending heaven bag had already been stretched to its limit. The yellow gemstone lines that served as its tendons and bones were twisted to the extreme. The inscribed Tao scroll could no longer support it. The entire mending heaven bag was about to turn into ashes under the impact of the open black lens bracket mysterious female close black lens bracket great Tao. Just then, all the pressure suddenly dissipated for some unknown reason. Without the external force agitating it, the mending heaven bag, which had expanded to its limit, immediately contracted in reverse. In the blink of an eye, it returned to its normal size. The 8 venerables appeared from the inscribed Tao scroll, somewhat disheveled. All of them looked around in confusion. What's going on? Where's the mysterious female great Tao? The 8 people looked at each other, confirming that none of them had successfully captured it. Then, they instinctively scanned their surroundings. Thus, a figure came into their view. Initially, in their eyes, this figure was nothing more than a mortal ant. But with each second it was in their sight, this figure expanded by millions of times. Just like the mending heaven bag earlier. Before long, it had become towering and earth-shattering, resembling mountains and seas. Exceeding the range they could see. Their eyes were stung, and amidst cries of agony, Immortal inscribed Tao and the others were forced to look away. At the same time, they were horrified. This is becoming a saint. They naturally recognized that figure. It was Xingfu, who had come to join them, willing to sit in seclusion for countless years for the sake of the utopian cause. However, even though they already knew that the allegiance of the great Tao of mountains and seas had nothing to do with strength, but depended entirely on one's own opportunities and fortune. At this moment, witnessing the great Tao of mountains and seas, which they had sought for so long, being taken by a junior, they still felt a moment of imbalance in their hearts. And naturally, the thought of plundering it arose. It was not what their hearts intended, but the instinct of cultivators, a change that naturally arose after witnessing the great Tao of mountains and seas changing hands. Soon, the 8 venerables all recovered from that moment of distraction. I really didn't expect it. It would actually be taken by him. Timing, fate, and luck. Not a sin of war. Among the 8 venerables, the middle-aged figure who rarely spoke finally opened his mouth. He exhaled a long breath and shook his head helplessly. However, has he become a saint? Why do I feel? Shangxi stared intently at Xingfu, his brow furrowed slightly. Immortal inscribed Tao shook his head and said, how can proving the Tao and becoming a saint be so easy? Although he now has the mysterious female great Tao added to him, it will probably not be easy to completely control it. And the reason why we mistakenly thought he had become a saint just now was because what we suddenly saw was not him, but the mysterious female great Tao. Compared to the great Tao of mountains and seas, his own strength and cultivation can almost be ignored. Hence the misjudgment. Indeed, now that I look again, that sense of oppression has slowly disappeared. Jin Xiao agreed. The white-haired youth chuckled and said, it's a good thing after all. The great Tao of mountains and seas has been left behind after all. This person was invited by inscribed Tao and has stayed in the realm of life and death for so many years. You can say we know him well. Holding the great Tao of mountains and seas, one foot has already stepped onto the path to becoming a saint. If we can get the help of a saint, our plan. While the 8 venerables were whispering to each other, Xingfu finally opened his eyes. His strength and aura were all restrained. At first glance, he was no different from Immortal. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, the venerables said in different tones. I must thank you all for your accomplishment. Xingfu, or rather Li Fan, responded with a smile. Upon hearing Li Fan's words, the venerables all felt uncomfortable. For a moment, the atmosphere turned cold. Fortunately, Li Fan quickly reached out his hand and displayed a formless and profound aura in front of everyone. Everyone, please look. Without Li Fan speaking, his actions had already attracted the attention of Immortal inscribed Tao and the others. Is this the mysterious female great Tao? It seems no different from the path of mountains and seas. Everyone looked at Immortal inscribed Tao with doubts on their faces. With open black lens bracket inscribed Tao close black lens bracket as his Tao, in terms of understanding the Tao, inscribed Tao was definitely far above everyone else. Immortal inscribed Tao observed for a long time before speaking, the true great Tao of mountains and seas is not something we can see. What we see before us, perhaps we can call it the mysterious female Tao comprehended by fellow Taoist Xingfu. It's just an insignificant part of the great Tao of mountains and seas. Everyone was enlightened upon hearing this. Li Fan nodded with a smile. What inscribed Tao said is very good. Obtaining the great Tao of mountains and seas is like entering a treasure mountain. However, my arm strength is limited, and I can only carry out a few things. The treasure mountain I see is endless and boundless. With my strength, I don't know how many years and months it will take to fully excavate it. However, a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. I am worried that if outsiders notice, it may lead to a disaster of plunder. Therefore, I ask all fellow Taoists to take care of me a little before I comprehend the Tao and become a saint. As he spoke, Li Fan bowed to everyone with the utmost sincerity. Upon seeing this, the Venerables felt a little better. He was worried about outsiders coveting it, but also sincerely asked everyone to protect him. He was obviously treating them as his own people. Immortal inscribed Tao took the lead in responding, "That's natural. The path to becoming a saint is not something that can be achieved overnight. In the past, Shou Chu obtained longevity, but it also took more than 100 epochs to prove the Tao. Before you succeed, you can just comprehend the Tao and cultivate here. With us here, no outsiders will be allowed to disturb you." The other Venerables also spoke out to express their agreement. "In that case, I will first thank you all here," Li Fan said with gratitude on his face. "I wonder, what are your plans next?" Changing the subject, Li Fan suddenly asked. He had clearly obtained the great Tao of mountains and seas and was on the verge of becoming a saint. Yet he was still concerned about the future of the realm of life and death. Immortal inscribed Tao and the others looked at each other, all feeling that Xingfu was reliable. In fact, Utopia, with the appearance of the great Tao of mountains and seas and obtaining the power of a saint, is only one link in our plan. Our real goal is to obtain enough self-preservation ability and maintain the flow of the realm of life and death. Until the end of mountains and seas. It was the white-haired youth who spoke. When he mentioned the end of mountains and seas, his eyes twitched slightly, as if he was recalling something. 1679. Once you get it forever. The end of the mountains and seas. If you were to travel back against the flow to the beginning of the mountains and seas, returning to the time when everything started, I could understand. But the end of time, when the mountains and seas are about to be devoured, and everything will return to nothingness. To persevere bitterly until then. What is the purpose? Li Fan asked, a look of confusion on his face. The one who answered Li Fan was still the white-haired youth. If you want to know the answer to this question, you must know what the true end of the mountains and seas is like. In the youth's eyes, a faint, dark light burst forth. His snow-white hair and beard, as if ignited, turned into billions of ash-like fragments. Like a blizzard, it suddenly blew over. In a trance, Li Fan saw a great fire engulfing the mountains and seas. Countless possibilities were incinerated. Myriad lights fell into darkness. The annihilation of the Tao surged, and the mountains and seas declined, ushering in an unstoppable apocalypse. The safe possibilities for shelter became fewer and fewer, until only a lone boat remained. Outside was endless annihilation. Li Fan had once been in close contact with the eternal silence void realm. Even before truly entering, while still a good distance away, the foundation of his existence had already begun to collapse. Like thousands of ink threads scattering in water, an irreversible fading. Li Fan looked at the scene before him, the last surviving possibility of the mountains and seas, and had a premonition in his heart. Being in it was truly like purgatory. Even if it wasn't as oppressive as the void realm he had once felt, it wouldn't be much weaker. Living there would definitely be a kind of torment and torture. But due to the instinct to live, one would have to struggle to survive. But thinking about it the other way around, those who can still live freely under such circumstances. Although not saints, they have barely acquired the ability to survive in the eternal silence void realm. Thinking of this, Li Fan couldn't help but look at the white-haired youth. This construct of his, the true body, is definitely not an ordinary person. The voice of the white-haired youth came from the scene of the end of the mountains and seas. What have you felt? The ubiquitous aura of the void realm, making one tremble with discomfort, Li Fan replied truthfully. Anything else? Anything else? Li Fan was slightly stunned. He carefully examined it again, and after a long silence, shook his head in response. The white-haired youth was speechless for a moment. Indeed, the ownership of the great Tao of the mountains and seas doesn't seem to have much to do with strength or aptitude. The esteemed Tao Tribulation Venerables, and even Mingdao and the others, all saw the special nature of the end of the mountains and seas at a glance. Yet you, the favored one of the Zonpin Great Tao, the white-haired youth felt a pang of discomfort and shook his head repeatedly. Li Fan's expression was normal, and he could only smile. He couldn't possibly tell him that the reason he was able to attract the Zonpin Great Tao was entirely due to the 4 words open black lens bracket Great Tao returns to truth close black lens bracket, and had nothing to do with himself, right? To be honest, the changes that occurred in the Zonpin Great Tao after returning to truth were somewhat beyond Li Fan's expectations. The moment he saw the Zonpin Great Tao descend, Li Fan thought that it, like everything else in the mountains and seas, would be reset with the activation of returning to truth. But soon, Li Fan noticed something was wrong. As the 4 words, Great Tao returns to truth, first Zonpin, on the returning to truth panel emitted a dreamy, 7-colored glow. The Great Tao of the mountains and seas, which had originally seemed unattainable in Li Fan's eyes, instantly became familiar. It was both the Great Tao of the mountains and seas that had been recopied and emerged in this life, and the first Zonpin that had been subdued and returned to truth by returning to truth. So what happened next was without any suspense. Almost as easily as using his own limbs, Li Fan used his transcendence cultivation to easily attract the adherents of the Zonpin Great Tao. Li Fan didn't know whether the Zonpin Great Tao had been changed before its descent, or whether it was after appearing in the mountains and seas that it was affected by returning to truth and labeled with open black lens bracket returning to truth close black lens bracket. In reality, the difference between the two would not have any practical impact. Li Fan only cared about whether the Great Tao of the mountains and seas captured in this new life could be used as the power source for open black lens bracket returning to truth close black lens bracket simulation and deduction. Unfortunately, the answer was no. With the activation of returning to truth and the resetting of the mountains and seas, a new Zonpin Great Tao has indeed appeared. Because I have not felt the weakening of the first Zonpin's power in open black lens bracket Great Tao returns to truth close black lens bracket. But precisely because the Zonpin has already returned to returning to truth. Therefore, whether it is the past, the future, or the present, or any time and space's open black lens bracket Zonpin close black lens bracket, it all belongs to returning to truth. For returning to truth, it is like something that has been eaten before, and there is no new appetite anymore. The Great Tao of the mountains and seas that has already returned to truth will naturally not generate new simulation power. Even so, this ability of open black lens bracket 1 capture, eternal capture close black lens bracket is indeed too domineering. If viewed from the perspective of the Zonpin Great Tao in this life's mountains and seas, the terror of returning to truth can be highlighted. It's like you've been living a good life, with a happy life and a carefree family. But suddenly someone jumps out and claims to be your master. You must unconditionally obey the other party's orders. And you can only accept this suddenly descending fate without resistance. There is no hope of turning over for all eternity. Tisk tisk tisk. However, I like it. It's just that I don't know what is needed for the returning to truth simulation. I previously thought that because it involved saints, it required the Great Tao of the mountains and seas of the same rank as energy. But now it seems that it is related to some kind of consumption of returning to truth itself. Many thoughts flashed through Li Fan's mind. And after the white-haired youth sighed repeatedly, he didn't play any more riddles. He explained the reason why everyone planned to go straight to the end of the mountains and seas. We are all born from the mountains and seas. As the saying goes, if the skin does not exist, what will the hair attach to? Therefore, if the mountains and seas are swallowed by Tao annihilation, we will also return to nothingness. Even now, while the mountains and seas still exist, if we leave the mountains and seas, the foundation of our existence will also be eliminated. Li Fan nodded slightly. That is indeed the principle. Only saints, whose bodies are comparable to the mountains and seas, can survive without relying on the power of the mountains and seas. However, when the river of time progresses to the end of the mountains and seas, this situation changes. In the eyes of the white-haired youth, a bright light flashed. At that time, the mountains and seas will have weakened to the limit. The binding force on the creatures of the mountains and seas will also usher in the weakest moment since the birth of the mountains and seas. Especially at the moment before the mountains and seas disappear. Li Fan's heart stirred, and he vaguely understood something when he thought of the torrent of thousands of possibilities imagined in the realm of birth and death. So, our plan is. That's right. Immortal Mingdao said sonorously, at the moment when the mountains and seas perish in Tao annihilation, we will use these countless imagined possibilities to leap out of the mountains and seas and stand on our own. The mountains and seas will be unable to protect themselves, and we will not encounter too much resistance. The only thing we need to face is the threat of the eternal silence void realm. However, the pressure faced by being within the mountains and seas and outside the mountains and seas in the face of Tao annihilation is also completely different, the white-haired youth slowly added. I recommend a book, it's very interesting and worth reading. Universe, high martial arts, emotional explosions, full of tension, also known as, I who lost my parents at the beginning have no weaknesses, the most powerful thing about me is my mouth. 1680. The End of Time. As if having personally experienced it, the white-haired youth fell into reminiscence, saying softly, if one can successfully escape the confines of this mountains and seas identity, even without reaching the saint realm, they can still survive in the eternal silent void. Compared to remaining within the mountains and seas, the destructive power of Tao annihilation is weakened by more than just a little. This gives us the last sliver of opportunity for self-salvation. Li Fan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the white-haired youth. The other venerables of the realm of creation and destruction seemed to trust the white-haired youth immensely. They all deeply believed in the conclusions he stated. However, the doubts in Li Fan's heart could not be so easily dispelled. What about after leaving the mountains and seas? Even if it's as you say, and we can survive in the eternal silent void, how long can we persist? Facing Li Fan's question, the white-haired youth said calmly, when the mountains and seas are overturned, the stars will reappear. In a sense, we will enter the next cycle. Perhaps one day, the mountains and seas will re-emerge and swallow the stars. But we will at least be able to occupy a place in the new era. Perhaps even the stars will favor us, the defectors from the mountains and seas. One can never say. That's purely speculation, isn't it? After hearing the white-haired youth's grand plan, Li Fan's expression became somewhat subtle. It is, but not entirely. The white-haired youth didn't explain further, only saying this simple sentence before falling silent. Seeing that the situation seemed to be reaching a stalemate, Immortal Mingdao stepped forward to smooth things over. You must know that for cultivators like us who haven't reached the saint realm, this is already the last method of survival that can be deduced. Among all the plans, this already has the highest probability of survival. In other words, even if we fail to achieve independence in the moment when the mountains and seas return to the stars, we will have at least lived to the end of the mountains and seas, wouldn't we? Of course. Immortal Mingdao changed his tone, looking at Li Fan. You, fellow Taoist, are naturally different from us. Now that you have grasped the great Tao of profound origin, achieving sainthood in the future is almost a certainty, barring any unforeseen circumstances. If you are unwilling to participate in our actions, we can understand. Whether you choose to join the other shore or the holy dynasty, you are free to do as you wish. We will never obstruct you. We only hope that, for the sake of our many years of acquaintance, you will not reveal the secrets of the realm of creation and destruction, Immortal Mingdao said earnestly. Li Fan sighed softly, remaining silent in thought. Let me think about it and give you an answer. Li Fan's reaction was within the expectations of all the venerables. After all, he was already a quasi-saint. If he had agreed to join the realm of creation and destruction's plan without any hesitation, Immortal Mingdao and the others would probably have found it strange. Li Fan pondered for a full 3 years before giving the venerables his reply. Compared to those unknown saints of the other shore, I am still more willing to trust you. Upon hearing this, even with Immortal Mingdao's and the others' composure, they couldn't help but be overjoyed. After all, I was able to obtain the great Tao of profound origin thanks to all of you. How could I betray you in this matter of life and death? I will diligently comprehend the Tao and cultivate, achieving sainthood as soon as possible, so that there will be more certainty in executing the plan in the future, Li Fan said righteously. The venerables all praised him repeatedly. Through this matter, Li Fan truly gained the trust of Immortal Mingdao and the others, completely integrating into the ranks of the venerables of the realm of creation and destruction. In the subsequent exchanges, Li Fan slowly learned more of their secrets. That white-haired youth was indeed created through the method of imagination by that mountains and seas walker. Long ago, the 5 venerables of tribulation encountered the mountains and seas walker. The mountains and seas walker told the 5 venerables about the method of imagination and the scene at the end of the mountains and seas. The 5 venerables naturally didn't believe it at first. So, in front of the 5 venerables, that mountains and seas walker personally displayed the great divine power constructed through imagination. Amidst the surging of blurred light and shadows, the white-haired youth slowly walked out. Arriving in an unfamiliar region, the white-haired youth was initially confused. However, after sensing the situation of the mountains and seas he was in, and seeing the mountains and seas walker who was greatly injured due to the construction of imagination, his expression turned sorrowful, and he sighed, "It seems that I have ultimately failed." The mountains and seas walker smiled, "But there is a chance to salvage everything." "I hope so. You go do your thing, and if I fail again, then I will come back again," the mountains and seas walker said confidently. And so, he disappeared before the 5 venerables. The white-haired youth's name was Chu Xinwei, originally the most stunningly talented cultivator among the last remaining possibilities at the end of time. A peerless genius who could still attain the saint position in the Dharma-ending era, where all the saints had fallen and the great Tao was almost non-existent. However, Chu Xinwei was born in the wrong era. The saints at the end of time were weaker than those of the current era by more than just a little. After Chu Xinwei's deduction, even if he could cross the eternal silent void and successfully go to the previous era of mountains and seas, he would be severely injured, transforming into an ordinary transcendent cultivator. Without the identity of a saint, what was the point of going to other timelines? So, Chu Xinwei abandoned the plan of crossing over personally. Instead, he created a mountains and seas walker to go against the flow of time for him, informing the saints of the past eras, urging them not to give up and to unite to save the mountains and seas. After almost exhausting the power of a saint, he finally succeeded in creating the mountains and seas walker. Chu Xinwei then began to execute the second plan. This was to bet everything on a single throw, desperately trying to save himself at the last moment when the mountains and seas returned to the stars. So, that mountains and seas walker has already gone against the flow of time, traveling from the end of the mountains and seas to the beginning of the mountains and seas. After completing his mission, he returned to the end of the mountains and seas. After seeing the failed ending of your original self, he taught the 5 venerables of tribulation the method of imagination in order to save your fate, and then recreated you. After hearing Chu Xinwei's account, Li Fan vaguely understood. The white-haired youth nodded. "I have a few questions. Even your original self can't ignore the threat of the eternal silent void and freely walk the mountains and seas. How did that mountains and seas walker do it?" Li Fan asked, frowning. "It's not that I can't cross over and travel," Chu Xinwei corrected the error in Li Fan's words. "It's just that after crossing over, I would be greatly injured and lose the cultivation of a saint. Falling from saint status, then wanting to restore it through cultivation, is extremely difficult. Even I don't have absolute confidence. But that mountains and seas walker has a special physique, with the ability to persevere. Even if he falls into the dust, as long as he is given enough resources and time, he will definitely be able to recover to the peak realm he once reached. It is most suitable for him to do this thing of traveling the mountains and seas in my place. And he was also brought up by me personally, so he can be absolutely trusted," Chu Xinwei explained. In this way, it can be barely explained. However, Li Fan still felt that Chu Xinwei had something unsaid in his words.